A very good morning to all the leadership of SALGA. I am suggesting that we should be starting with our program in a minute's time. Let me greet the chair of the province of SALGA and all the PEC leadership, the acting premier, Mam Shongwe, as well as the Speaker of Legislature and the Chair of the House, together with his deputy, Babu Mkwena, and all the admin leadership across the municipalities and from some sector departments. May I request that we all rise for the national anthem. And some of us may have to take our hat off. They are going to play a pre-recorded national anthem. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. I am Councillor Walter Mngomezulu. I am going to be your program director for the first session. Today, the 24th of November, 2022. We are gathering here at the Forever Resort, but plus in the Provincial Members' Assembly that the PEC has convened as provided in the Constitution. Once more, greetings to all the leadership of the PEC led by Councillor Sidel, the NEC deployee, Councillor Nkosi, the acting premier of the province, Mam Shongwe, the Speaker of the Legislature, she's here as well, the chair and the deputy chair of the House of Traditional Enquiries and Leadership in the province of Mpumalanga, and all the admin leadership, including those that are coming from the National Office of SALGA, and all protocol observed. We have officially opened our program. We are going to move to the next item. I will want to check if our chair of the Community Development and Security Working Group, Councillor Makushe, she's going to render an item in respect of the memoriam for the deceased councillors memory of all that may have passed on since we came into office to date. As she walk or ascend to the podium, if we may give a load of applause, just to give him some energy.
Program Director uthi ngigqoke emakwayikwayi ungijwayele ngemateki. Program Director, the Honorable Acting Premier Umamshongwe, the governance of traditional leaders, Abo Chair, leadership, Kosbet, Chairperson of SALGA, Mam Saidel, the executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, and MPEC chairpersons that are present here, the SALGA National Executive Committee members and employees, the Speaker of the Legislature, the head of departments and representatives from sector departments, municipal managers, SALGA Acting Chief Executive Officer, executive management, provincial directors of operation, and staff members. Distinguished guests, good morning. When we gather as leaders in South Africa, it is a ceremonial norm to light candles. It is an honor for me today to lead this Provincial Members' Assembly in the symbolic lighting of the candle of hope for us as local government and the communities we serve. As we light the candle of hope, I would like to quote the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, open quote, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness," close quote. May his soul continue to rest in peace. First of all, the light that shines is a reminder of the darkness that exists in our country. We live in a country where human rights are being violated. We live in a country where the elderly are being forgotten. We live in a country where gender-based violence has become the order of the day. South Africa is going through a difficult time where, on top of the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, we are facing an alarming level of violent crimes, as well as the gender-based violence and femicide in particular. The globe has also been hard hit by the coronavirus pandemic, which has killed many people and shattered many families. It is in this context that we need to understand our role as local government. We need to have a big picture of the suffering of the people we serve as leaders. We need to be sensitive to their hopelessness and desperation. As we gather together to discuss strategies to better serve our constituencies, let us do some introspection as leaders and make a commitment to bring hope back into the communities that we lead. We need to realize that there is darkness out there, and we are called to shine our little lights in this darkness. The light that shines speaks about hope. We are called to do little acts of kindness which kindle hope in the hearts of our citizens. As local government leaders, we are called to carry with us a ray of hope wherever we go, even when the life gets too busy and personal difficulties crowd out our days. The light that shines is about the burning out for others. There is without doubt a selflessness in the work of councillors and municipal officials, as we are called to put others first and uphold the Batupilu principles. The flame of the candle in the African culture also symbolizes remembrance, As we light our own candle in memory of our loved ones, let us do so with gratitude that they lived and that we shared their life for a time. With this candle, we honor heroes and role models who contribute to making the world a better place for everyone. We remember leaders that fought for the liberation of our country. We remember those who died in the struggle. We remember those who died because of HIV and AIDS. We remember those who died because of COVID-19 related illnesses. We especially remember those who lost their lives due to the gender-based violence at the hands of the people they loved and trusted. I thank you.
Now, thank you very much, Councillor Makushe. With powers vested in me, in memory and in respect of all that may have passed on since we came into office to date, I may request that we all rise and observe a moment of silence.
I fought for you the hardest. It made me the strongest. So tell me your
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
I just can't stand to see you leaving, but heaven couldn't wait for you.
Deceased councillors, may you read them. Probably I thought we were going to light a candle, so they are doing it electronically. Councillor Makushe, if I may abuse you, it's there. we used to do it on manual. Sorry for that. May we all rise whilst she will be reading out the names of all that may have passed on. Play to the next, move it to the next.
I fought for you the hardest. It made me the strongest. So tell me your secrets. I just can't stand to see you leaving, but heaven couldn't wait for you. No, heaven couldn't wait for you.
Councillor A.M. Maliti, J.S. Moroka. Councillor T.J. Sibia, Nkomazi. Councillor Muz Manyati, Mkondo. May their souls continue to rest in peace.
Thank you very much. You may be seated, and sorry for the inconvenience. Our PMA is taking place in Gersibande, and the host local municipality is Chief Albert Lutuli local municipality. Before we could carry on with the rest of the work, we would want to get an indication from the host executive mayor if we are indeed welcome in his jurisdiction. May I request the Honorable Executive Mayor, Councillor Nkosi, to ascend to the podium and come and render the welcoming address.
Thanks for the opportunity, Deputy Chairperson of SALGA. Let me greet the Honorable Acting Premier, Mam Shongwe, and also greet the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature. Bese sengibingelela all people who are coming from the Provincial Legislature. I may not know who are they, but let me also greet the chairperson of SALGA in this province, also all SALGA PC executive members, the PO and all staff members. Let me also greet the representative of SALGA to the National Executive Committee. Let me also greet the chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, and Khoisan, and also the executive mayors, chief whips, speakers, MPEC chairpersons, municipal managers, all councillors who might be with us here. Let me also greet all distinguished guests who have joined us in this SALGA Provincial Members Assembly. Allow me to welcome you in this municipality, which is Chief Albert Luthuli. I'm welcoming you on behalf of the people of Chief Albert Luthuli, that we are very much happy once again that SALGA has chosen us to come to host this Provincial Members Assembly. Of course, it is not for the first time for you to come in this venue, which is Emanzana. We are privileged as this municipality to host you in this important gathering. Allow me to also say that we know for a fact that as municipalities we have roles to perform, and some of these roles include economic activities and service delivery to our communities. We'll also know that SALGA is an important stakeholder to bring all the brains together so that we are able to assist one another as municipalities. We are confident that gathered here in this room as men and women will be able to assist the municipalities so that all those challenges that we are facing as municipalities are reduced. As I'm welcoming you, Deputy Chairperson, we know for a fact that most of our municipalities are poverty-stricken. Our residents are unable even to pay for their rates and taxes. And this will remain a challenge until we confront it. We hope and believe that this gathering, this two-day gathering of this Provincial Members Assembly is going to assist us as municipalities. It is also my pleasure to announce that as Chief Albert Luthuli Municipality, we are against gender-based violence. As Chief Albert Luthuli Municipality, we are against gender-based violence. And of course, we are against all criminal activities which are taking place in any space in the society. We want to urge this gathering to ponder much on the issues which are also affecting our women in this society. It is my pleasure to officially welcome you in this important gathering of this Provincial Members Assembly. Allow me to borrow from Margaret Chase Smith, who once said, I open quote, "Public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation," close quote. You must spend more time in Chief Albert Luthuli. If you don't have an arranged holiday, you can arrange it here. We do have some good facilities. We're in Aventura, across the road, there's Ndalo Hotel. If you go that other side, there's Songimvelo, and many other attractions which may make you feel better to be in Chief Albert Luthuli. I welcome you and I thank this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor of Chief Albert Luthuli Local Municipality, Councillor Nkosi, for the warm welcoming of the delegates into the Provincial Members Assembly of SALGA in Mpumalanga Province. Indeed, Chief Albert Luthuli is a tourist destination. You may secure booking for the December holidays, Chair and the PC members. We are one of those, and we are bordering with Nhlanzeni district, and we are also sharing the Makonjwa Mountain, one of the international or World Heritage site that was declared following a good work by our province in provincial government in Mpumalanga. With that said, let me now, I'm used to be directing program of the NGO. I was going to take a roll call. Probably PDO, you will have to assist us if we have got members that are still roaming around, outside, who are supposed to be inside. Because we are now going to take a program with the welcoming and the official opening by our chair. And following that, it will be our NEC deployee. Then we shall be receiving messages of support from our guest, the acting premier, the House of Traditional Leaders, as well as the MEC, the Speaker of the Legislature. So I would love if we could check if there are no members that are still roaming around. Let me officially call upon our provincial chairperson, Councillor Jester Sidel, the executive mayor of Nhlanzeni district municipality, to come and officially open this PMA and welcome us in this assembly. Shall we give him a round of applause? Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Thank you very much.
Watinta bafazi. Yeah, the program director is saying they have got very beautiful tourist attraction sites. The demarcation board will be sharing a presentation with us in terms of proposals or submissions that they've received in as far as the outer boundaries. So my host executive mayor is suggesting to come over to the district of Nhlanzeni, and I don't know what it suggests for you, district executive mayor, whether you'll be also coming to Nhlanzeni or relocating to another district. Very interesting discussion that we are going to receive, that we are going to engage on at the right time when the rep from the demarcation board presents those submissions for engagements with the relevant stakeholders, in particularly more important, the private sector in our communities that we are leading. Having said that, let me acknowledge and recognize the presence of our acting Premier of the province, Honorable Shongwe. I was just saying in the morning, how did you manage to respond to the invitation? Because I know you slept in the early hours of the morning observing the by-elections in Komazi. But thank you very much, Ma, for making it to address the 20-member municipalities of SALGA this morning. I want to also take this opportunity and acknowledge one of our own, the product from the local sphere, Honorable Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Masilela. Thank you, Ma, for honoring our invitation as well. Within our midst, we've got one of our very key important pillar. Without that pillar, given the fact that Mpumalanga is having 70% of municipalities under the traditional authority. So we are blessed in this PMA to have honorable, I'll say honorable because he also underwent the very same process, though we know ukuthi ubukhosi bakithi abuvotelwa. Buyatalwa. Ukhoshi Mkwena, the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders in Mpumalanga Province. Thank you very much, Khoshi, for gracing our PMA. We want to also take this opportunity and recognize our NEC member within our midst, who happens also to be the deployee of Mpumalanga, Honorable Nkosi. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. We are always with you. We are nothing without our integral organ, which is the National Executive Committee. So with you here this morning, the NEC is with us. Thank you very much. I know you are also with Honorable Tikhale, but Honorable Tikhale this morning is wearing a cap. So don't be intimidated by his presence, whether you'll represent the NEC correctly. No, today is coming here as a local executive mayor for Dr. J.S. Moroka. You are welcome, NEC member Tikhale. It's Tembisile, my apology. Yeah, there's this confusion because at some stage we once discussed ukuthi Honorable Msweni was once a mayor for Tembisile, a mayor for Dr. J.S. What is happening in that area? So, yeah, I'll adjust to that. You are welcome, then acknowledge NEC member Tikhale. We want to also take this opportunity to once more acknowledge and appreciate our host executive mayor that has taken the platform earlier on, as well as the host district executive mayor. I want to also acknowledge my honorable deputy chairpersons, Honorable DC Mabuza and the Honorable DC Ngumalo, together with my members of the Provincial Executive Committee, the reps from the legislature, and also our NEC members that has honored this PMA. This PMA is also attended by our Troika officers. Want to acknowledge the presence of our executive mayors, the speakers, the chief whips of council, members of the mayoral committee, our MPEC chairs that are here, and all our honorable councillors that has made it in this meeting. Also acknowledging the heads of departments that are here, and all officials from the sector departments who will be sharing very important information with us, that the PEC saw it very important that we line up these presentations. So we want to acknowledge the presence of the officials from the sector departments. Want to also take this opportunity to acknowledge the acting CEO of SALGA, who Mr. He usually says we confuse his name and surname, whatever, whether he's Mr. Jewel, Mr. Lance. We have him this morning, our acting CEO, who happens also to hold the position of the Chief Operations Officer in SALGA National Office. Our new from the box PDO, one of our own, Dr. Ndlovu, who is leading all our officials from the provincial SALGA unit. All stakeholders that are here, the media houses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once more you are greeted in this beautiful morning. Program Director, the month of November 2022 punctuates a year since the local government elections in November 2021 that ushered the 5th local government administration and our subsequent election in the SALGA Provincial Collective. And it is with great gratitude and appreciation that I have the opportunity to address this Members' Assembly, which is an important point of convergence and a platform of engagement on critical issues and matters affecting the effective functioning of our local municipalities. This Members' Assembly takes place amidst a lot of challenges facing the world, our country, the province, and ultimately our municipalities. We have become part of the global community. Suddenly, every country in the world has entered into a recession or the worse. Unemployment rates are soaring. Poverty has become synonymous with the masses of our people as they try to build and organize their lives, which took a severe beating as a result of the COVID pandemic. Ongoing wars and rumors of wars in various cities and nations, adding to the normal level of crime and human suffering. Completely beyond our control, natural forces also threaten human welfare. At any given time, something is happening somewhere. Hurricanes, tornadoes, mudslides, tsunamis, drought, floods, the list goes on. People are always in some kind of crisis. Last weekend, a serious storm damaged people's houses across the province and our infrastructure across our 3 districts. I must indicate that as a sphere of government, very close to our people, we are vulnerable, we are fragile. As the world's economies are imploding, fear is also exploding. The economy doesn't grow, but fear grows. We need a new world. All the challenges are calling upon us to think globally and act locally. In the domestic front, the challenge posed by load shedding is far-reaching, coupled with existing challenges faced by municipalities in respect to monies owed to ESCOM. Gender-based violence and femicide continues unabated, with a new phenomenon of the kidnappings that are taking place in our province. The challenges are profound and widespread, and it is our responsibility to respond to all these challenges with the speed necessary in order to rebuild the confidence which will restore the trust account which is overdrawn. Program Director, in creating the world I alluded to above, we must appoint officials who are skilled, knowledgeable, and capable of dealing with the demands of local government. One writer once said, if you are given 6 hours to cut a tree, spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. This implies that we should sharpen the skills of our existing employees in order to effectively discharge their responsibilities on time. Our people should not wait in long queues and long hours to be serviced. Repairs should not take longer than necessary. Keeping our cities clean should be a habit that is fostered. We should embark on reskilling our employees through skills development programs available through the local government sector in order to serve our people better. It is important that we build the necessary capacity in order to enable insourcing where possible to undermine the high rate of unemployment, which is the key driver of poverty and inequality. SALGA presents a number of such opportunities that must be directed and purposed towards building the necessary capacity that responds to the current challenges. Research should be conducted to ascertain the skills that are needed so that they are demand-based and are able to respond to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan priorities. As we should not forget that the economy is a substructure of society through which self-preservation is possible. The infrastructure programs remains the backbone of the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, such as water infrastructure. The implementation of the district development model, which should remain a priority as it provides a platform for planning, budgeting, and implementation, whereby all 3 spheres of government work together at the district level. This program will eliminate the silo approach between the three spheres of government, a model of cooperative governance that aims to eliminate wastage and duplication of resources. Much has been done in this area of work and more needs to be done. The Auditor General is in the process of finalizing the current audit, and some municipalities have already received their draft reports. As we speak, my officials in the district, the audit committee and the internal audit unit are receiving their final audit outcome. Through the municipal manager, I have received an indication that once again, the district of Ehlanzeni has obtained a clean audit. So we are leading by example. Honorable members, we know that Rome was not built in a day. We will continue to support those municipalities that are dysfunctional. There should be specific interventions in political governance, administration, service delivery, and financial management, and promotion of investments to improve the overall functioning of local government. I want to believe that all of us agree with what the President echoed in our last local government summit. We should be more than ready to take this challenge and develop plans to address those shortcomings. In order to succeed, to overcome these challenges, we need a political leadership that advocates a new type of service, a leadership that embraces technology as a artificial intelligence, that embraces globalization, a leadership that has the capacity to resolve conflict, that embraces change, a leadership that understands climate existence, a leadership that embraces reindustrialization, a leadership that embraces data as a new oil, a leadership that promotes incentive schemes to promote good performance, leadership that understands the centrality of infrastructure in developing and modernizing and fixing our cities, a leadership that understands scheduled maintenance to avoid aging infrastructure. Above all, we need servant leadership that understands that implementation of policies and programs that brings about change and progress. Bold leadership of taking decisions that would benefit our people. A leadership that fears nothing but fear itself. Leaders that are flexible in tactics and inflexible in principles. Leaders who think great thoughts, thinkers of great deeds, great implementers. Leaders that should read and read widely so that they are able to understand the dynamics of the world. If I had my way, those who do not read should not be allowed to lead, because they would lead us into temptation and deliver us into poverty. Program Director, the Provincial Members' Assembly should focus on all the issues affecting local government. The Assembly should serve as a platform to learn best practices and gain the new insight to address municipal challenges. A platform to network, learn from expert panelists and industry experts, exchange and share knowledge, assist each other in achieving full service delivery potential, and interact and network with key relevant stakeholders. The purpose and objectives of this PMA is, amongst others, consider the annual performance plan and the budget for 2022-2023 financial year, the proposed annual performance plan and the budget for the 2023-2024 financial year, and consider reports from the governance structures and other oversight bodies. Recommendations from these and other reports must now be translated into tangible actions to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of local government service delivery. This work may take time, but it must not take forever. Such recommendations must be implemented, monitored, and evaluated as a matter of urgency, because the cost of failing to do so is the highest for the communities who depend on local government to meet their socio-economic needs. As municipalities reflect on the past year's achievements and challenges, they must continue to address what matters most in our communities with regards to service delivery. Program Director, allow me to also welcome the new Provincial Director of Operations formally. Dr. Derek Ndlovu, who resumed his duties on the 1st of November 2022. And as the Provincial Executive Committee, we trust that he will work diligently and continue with the excellent work that the former PDO of PDO Ms. Gugulanga and the acting PDO Ms. Deshia Matumba have done for the province. We want to really thank you, Deshia. You've taken us somewhere through the local government elections, through our conference, sometime in March. And today, supporting the new PDO, we are holding this PMA. Once more, thank you on behalf of all the 20 member municipalities and the Provincial Executive Committee. My appreciation beyond in supporting municipalities. This team has never stopped or declined to assist when necessary, and for that we commend you all. May this effort continue to be strengthened with the necessary support required by the organization. As I conclude, Program Director, 25th of November to the 10th of December, the 16 Days of Activism campaign forms the center point of government's comprehensive 365 days of activism for no violence against women and children. I must indicate this morning as we open our PMA that we stand together for Hillary Gadi. We stand together for Buntle Mashiane. We also stand for Councillor Muzi Manyati from Konto Local Municipality. We stand together and are happy to be reunited with our municipal manager, Margaret Skosana from Kangala District Municipality. We stand together for and with the many women, children and men that are abused and violated each second across the country and internationally. And we continue to stand tall and reiterate that hashtag not in my name. We should not allow these things to happen, especially to our young girls, our children and women. As SALGA, we will continue to support, advise, advocate, and lobby for the best interest of all our municipalities in the province. We look forward in continuing the support that we provide to municipalities in ensuring that we move local government forward. And as we do so, we should be leaving no one behind. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Chair. May we give a round of applause once more. Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. Thank you very much, Chair. The Chair has now officially declared the PMA opened. She has also, on behalf of the PEC, welcomed all of us that are present. And you are now indeed, you will have to feel a feel of the PMA of Mpumalanga that is taking place or underway today. She also outlined the purpose of the PMA, the reasons why we are here, as provided in the Constitution, and the objectives that this PMA will have to achieve by the time we adjourn tomorrow. I want to believe that members may have received a link of all the presentations that are going to be made between today and tomorrow. We made it easy for you so that you could follow and participate effectively. So that was provided to all of us that are present here today. Thank you very much, Chair, for the warm welcoming and official opening of our PMA. We are now moving to invite our NEC deployee, Councillor Nkosi, because as we continue to advise, to lobby, there are policy development issues that we will always have to be taken on board on. and see if there are advances that we are making as SALGA on behalf of municipalities. Let me invite Councillor Nkosi to ascend to the podium to update us on key policy advances. Thank you.
Ake ningishayeleni izandla futhi angizwanga kahle. Thank you very much, Program Director and SALGA Deputy Chairperson, Councillor Walter Mngomezulu. And on the very same note, let me acknowledge the Chairperson of SALGA in Mpumalanga, Councillor Chester Sidel, and the Acting Premier, Honorable Shongwe, the Speaker of Provincial Legislature, the MEC for Kokta, the Chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Khoshi Mkwena, and all other traditional leaders present. Let me also acknowledge our host, the Executive Mayor of Chief Albert Local Municipality, Councillor Daniel Nkosi Ungwane, the leadership of SALGA in the province, as well as fellow members of the National Executive Committee, all mayors, executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, MMCs, and chairpersons of MPECs, the municipal managers and senior managers from municipalities, the SALGA administration led by the acting CEO, Mr. Lance Jewel, the newly appointed PDO, Dr. Ndlovu, and members of the media and guests. On behalf of the National Executive Committee, it is indeed my great pleasure and privilege to contribute on this SALGA Mpumalanga Provincial Members Assembly. Program Director, the planning and success of this Provincial Members Assembly is as a result of hard work over many months, and as such, we express our sincere gratitude to the collective leadership of SALGA in the province who made this event a reality and success, and also the committee that was elected also by the PEC to deal with the preparations and arrangement of this PMA that has already started. And my task today is quite simple, is to provide a summarized report of key policies and advances that we have made as the NEC since the elective conference held in March this year. You would recall that we are a newly elected NEC, but there are certain advances that would have been made in order to assist our municipalities to be able to render services to our people. Following the election of this new NEC, an introductory meeting was scheduled between the newly elected members of SALGA presidency, that is the president and the 3 deputy presidents of SALGA, with the Minister of Kokta, to consider the challenges that SALGA was experiencing from the previous ministers and to come with a solution on how we are going to engage in order to address the plight of municipalities. And today, among other matters, the following 5 issues have been on the agenda. These issues are the delisting of SALGA as a Schedule 3 public entity, the proposal for the review of local government legislation, the accreditation of SALGA Competency Assessment Center, the upper limits notices for councillors and senior managers, and the last one is the attacks on councillors and municipal officials, and lately on traditional leaders. So those 5 issues were key issues which I'm going to outline today as to where are we or what is the progress on these issues. Program Director, without going into much detail, I will summarize key developments on each of the aforementioned issues areas. By way of background, SALGA was listed as a Public Finance Management Act Schedule 3A public entity in 2002. And this listing of SALGA has various unintended consequences that were unforeseen at the time or were deliberately ignored. The implication of these consequences are linked to SALGA meeting key requirements of a public entity in that SALGA is not a national government business enterprise, so it has got limitations in terms of doing other things. And SALGA is not established by national legislation, rather by non-statutory legal instrument. For instance, its constitution. So SALGA is hamstrung in terms of dealing with other issues, including fundraising for itself, to have more resources in order to assist municipalities, in order to fulfill the mandate that the municipalities are given to SALGA as the members. SALGA is not fully or substantially funded from the National Revenue Fund. So SALGA does not get fully funded, enough funding from the National Revenue Fund, nor it is funded from other money imposed in terms of national legislation. So as a result, we are unable to function. So it only depends on the contributions made by the municipalities. And sometimes we don't even get those contributions from municipalities. And SALGA is accountable to its members in terms of its constitution. So based on the above, it has become clear that SALGA was erroneously listed as a public entity. And as such, the National Conference resolved that SALGA should be delisted but continue to account for the use of its resources. So following engagement with the minister, as I alluded earlier, the Minister of COGTA has now formally concurred with the delisting of SALGA, including sustaining the SALGA equitable share allocation in the form of a donation. The delisting will only become effective from the start of the new financial year, being the 1st of April 2023. And I think this deserves a round of applause for the milestone that SALGA has achieved. The second matter on policy directives is the proposals for the renewal of local government legislation. The 1998 White Paper on Local Government, which directed that fundamental transformation is required, gave rise to the enactment of 5 core pieces of legislation to govern local government. The legislation plays a guiding role in our local government system and ultimately ensures that is outlined in the Constitution is met. What is outlined in the Constitution is met. But 22 years into the democratic local government, SALGA has posed the question whether this legislation is adequately equipped to fulfill the responsibilities bestowed on municipalities. And this question was posed at the backdrop of 22 years implementation experienced, and it is therefore opportune time to assess if this legislation works or not. And sitting here, when I look on your faces, I see you are nodding that this legislation is not working anymore. And therefore, SALGA has engaged the minister to overhaul and change this legislation. So in engaging COGTA ministry, there is a general agreement on the SALGA proposal for a holistic review of local government legislation. And this work commenced with both Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors, convened in July, September respectively. Having had the benefit to reflect on key proposed changes to legislation, this process is ongoing, and we will continue to engage with municipalities, we'll continue to engage with the PECs in order to change the local government legislation. Then the third one is the accreditation of SALGA Competency Assessment Center. SALGA secure a funding from CETA for the purpose of the establishment of a competency-based assessment center. With the support of a service provider, a custom-designed competency framework for local government, and 3 levels of local government executive assessment centers were developed and piloted during the last term of office of SALGA. And SALGA, however, in those competency centers experienced challenges pertaining to the recognition of the content and validity of SALGA Municipal Leadership Competency Assessment Center. So some municipalities reported that COGTA informed them not to use the SALGA Assessment Center, but rather that they should use theirs, which means they should use COGTA's Assessment Center to assess the Section 56 and Section 57 managers before they are appointed. In this regard, we were informed that some of the MECs refused to endorse the recommendation for the appointment, as the process is considered as being non-compliant with the provisions of the COGTA circular, which prescribes service providers to be utilized by municipalities to conduct assessments. That created a very serious problem. And when the assessments are done through SALGA, MECs turn them back and say they are not compliant. This is part of the legislation that we must also change, the issue of this concurrence. Because legislation says Section 56 and Section 57 managers are appointed by council. So the question is, when do you get concurrence? Because we appoint first and go to the MEC to get concurrence. And when council is appointed, if the MEC does not concur, what is our recourse? What do we then do? Because even that concurrence can come after a year of appointment, after many letters were sent to COGTA. So those are other issues of legislation that we need to address and change as SALGA as we proposed. So on the same note of this, after failed attempt to secure cooperation from COLCA, SALGA obtained a legal opinion which in essence validates the SALGA role in assessing competence and deems COGTA conduct as per their circular unlawful and unconstitutional. It is therefore in the context of these difficulties that the matter has been escalated to COGTA Ministry with a view to obtain full recognition of the SALGA Assessment Center. So we are trying our best to get the SALGA Assessment Center to be recognized and find it working. The other one is the upper limits of remuneration for councillors and senior managers. It's a very sensitive one, and it's in our hearts, and it was thoroughly discussed at both speakers and provincial forums, I see the smiles from our colleagues there. Members will recall that the last upper limits notice for councillors issued in June 2022. Concerns have been raised with COCTA pertaining to the deletion of the 300 rands data allowance for councillors and uncertainty pertaining to capacity building programs for councillors. And these two issues were once more raised quite sharply during the SALGA Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors. And the recently held local government summit, the issues were raised. And then COCTA Ministry has now duly issued an addendum to the upper limits notice to correct or clarify the shortcomings of the 2021-2022 upper limits to bring back those benefits that were taken. So SALGA has worked tirelessly to achieve that. As it relates to municipal senior managers, the remuneration regime for municipal staff separates senior managers from all other staff below senior managers. The remuneration for senior managers are determined by the Minister of COCTA through upper limits notice, whereas that of other staff members are determined through collective bargaining at the level of the South African Local Bargaining Council. And therefore, the remuneration of senior managers has largely remained static, as they did not receive an increase for over the past 2 years, or past 2 financial years, whilst other staff have received above inflationary increases, and that creates a problem. This has resulted in the salaries of senior managers becoming out of sync with other staff to the extent that managers below senior managers are now earning more than that of senior managers. Because Section 56 and Section 57 have not gotten the salary increase for 2 financial years. Now you find now a discrepancy in a form that managers that are reporting to the 56 and 57 get more money, more than their bosses. So that on its own creates a problem, and it needs a change also in legislation. It needs a change in legislation, whether the salaries should all go to the bargaining council of SALGA, or we should come with another way or alternative to deal with this issue, because it's unacceptable. It also cuts across the issue of the appointments, because according to the secular, you can appoint. It depends on the categorization of municipalities. For instance, in a category D municipality, you can only appoint a municipal manager at a salary of 1.2 million. And you find that the managers in that municipality earn 1.8 million. So how are you going to appoint a municipal manager that earns less than a manager that is reporting to him? He's earning 1.8 million, you are earning 1.2 million, but you are an accounting officer in that municipality. So those are the problems that we need to deal with. Most recently, the Minister of COCTA issues a draft upper limits notice for comment. SALGA followed an extensive consultation process, resulting in detailed comments approved by the NEC at its meeting on the 22 September 2022. And in addition to engaging the COCTA Ministry to promulgate the upper limits notice for senior managers, the SALGA has also advanced a view that a more comprehensive review of the remuneration of senior managers should be conducted to correct and unforeseen consequences created by the implementation of 2 separate remuneration regimes, as I've indicated earlier. The Minister has now issued upper limits for senior managers, and we are quite also disappointed that our detailed comments have not been factored into the notice. The matter will be discussed with the Minister at the next engagement in December in order to check why our submissions were not considered by the minister. Then the final one is the attacks on councillors, municipal officials, and lately on traditional leaders, with the chair of the province have also indicated in the opening. That as SALGA, we are very concerned about the growing number of intimidation, killing of councillors and municipal officials, and the damage to municipal property during service delivery protests. So in recent time, this has also been extended to traditional leaders, particularly in the KZN. And there are recent cases in questions of the kidnapping here in Mpumalanga and the brutal assassination of the deputy chair of the NGO at some stage. So this is a worrying development in the context that the occurrence is now countrywide. And although with different intensities, but it is happening. These developments, colleagues, have the following negative implications. It threatens the credibility of our democracy. I mean, leaders will be afraid to be elected by people because of this bad behavior that is taking place. Real leaders will be afraid. You will be afraid to lead. It poses a danger where society in general might develop intolerance, which is harmful to our democracy. It erodes our constitutional imperatives insofar as it does not reflect neither the character of our society nor the will of the people. It negatively impacts the credibility of local government as a potential area of opportunity for qualified and competent public representatives and prospective employees. What I've raised, it's exactly that. So people will be afraid to come to the space due to this issue of killings. So it is with these negative impacts that it is recommended that COCTA and SALGA should be part of the solution and therefore propose the following necessary responses. An agent needs to ensure that communities are educated on the roles and responsibilities of different spheres of government through public awareness and campaigns and roadshow. Because sometimes a councillor's house is banned because a put bull or whatever, it is banned because lenja idle umuntu yambulala. Your house is banned sometimes because SAPS is not responding in time on issues of safety and security. And that is not within your ambit or responsibility. So that is why people need to be trained so that they know who does what and who is not doing what. The other one is to launch a national campaign on social cohesion to deepen democracy and promote ownership of local government by communities. So under the banner of the NCOP, the following is to be advanced: to create platforms for engagement with traditional leaders and political parties on their involvement with communities and councillors, so that roles can be defined accurately. Then we know who does what and who's responsible for what. We should convene a special plenary debate on attacks on councillors and municipal officials and encourage SAPS and the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that reported cases are investigated and prosecuted. Because all cases of public violence are not prosecuted. They are not investigated. Because they will tell you that it is very difficult to arrest or prosecute somebody was involved in public violence. But that is not acceptable because that is happening all the time. If you open news now, there is a protest somewhere. SAPS should similarly apply a uniform and time-sensitive approach on conducting risk assessments for councillors and municipal officials. In actual fact, we must do away with this thing of risk assessment. Because by the time you apply for security for your house or your family, by the time they come back with the risk assessment, the house is no more there. It is already burnt. What happens if I say I heard that my house is going to be attacked tomorrow? Before the municipality or whoever that needs to provide security come, the assessment must be done. But the house is going to be burnt tomorrow. So those issues, we need to deal with them decisively so that we are able to assist councillors and jointly lobby for the provision of security to councillors to be appropriated from the national fiscus. It is the passion of SALGA that councillors must earn from the national fiscus. Because we are all public representatives according to legislation. A member of parliament is a public representative. A member of provincial legislature is a public representative. And they are earning from the fiscus. So councillors are public representatives, but they are earning from the little that they collect from the poor, which is not fair. So those are some of the legislation that we need to harp on. Program Director, this being our first provincial engagement with members since the provincial conference, we felt it is best to highlight these key updates that I have highlighted to members. Together, we indeed have a responsibility, amongst others, to ensure a sense of agency in the implementation of the task as directed and entrusted by the conferences. And in so doing, build a stronger, inclusive, and united voice of local government that is more effective and efficient in carrying out its mandate to the greater benefit of its membership and the communities they serve. And as I conclude, Program Director, in 1998, the White Paper on Local Government envisaged a radically new local government of South Africa with the capacity to deliver a much wider range of goods and services. In a very different way than in the past, municipalities have been given a primary responsibility to deliver the long-term development goals of government and the address of infrastructure backlogged in previously under-serviced areas. That is a huge responsibility that cannot be attained by collecting revenue from the poor. It is in this context that a new fiscal framework for local government had to be developed to address these challenges. The new fiscal framework has to ensure that these challenges are also addressed through property rates and service charges that were expected to be raised by municipalities. The weakness, however, in that a range of assumptions were made to plug the funding gap that was needed to address service delivery and infrastructure backlog and universal access to basic services. For instance, it was expected that local government would fund 90% of its expenditure from its own funds. It was expected at the time that we'll fund 90% of our expenditure from our own funds. But let me tell you what the National Development Plan says. The National Development acknowledges three triple challenges, which is poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And the Division of Revenue Act gives to municipality or local government less than 10% of the fiscus and give 90% to province and national, and say to municipalities, go and collect from the triple challenges, which is poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It's not possible. That's what the NDP says. We must collect from those three people. And they give the other spheres 90% of the fiscus. So it is on those bases that we should review this and at least get equally, if at all, local government has to be sustainable. And SALGA has for years advanced the view that the assumptions made in 1998 white paper on local government on own revenue raising potential by local government are no longer relevant to the current situation local government find itself in. So it is within this context that SALGA has now successfully lobbied for an in-principle agreement that the funding of local government should be reviewed. This process is currently unfolding, with SALGA taking the lead, and further progress will be reported to members as developments unfold. Program Director, we all agree that we embark on a journey in this 5th term of local government. We must all work together to achieve the vision of a sphere of government that is truly democratic and people-centered. On behalf of the SALGA NEC, we wish this Provincial Members' Assembly a fruitful deliberations for positive and impactful outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nkosi, our NEC deployee. A round of applause once more. Thank you. Indeed, he is forever in attending our PEC meetings, attending to some of our activities in the province. Thank you very much for the support, Councillor Nkosi, that you are giving to us as SALGA Mpumalanga. He has shared at least 5, not too many, policy issues where SALGA has made advances, though not all of our submissions were incorporated. But amongst the 5, it includes legislations that affect local government in as far as fiscal framework is concerned, where we have made some strides, but not everything has been factored into those framework. The most popular one, policy matter, is the determination of upper limits for our remuneration of councillors. Though we have made some strides, not too satisfactory, we are not yet there, as well as the determination of salaries for our senior managers. Still, there's a lot to be done. So I think SALGA is trying its utmost best. Indeed, there is an element that is foreign, which is also taking a toll in our province, which SALGA, through its papers, we are already making submissions. The attack on councillors, even the killing, either attack or killing on councillors and officials of late to our traditional leaders, that is foreign. And it defeats the purpose of democratical government in our country. So we will continue to represent, to lobby and advance the position of SALGA. Thank you very much, leadership, for sharing such an information. We continue with our program. Now we are to receive messages of support. I am going to start with the chair of the House of Traditional Leaders in our province, Hoshi Mkwena. Can we Give him a round of applause, and if you may stand up as he ascends. Ayeti.
To our dynamic and excellent program director, my one and only acting premier, and the speaker of the provincial legislature, our SALGA chairperson, and your deputy, PEC members and delegates, Ubaba Nkosi, who just spoke before me, my deputy chairperson of the House, Nkosi Yende Pangwa, ours is not much, is to come and give that brief message of support. Thank you very much for inviting us, Chair. We are not going to take this invitation for granted. To us, it means a lot, more especially Amakosi and yourself. We are servicing the same constituency. We want to take this opportunity, Madam, to say thank you very much. We'll always honor such invites. When you are on top, beware or be careful of this monster called pride. Ubaba Nkosi just touched on some of the issues that are a challenge to all of us, service delivery protests. As a leader, sometimes you must look back and check whether the people you are leading are following you. Some of us, Chair, including ourselves as Amakosi, immediately I am in that position up there. The attitude, the posture and everything change. The question is why? There are some of us who keep on walking, forgetting that there are people I'm leading, and I can't even check whether the same people are following me. The service delivery protest, what causes them? It pains me, leadership, to say it is true in KZN, as wearing another cap, contra lesser, we lost not less than 48 Amakosi in KZN. The unfortunate part of all the 48 killings, not even one person is arrested. Now, in this service delivery protests, let's check what there can be many reasons that people can cite as the cause of those protests. But key to that, they are caused by some of the people we trusted. I remember at some point in one municipality, Enkangala, it was a comrade who was going around mobilizing people to protest against a sitting councillor. And Uma Asuga, he will go and sympathize with the councillor, while Nguye, who, indeed, the many of the highest order. Now, How do we deal with this? It's a pity, Comrade Jester. Sometimes when we deploy people, and fun namakhosi, when we deploy someone to be an induna, a headman or head women, siyasomhlola before. Siyasotphosa, sibone ukuthi right na. Acting Premier ebukhosini, we don't just as much take mfati singasto semhlola ukuthi right yini. Unfortunately, in politics, you can't do that. When a comrade is good, is eloquent, he is able to deal from umkhabulo until the last one, says, here is the comrade. The very same person is the person who kupera mgodzi ukuthi ungene ushone. No, do some introspection ukuthi wena kuma councillor akho ma colleagues wakho se uxoshise bangaki laba demotiwe because of you. The other one, I said, when you are up there on top, sometimes beware of this monster called pride. When you are up there, sometimes so you can't advise this person is a know-it-all. And when you develop that I know it all, definitely no one will tell you anything. That's a problem. Lenye, people are not difficult. It's just that umabangena information, even a stupid fool can take them about influence and do other things that are immoral. The question would say, when there are things like that, what do we do? What do we do as this collective? Mina, I am so worried today. I'm going to touch on something that might make me unpopular today. When I look at the audit reports that came from Mpumalanga, my heart bleeds. It's unheard of. It's not on, would say, a municipality. You can get audit reports, not even qualified, not even disclaimer, but adverse. Don't forget, by the way, I was chairing a committee in Parliament where I was monitoring municipalities. I know these things. If in a municipality, sitola adverse or a disclaimer, the hand can't be pointed at the leader there in the form of the executive mayor. The mayor is the face of the municipality. There are people who have been trusted with the job of making sure that administration yahamba kahle. There's no way in which, yes, I agree as a leader, you have to monitor and make sure when they can, but there are people who have been tasked specifically to look into the issue of administration. There's no way in which in municipality, no invoice, nothing, no correct, it cannot be. What do we do? A blame can't be apportioned to an individual only, but a collective. It's up to us now from today going forward. What do we do to assist? I was very happy when the chairperson of SALGA said there will be some means in making sure that they assist and rescue those municipalities. Che, Nazi Singamakhosi, we had to play a role there. There are times where Singamakhosi, things are happening. So it's very guabo. I was saying to the acting premier here, the acting premier was happy, so use these powers. Because you remember 1 year, there was one leader of one political organization who was deployed as the acting president. For only 2 hours, he declared war against Lesotho. Wablala bantu. You know? I can't name that leader, please forgive me, I can't do that. But in Mayor, Magashongwe, upetse nyalo. Guna, this thing, my leaders, our participation in the municipality as Amakos. It happens depending as to who is there, ebukhosini, and so on. It's not well coordinated. For example, I know ukuthi eNkangala, they simply said no, we can't attend. Gave reasons. Ehlanzeni, siya attend, but in bits and pieces. Some other places, I know they attend Amakos, but it differs. Going to the whole country, you can see ukuthi land is not well coordinated. And to make matters worse now, there is this new legislation that came that dictates how can we attend Gubo Maspala. And this legislation is making it very difficult for Amakos to attend. Very difficult. For example, when you say, la Ehlanzeni, Makos is 30, la Ehlanzeni. Ehlanzeni was only 2%. What is 2% of 30? Now, as you are aware that I were there as my observers, decorator, sometimes I know Bumea which was stand and I was speaker, must figure us near comfortable chairs, best shala, sesha tandaza. You see? But is seven. You know? I guess I should be something. Now, we are taking the matter with our minister so that quickly we make an amendment to this current legislation. Ngoba it's not working. It is not working. In Bushbuck Ridge, it will need only 2 Amakosi to attend in that municipality, while some 10, only 2. Hence, we're saying, Simakosi Natsi, we had to make sure we support and assist our municipalities. Simakosi, Babengosi, the mayor wala. Nazi as this royal leadership, we are against GBV and F. Siainyanya, Siaizona, we don't want to see it. We sometimes advise people who want to share with the stock funds. There are some men who are using our culture promoting Indolei nonsense. For example, there's this thing called Ugutwala. Ugutwala it's something that's a Gutwalana people who are in love. As a woman, if your family don't want you, go to your shata, you agree with your partner, no, we am joining him to ete ekaya. Uma asekhaya bese ngithumela abantu bathi funelana nganeno ngokuthwala lokho, not to grab a girl from school with a uniform uthi ngiyamthwala ngifuna kumshada. That's nonsense. Hashtag asukufuni lokho. This culture is used wrongly. One other thing is the practice of ukungena. There's no way in which as makoti shonelwe indoda bathi la kanjani makoti buyala from namhla khoshimkwena uyakungena. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Anyone who must be ngenad must have a consent. Yes. Yes. We don't agree to that. We are saying yes, Namtwin. Anyone to be ngenad, well, I mean a consent. Awungeni nje uthi ngoba no. No ngenad lapha, asivumi. Hashtag asukufuni lokho. Now, we are grateful that they were here participating as this component. We are saying to you, Chairperson, even in future, Uma Hospital definitely will honor these such invites, because now we are learning out of this. From the speeches that they were given, the submission that were given before me, I learned a lot. Nothing Amakos was saying, we wish this PMA a successful event up until when we finish. Therefore, Singamakos City, Hashtag, siyakufuna lokhu.
Bayete. Sabonga kakhulu Khoshi. Mkwe. No, thank you very much for the wonderful message of support from the chair of the house. Chair of SALGA, we had a backlog of, not sure whether I should say coronation that were to be undertaken in the province. And as heard in particular here, Chief, we were highly affected. We supported quite a lot. We observed, we were with them, and we are still with them in the memo, giving support. When you wanted to refresh from the political stress, just attend to their activities. The whole day, we're with COGTA, we'll be attending again on Saturday, Gamnis. So, thank you very much for the continuous support. I am now going to call upon our Honorable Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Umama Umasilela. Let me at upfront render an apology on behalf of our MEC for COGTA, who is not going to be able to be with us due to family commitments, but he has since committed that tomorrow he is going to be with us since at 8 in the morning, forming part of the panelists. So, Mama Silela, may we give her a round of applause as she ascends to the podium. Malbongwe.
Program Director, the Chairperson of SALGA, and Executive Committee members, NEC deployee, the Acting Premier Honorable Shongwe, the House of Traditional Leaders led by Khoshi Mokoena, Executive Mayors, Speakers, Chief Whips, Councillors, municipal managers, officials present, good morning. It was with great pleasure that we received invitation to deliver a message of support to the General Assembly of SALGA. As the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, we appreciate the important role this body plays in ensuring we build the necessary capacity at local level. As a strategic sphere of government closest to our people, we also take our partnership seriously, especially on matters related to the legislative sector, led by speakers across all our municipalities. It remains our collective interest to ensure a transformative and development-oriented local government able to meet the aspirations of all our citizens. The central challenge we all face is to rebuild confidence in the democratic project in the hearts and minds of ordinary people. It is common knowledge that the psyche of our people has changed significantly since 1994. The nature and character of our communities has changed. The complexity and entangled nature of the transformative project has deepened. Patience with the delivery of services has waned. The burden of living conditions, economic disparities, levels of inequalities, even amongst the former oppressed, and widened, leading to deeper divisions and public anger. Whilst our economy has declined, suffering increasing numbers of job losses. Unfortunately, local government is at the coalface of the impact of this moment, serving as shock absorbers of the pain and suffering of the poor. We have over the past few months seen increasing food and petrol prices, an outcome of the current geopolitical tensions which led to increase in the cost of living. This General Assembly must therefore stimulate necessary discussions at this level to ensure we collectively find a more sustainable solution. Program Director, we are also deeply concerned with the levels of instability in some of our municipalities. We have seen the unfortunate brutal murder of one of our councillors in Mkondo local municipality. We have also seen the kidnapping of the municipality manager of Nkangala district municipality. These heinous crimes must be nipped in the bud and perpetrators brought to book. We must work together to ensure we do not revisit painful spectre of political killings in the province. Public representatives and councillors must feel protected to fulfill their constitutional mandate without any fear, favor, and prejudice. We therefore expect a clear statement of the General Assembly which calls for the speedy arrest of the perpetrators of these barbaric acts. Program Director, the Zondo Commission raised important questions about effectiveness of our oversight and its ability to detect, scrutinize, and curtail levels maladministration and corruption. Focus was also paid to government procurement policies, as well as interface between the legislative and the executive arm of government. Our indications as legislative sector state that our democracy has managed to transform state institutions and put in place formal instruments of accountability. It has also created space for organs of civil society to strive. However, what seems to be increasing concern is state legitimacy and credibility. Due to deeply entrenched corrupt practices driven by government employees, public office bearers, and the private sector at national, province, and local level. Our communities indicate that privileges of political elites seems to multiply. Corruption thrives while morality declines. These tendencies have become too numerous and too voracious to the lean spoils of the public purse. It seems the democratic government is hard-pressed to disrupt this tendency of primitive accumulation. This General Assembly is therefore channel debate on the required mechanisms and approaches to defeat this cancer of corruption. In order we rebuild public confidence in this democratic project. As I conclude, once again wish you all productive deliberations as we in the sector anticipate the outcomes and resolutions. I thank you, Program Director.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi, siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo, Mama Silela. We are now going to be inviting our acting premier, Mamushongwe. Chair, I must indicate that I'm satisfied with the attendance by now. Standing here, I could see almost all of our chairs are at full, the house at full capacity, chairs occupied. Shall we then give a round of applause to our acting premier? Malbongwe.
Thank you very much, Program Director. To the Chairperson of SALGA Mpumalanga, our Executive Mayor, Councillor Chester Seidel, and to the PC members of SALGA Mpumalanga, to all Executive Mayors who are here, together with the speakers and chief whips, MPEC chairpersons and councillors, municipal managers, to the executive mayor specifically of here in Chief Albert Tulutuli, to the Speaker of the Legislature, Umama Umakosazana Maslela, as well as the Chair of the Traditional House of Mpumalanga, Ubaba Mkwena, together with your deputy. Let me not forget the acting CEO of SALGA, ne administration yakhe yonke. Let me take this opportunity to greet you this morning. Sanbonan. Lochani. Abusheni. Dumelang. We can't fail on this one. When King Charles made sure that he greeted our country with our own languages. I'm truly honored to have been invited by a body that represents the hopes, the dreams, and the aspirations of the people of Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. Let me take this opportunity and congratulate you, Chairperson, together with your executive, for successfully holding this gathering. South Africa is a constitutional democracy, and therefore we are enjoined by its provisions and its dictates. Program Director and honorable members, I want to believe that you have been reminded time and again as to why local government exists and what purpose it serves. I have no intentions of repeating what you already know and what you have been told so many times. Local government is a universal phenomenon, and to the best of my knowledge, there is no country without local government. There has been many instances in many countries where for months, sometimes years, without forming a national, provincial, or regional government, but its people continues to receive services through local government. My point here is that life can and does not go on without other forms of spheres of government. But without local government, things could be extremely difficult. As part of their duties, local governments are expected to work towards improving social, economic, and environmental viability and sustainability of their municipal areas. Effective to local governments provide an improved quality of life for its people who reside in their communities. They also provide an enabling environment for investors to invest in their own towns and cities. As the calendar year 2022 draws to a close and municipality financial year ends, reaches halfway mark, your members are confronted by a number of challenges, which are also caused by global mega trends that are beyond our control or your control as well. The world is emerging from one of the most devastating pandemics in human history. It's caused by social or more economic havoc, which has been seen, was never seen since the Second World War. Since the 1918 influenza, we have not seen what we are experiencing here today. Hence, we have a problem in terms of economic recovery, and it will take us years, if not decades, to go where we have been. What has also impacted on the slow global economic recovery and other factors that include the war in Ukraine, the tensions between China and the USA, and the desire by countries to limit free trade and impose restrictions that are taking us back to the era of trade wars. You may ask yourselves as to how does all these mega trends affect our municipalities? Why should a war that takes place 14,000 kilometers away affect us as municipalities? And you will truly get an answer that South Africa is not an island. The military wars and all other trade wars that are happening across continents and oceans have led to higher oil and gas prices. Food prices have skyrocketed, and the decisions as whether to invest in your municipality has been adversely affected. I do not need to remind you about your own domestic mega challenges that includes energy crisis from ESCOM, high rates of unemployment, in particular from the youth and women, your budgetary constraints and high crime rates that threatens to derail our hard-earned democracy. There are issues that affect your service delivery on a daily basis, and you will agree with that notion. Most communities are still facing the loss of local businesses, the potential for eviction by landlords, and continued economic disruptions in the area of tourism, restaurants, hospitality, and performing arts. You will also have seen a number of buildings that are empty because of tenants, who are chasing the people away because they are unable to pay rents. One of the most disturbing trends has been disinvestment by local companies, and that leads to people losing their jobs. Another global trend that poses an existential threat to your members is climate change. Rising global temperatures, more frequent extreme events, and erratic climate patterns are reshaping towns and cities. Only a few days ago, we have experienced around Ehlanzeni, Chairperson, and Kangala districts where government infrastructure and homes and business infrastructure has been destroyed. The climate-related events are expected to be more frequent, more violent, and more devastating in the future. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, known as the IPCC, warns that the global warming is expected to reach or exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius on average on the next 10 to 20 years. This is, Honorable Chairperson, ahead of the previous projections. It's ahead, it's forward. And we need to discuss about that and come up with plans with how are we going to deal with this. Many ecosystems will shortly reach tipping points, resulting in irreversible damage and increasing socio-economic cost. In the disturbing context, human settlement around our towns and cities in this province will exert pressure on our infrastructure and job demand, leading to possible social unrest. And we need to take a note of that. Municipalities led by yourselves, a chairperson, must make sure that they come up with mitigation strategies on how to adapt on these issues. These strategies need to be informed by what prevails on the ground rather than the desktop studies from foreign countries. We need to be practical. We all know that Nkangala and Gatsbane districts are the most vulnerable regions in the country. We have been told that a number of ESCOM power stations will soon be closed down, and we have seen one of them closing down. And what are we discussing here today to make sure that we deal with that issue? Because it has many negative impact on our people, because many are going to lose a job. They have started to lose job, and that exerts pressure in our municipalities. Thousands stand to lose jobs, and communities that were depending on these power stations to lose livelihoods. You can think of many other businesses, small or big, that are going to shut down because the supply chain of these power stations and subcontracting companies stand to lose. We fully support the transition to cleaner energies. However, we will be more convinced if these plans were to be translated to new and more jobs now, and not to sometimes in a distant future. There has been a debate that favors the amalgamation of small towns and make them intermediary cities. Intermediary cities are small and medium-sized cities that play an intermediation role by connecting urban and rural areas. These are dynamic cities that support the flow of population, goods and services between rural and larger urban centers. This debate has not fully taken ground up to so far, argues that by amalgamating a number of small towns and make them cities will unleash funding, make them attractive to invest and improve cash flow of these new cities through the revenue enhancement. This could also allow better planning that accommodates climate change resilience. This will open up a scope of shape the urbanization process in ways that are less damaging for climate and more protective of people. The debate argues that intermediary cities can provide an opportunity towards more climate-friendly urbanization patterns. As actors of both adaptation and mitigation, intermediary cities naturally have a number of specific assets. First, the size offers opportunity for more effective governance and management, greater social cohesion through a greater sense of identity and belonging, and a more balanced relationship with the surrounding natural environment. Secondly, many of these cities are not yet caught in an unsustainable development path that defines some of their larger peers. There is thus significant scope for shaping them for greater resilience, leveraging of their strengths and avoiding carbon lock-in. Unleashing the potential of intermediary cities in the fight against climate change requires innovation development strategies involving local government, national authorities, and international partners, as well as the private and non-governmental sectors. Climate change affects food security by reducing crop productivity, damaging infrastructure, disrupting storage facilities and transportation services, and hindering rural livelihoods. Intermediary cities are particularly affected by these disruptions due to their strong resilience on local food market. These effects of climate change can translate into food insecurity and fewer opportunities for income diversification for both urban and rural population. As temperature increases, Chairperson, and there is a shift in patterns, many livelihoods will be affected. This will be particularly the case for households that rely strongly on the primary sector like agriculture, particularly for people living in the rural areas. Program Director and honorable members, we have seen how budgetary constraints are affecting the ability of municipalities to deliver on their mandate, that of providing basic services to our people. We have also seen how municipalities are struggling to collect and enhance their revenue strategies. We don't believe that the situation is going to get better, especially for those municipalities that have very little capacity to generate their own income through taxes and levies. We also are concerned that given the current national and global financial situation, we may not see government grants increasing to the level that can assist the municipalities. It is therefore important, Chairperson, and very important for this assembly to come up with strategies that will talk to how to make municipalities financially viable and operationally sustainable. One of the key areas that municipalities have not invested on is how to strengthen and improve their local economic development strategies. We have noted that in some instances, staffing in those sections are very much in order because some of the LED officials, they don't even possess the necessary qualification. So if you go back in your various municipalities and try to correct this, that there's no deployment for LED. It should be people that possess the necessary skills and qualification. And you can't just deploy Tandi because I don't know anything economic sphere. But you can deploy me because that's where I will fit. If we can close that gap, I think our situation can be better. Also, there's a research that is needed. Hence, you must get necessary people who are going to do research in terms of the local economic development in your various municipalities, so that when we come up with plans, they will be informed by those researches. Not ukuthi just siyacabanga, we do as we think for the people, but we must be informed by studies and research reports. May I also leave this matter in your hands, Chairperson, together with your assembly here, to ventilate, to talk about it. How best can you reshape the local economic development in your various municipalities? Of course, we note that districts should be there because they have the same section. They must be there to help local municipalities through your development, your district development model, because we've seen that it is a catalyst of bringing better coordination, coordinated governance, and a bridge between spheres. So we must make sure that, and we had you, Chairperson, in one meeting, you were presenting the district development model, and I was listening, and I even went to my TV to open the volume so that I can really hear that is this person coming from my province? Is this my mayor? Law presented this development model in this way. So I said, Comrade Chester is going to help other municipalities in terms of understanding this model so that we all move in the same direction. And I want to take this opportunity just to ask the House to applaud you, Chaile Tandla. Because it was not even me alone, even other people, other leaders from other spheres of government and other provinces, they were phoning, "Ubuya kini lo?" So that gives us what? Pride to say we have this kind of leadership. So that's why even you, as you lead SALGA, we know that it is in the safe hands. It is in the safe hands. So as Tugi, together with your executive, that you are going to make sure ukuthi abomasipala basebenta ngendlela lefanele and they deliver my services even faster to our people. I don't want to say other mayors, they don't understand the district model. I know we've been workshopped, we've been given all that I know, but that presentation, it even helped me when I understand. But through listening to Executive Mayor Seidel, then I started to understand it even better. Going forward, Honorable Chairperson of the meeting, we want to wish this sitting a success, and we want to wish you all good deliberations. And we want to also comment a little bit about the audit outcomes, that it is not you alone, Kgoshi Mokoena. I think it is a concern for all of us, not only in the local sphere, also in the provincial governments, because sometimes the local sphere of government is hammered even more than the provincial government. So, fanele kube na one treatment for all the spheres of government. Also in provincial governments, kukhona lawa lakathola the same audit opinions that you have mentioned. But we must make sure that kubo onke lama levels, we all work very hard to make sure that we attain by 2030, it is the goal of Mpumalanga that by then all the spheres of government must have achieved the clean audit. So my speaker is here, she's doing oversight and she's talking a lot about that, and we hope other speakers in the local government will make sure that we all gear up for clean audit by 2030. Thank you very much. All the best. All the best. Sibala, vision it's a broader vision, 2030. Okay, that's the faster the better, because we will change the narrative last corner to a better narrative, when as we will be proud when our audits are presented at a national level, at NCOP, sibe proud ukuthi these municipalities have moved. In fact, our hope is that no municipality must regress, no department must regress. We must all move forward, better our situations, change our narrative. Last corner, if we got an unqualified report with matters, let's deal with those matters, clear them up so that we can get a clean audit in the future. Thank you very much.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi. No, thank you very much, Honorable Acting Premier. With due respect, if I may ask you to remain here on the stage so that as the SALGA family through our provincial chair we hand over a token of appreciation. We always recognize and appreciate your continued response to our invitation. We are quite aware that you have a busy schedule, but equally you prioritize us in your schedule. I will also request our speaker to also join, Mama Silela. Mama Silela will be followed by our chairperson of the traditional house leadership. Our NEC deployee as well. It's home, I know, but there was one meant for Kokta, so I thought I have to. Yeah. You are always with us. Oh, sorry. Now it's, in terms of the program, we are to break for tea for about 30 minutes. In terms of the program, it provides for 30 minutes. It was maybe. The chair is asking because we are 15 minutes behind schedule, so we are reducing it the 30 to 15. It's 16 minutes after the hour of 11. May we then reconvene at 30 minutes after 11. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. May I ask that the following cars be moved? KP15GGGP, it's a white BMW. KK10RGGP, it's a Toyota Fortuner. Thank you very much. It's not moved.
Hi, Rachel. It's the sound guy. I'm sure you can hear me on your side. We can just test it from your side, the audio. Yeah, Rachel, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, no, it's fine. Thank you very much. Can we be assisted, those that are still outside? Can you request them to come in? We are starting with our session 2. Must I press it? Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you back from the tea break and greet you all. I'm Councillor Katie Womoketsi, Katie Wenkosi Moketsi. Bengifuna before ngiqhubeka ngibingelela abantu bakaNkosi abala ngaphakathi abodlamini. Sanibonani. Abongwane sanibonani. Okay, thank you very much. Let me greet our chairperson, Umage Usaidel, SALGA chairperson. Greet our acting premier, Umage Ushongwe. Greet our honorable speaker of legislature, Mage Masilela. The House of Traditional Leaders. Ubukhosi ngiyabona mhlambe basese ngaphandle abakangeni. Greet all the NEC members present, SALGA NEC members, our deputies, deputy chairs, provincial deputy chairs, all the SALGA executive members. Greet all the trackers that are here, the Honorable Executive Mayor Walaikaya, Ubabunkosi, all the executive mayors, the speakers, and the chief whips. Greet the acting CEO, Mr. Lance, our newly appointed PDO, Dr. Ndlovu, and all SALGA national and provincial staff. Greet all our provincial and government officials, all stakeholders in our midst. Nginibingelele nonke nikhona ngaphakathi sanibonani. Ninjani? Siyabonga. As I have said, I'm Councillor Ukhethiwe Nkosi Mweketsi. I'm the member of the SALGA Executive Committee. I'll be sharing this session, which is session 2, which we are going to receive presentations. Hopefully the presenters are ready and well prepared to give us this information. Because of time, I think we are a bit behind. I would now request that each presenter be given 7 minutes. Hopefully I'm not too harsh. I know that you will just be specific to what you think is expected of you to deliver. I know you have prepared a lot, but I think you will just touch all the points that are there for us to entertain when we open the platform for discussions. We have 8 presentations, then we'll start with 4, then we will open the platform for discussions, then we'll take another 4. The first presentation will be the repurposed local government professionalization model and implementation requirements, which will be done by Mr. April, SALGA manager. Then he will be followed by the Ms. Hester Marais on redetermination of municipal boundaries. Then she will be followed by Mr. Kutlwano, who will be doing the driving digital maturity in local government. Then we'll be taking training programs for local government councillors and officials, which will be done by Ms. Iris Ghana. At this moment, I would request that we start with the first presenter, then the other ones, they should get ready. Thank you very much. Let us welcome the first presenter. Hopefully you'll be very progressive and stick to my 7 minutes. Thank you. Okay, before we have found a gadget here, I don't see clearly the picture, but anyone who has lost this must come to me. I will have some Funyana questions to ask before I give it to him or her. Thank you. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. I think the marching orders have been set. Thank you, Chair. We will try not to disappoint, indeed. The presentation that I'm going to make, it comes a long way. I think the issue of professionalization of local government started almost 10 years ago, where SALGA's leadership saw it fitting that we cannot do what the objects of local government says. We cannot do what the Constitution expects of us as a sector if we are having a sector, staff, institutions that are not professionalized. And when we talk about professionalization, it's not just about just a theory, but it's something that we need to see, that we need to quantify, that we need to assess, and be able to put tangible deliverables around it. So it comes a long way, and I'm happy that the new leadership of SALGA in the conference that we had earlier on saw it fitting that we must continue with the concept of professionalization and make sure that it actually takes root in local government. So what I'm going to talk about, Chair, I'm going to talk about the background briefly. I'm going to talk about the model itself, where it comes from, the elements of the model. It's got 5 elements. I'm going to talk briefly on those ones. And among those, our chairperson, Councillor Sidele, has spoken about some of the elements of it around issues of employment of skilled and capable officials. But also beyond that, also spoke about the issue that we need to make sure that communities they get better service. So those are some of the elements of professionalization that I think the SALGA model is actually talking about. So I'm just going to briefly talk to those things, and then at the end of the day, then talk about some of the elements then that we want to take forward in advocacy around the issues of senior management, remuneration frameworks and conditions of employment, some of the things that we are doing in that space, and also a professionalization in Daba that we want to host at the end of this financial year for SALGA, which is March next year. So as I've said earlier on, the conference of SALGA recently at national level, they gave us 6 outcomes that we need to deliver on. And amongst those, we got an outcome that talks to capable and reputable local government. And in that capable and reputable local government, it talks exactly to improve municipal capability competencies and governance, and also to make sure that we work towards professionalization. So we're actually working within those parameters to make sure that we deliver exactly on what the leadership of SALGA and the entire sector has actually given us as marching orders to deliver on. So the business case then, some of the things have been spoken about, and they are continuing to farm the debates at NCOP Week, Council of Mayors, Council of Speakers, all of these cabinet lehotlas, some of these things, they have been discussed in there, they have been part of debates in there. One of them has to do with issues of ethics issues of lack of accountability. Some of the elements have to do with the fact that there are varying practices in municipalities. So there's no common standards. In here you find another service level, another municipalities you find a different kind of service. Things are not being done in a manner that puts standardization across the sector. And as such, we are not able to measure how far in terms of delivering on the objects of local government are we going. So we went then given various reports that talks to audit disclaimers, and some municipalities are getting better audits, some are improving. Like the Premier was actually saying even to us that we need to make sure that within no time, 2030 might be far, but maybe sooner, we need to make sure that we deal with some of these things. So professionalization then comes to deal with some of these things, or to assist us as a sector to deal with some of these elements, so that at the end of the day, we know that whatever that comes out of municipalities is seen to be professional, adhere to professional standards, and the delivery that we have, again, it is that of a professional delivery. So the model then that we had earlier on, that the local government had as a start, had 4 pillars on it. It took to service orientation, that is being basically on section 195 of the Constitution. It talks to the objects of local government, it talks to people professionalism in the sector, managerial professionalism, institutional professionalism, so that at the end of the day, all of that encompasses professionalism of the whole sector at large. So there's also, as much as we are talking about professionalism at an official level, there's also a key element that is required from leadership in the sector to be able to drive this program of local government professionalization. And that has to do with our leaders in local government, our councillors, driving ethical and accountable leadership in their own municipalities, dealing with issues of oversight, compliance management, through the sections, the Section 79, Section 78 committees, to make sure that oversight is done and compliance is done with legislation and other requirements of the law. But again, to encourage continuous professional development in our own municipalities through whatever training that we might actually get, or other skills development practices that we need to adhere to, so that we continue to build the capacity of our own officials. But again, the issues of ethos, of culture also needs to be dealt with, and it's something that only leadership can drive in the various municipalities. So the conference then resolved that we need to intensify this work, mobilize all the sector stakeholders in local government and also outside of local government to put them together and develop a compact that will help us to work together to make sure that professionalization in local government is not just done by local government, but it is led by SALGA in support or with support of other stakeholders. That has to do with professional bodies or sector departments in the various spheres of government. So the repurposed local government then had to be formulated and taken to the NSC. From the 4 pillars, now it's got 5 pillars. And the last pillar that we have, I've spoken about the 4, I will not dwell on it, but the one basically talks to the objects of local government. It is basically looking exactly on democratic and accountable local government in communities, and to make sure that we provide services to communities, like what our chairperson in the province, Councillor Sedel, actually talked about earlier on, but also encourage the involvement of citizens and communities in the manner in which we actually run local government. Because we cannot be able to deliver services and again be the ones who say we've done well. The communities also needs to testify and say, from the water that we get, or from our delivery of services, we don't just get taps, but we get water that is running. But also even in that water itself, there also needs to be standard in there so that we don't get water that is contaminated, water that is undrinkable, but water that is safe for communities. So it's them who actually need to tell us again the kind of standards that we are setting, and also help to hold us accountable into these standards that we deliver on them. So again, earlier on in the year, I'm happy that Councillor Sumbane was part of that at national level. Then the National School of Government came to make a presentation to SALGA on what they see as the professionalization of the entire government. And in that, we also looked at our own professionalization model as local government, and we found that they talk to each other. They talk mostly to the individual being professionalized through professional bodies and standards, but also talks to the institution, that the institution itself must deliver professional services. But also entirely going out, we need to have a sector at large that talks to the whole local government being a professional sector. So there is a direct alignment between these two. So it is important then, so that we don't being seen to be driving something that is parallel or against what the province or national government is doing. But because local government is a sphere that is different, that is a sphere that is challenging in its way, in its formulation, that's got all the elements that has to do with communities, that has to do with water and all sorts of things in one municipalities. We need to make sure that we have something that is tailor-made for local government, for municipalities, that will be fitting the municipalities themselves. But now the critical questions that we have is how many professional bodies do we have in the sector? How many professional bodies are there, and how many people are in the municipalities that are affiliated to professional bodies? What are the standards of professional bodies? And again, what are the entry requirements for those, so that at the end of the day, we know that we encourage our CFOs, our technical services colleagues to register with these professional bodies, so that we can adhere to standards, professional standards of the entire sector, so that we don't patch a road here today and we do it in substandard manner, and tomorrow the rain comes in, that road is washed away. But if we adhere to service standards and particular standards in the sector, we're knowing that we don't have to waste resources and doing substandard work, but we know that whatever that we are doing, it is of a good standard. So it is then important to deal with these issues. But again, one other question that is important is to define as a sector, as municipalities, what is it that is unprofessional? Is it the practices that is unprofessional? Are the systems unprofessional? So what is it exactly? So that when we answer those questions, they are able to take us forward, so that we can define exactly where are we in terms of the standards that we need to meet as a sector. So the priority intervention, Chair, that we have, we developed a reference group that will help us and take this forward from the time the conference has made the resolution. And that reference group is continuing to provide leadership and guidance on how the professionalization model of local government will be driven by SALGA. And within those, we have mobilized various stakeholders in the sector at national government platform, so that at the end of the day, we know that it is not just other institutions and sectors. That also include community-based organizations that we've brought on board to make sure that it adheres to invited. We're going to send a circular so that you form part of this discussion and frame exactly what is it that is professionalized as employer body. But also on the other hand, we need to make sure that we discuss and agree on these things, so that we can also hold each other accountable and help each other and assist each other to walk this journey together. So that is going to happen early next year, and we're going to send that circular to the office of the CEO so that all municipalities take part in that. We also sent out a call for papers for all institutions, academic institutions, and other colleagues who are researchers to help us to frame this properly in an academic way, so that we can use this as discussion papers for the Indaba next year. There's also this issue again of senior management employment remuneration and framework that was talking about earlier on, even with Councillor Nkosi, dwelt on it mainly from the NEC. It's one of those things that we are trying to deal with at SALGA. We've since appointed a service provider to help us to benchmark local government salaries vis-a-vis provincial government and national government, so that we know that when we talk about remuneration frameworks and conditions of service, we have a study that will actually help us on how we are going to be able to deliver on those. Advocacy, the NEC is busy. Councillor Nkosi has listed some of those things that require SALGA to intervene or to advocate for, whether it's on legislation or otherwise. So they are busy with those issues as we speak, and he reported on those earlier on. We are also doing a capability assessment, which we are going to send again those questionnaires to various municipalities to help us to respond to these critical questions, so that we can measure that from the standards that we want to have, where are the capabilities at, the level of capabilities. Are we at a basic level? Are we at an medium level? Or are we at a higher level? So that we can work towards taking our work and the professionalization into a higher level. So the respondents on this will be all your council, the communities, the administration, officials, and the others to help us to get to a state where we want to go as SALGA. The recommendations then that we have, Chair, as I conclude, is that we request the PMA in the province, as we have done in the various other provinces as well, that you support and affirm the program of professionalization and you participate also in these programs that we are putting in place, the Indaba as one of them, the capability assessment as one of them, so that at the end of the day, we work towards a program that is informed by the inputs from member municipalities, from our political leadership, from our administrative leadership, so that when we define and put together professional standards, then those things are informed exactly by what comes from our member municipalities. So I will end it here, Chairperson, and then we'll deal with the questions during the discussion. Thanks again.
Thank you. All right, no problem. Thank you very much. Let us give Mr. April a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. April. I hope that I'm not intimidating as I stand up. This is just a signal that your time is exhausted. So I will be doing that to the other speakers. That will be exhausting my time. Thank you. We are now moving to the second presentation. I trust that you are noting everything that will be presented here because we'll have a platform where we'll be discussing. The next presentation will be from Ms. Hester Marais, who will be doing a redetermination of municipal boundaries. Let us welcome her. Thank you. You're welcome. Where is it? Is it this one?
Good morning, everybody. Sambonani. Goeiemorgen. Dumela. Okay, there's the end of my extent up to this day. My name is Hester Marais. I am from the Municipal Demarcation Board. I will have the fortunate privilege this morning to brief you on the Demarcation Board redetermination process. Madam, I've got 49 slides. I'm glad to see that the previous presenter used about a quarter of the time I'll be needing, but I will switch to my summary mode. Demarcation Board is currently in a process of redetermination. The slides that I'll be viewing on the screen will be to just focus 1 second on them. I do not want to bore you with regard to legislation because that's stuff that you can actually read while you need to go somewhere where you've got nothing else to read. So the focus for me today will then be to indicate that we are in the start of our processes. For my purposes, I would like to focus on the process that started at the date of the local election, which was November last year. During that time, it opened the process for us to receive proposals from the public, any individual, from an organization, or from any person that think he would like to have something corrected related to the outer municipal boundary. We started, and in July this year, we published our first notices in the local newspapers. We have divided the process into 2 sections. You will find when I have discussions that I refer to Class 1 proposals and Class 2 proposals. Class 1 are the ones that does not significantly affect registered voters. It might be something simple as a farm being split over 2 municipalities, receiving rates and taxes bills from 2 municipalities to have those corrected. This is the one that I indicated. In July, we did a publication. This was followed up in terms of the process, or referred to as minor technical cases, with them being visited. So if I say them being visited, if the question arises who visited, that would be me. I visited all 7 cases in different days of July. I met with the owners of the farms, or I met with the the person responsible for the mine area to make them aware that the municipal boundary is cutting across either a residential use or a business use. From the feedback, I did not receive any objections to correct those outer boundaries. As I say, it was slight minor ones, and they have been sent now for the Section 21 publications, which is then a publication in terms of legislation in the Provincial Gazettes. With me during my site visits, I have also invited the councillors for the affected as well as the initiated municipalities, and I also invited the MEC office to accompany me to these site visits. So these are now in the preparation. So in terms of the maps, you can see they are very slight in nature. Basically, they do not require any public meetings. Public meetings are usually when we test the broader public inputs, meaning that it differs from the ward delimitation process, where we usually consult with the councillors to indicate to us the adjustments that are needed based on a change of registered voters. Focusing on this process, the redetermination process, we are now then preparing the Class 2s, but in the preparation of the Class 2s, because they are more significant, they will definitely affect a large number of registered voters. It means that we've even divided the Class 2s into two sections. The first one is some minor on-site investigations that I've done recently in October. I had a site meeting on the request from the House of Traditional Leaders to correct the Stanford Madras community between City of Bombela and Bushbuck Ridge. And I also had a lesser significant one, which is the correction of a farm to be consolidated, where the Department of Agriculture requested that the consolidation must be in one municipality. I visited those two stakeholders, and they are currently in agreement that I can prepare the Section 26 for the newspaper publications in January. However, of broader interest is my next comment, which is then 2 or 3 different cases to still be investigated. As I indicated, we've sent them for service providers being appointed, some scientific research that has to be done on them. The first one is the proposal from the MEC office for a 4th district in the province. That actually means that the initial proposal was to have Nkomazi, City of Bombela, and then to have Chief Albert Lutuli added as the current Elanzeni district. And then you will have your Bushbuck Ridge, your Tabatweo, as well as Emakazeni grouped together to form the 4th district. However, because of the second proposal from the MEC's office that requires the disestablishment of the former Mjindi, Barberton area, from the City of Bombela, there might be a probability of not adding Chief Albert into Elanzeni, because then the Elanzeni grouped Nkomazi, City of Bombela, and Mjindi will form 3 local municipalities without requiring Chief Albert being moved. So there's a few probabilities. The point of my presentation today is to make everyone aware of these cases. We are still early in the process. We haven't even published the Section 26, which is expected in January. So the sooner we start talking about the composite of the 4th district, as well as the disestablishment of Mjindi, and as I said, the smaller one is the consolidation one, and then the House of Traditional Leader one. So for me, up to date, this is what I wanted to bring to you, an update of where we are in the process. And we want to thank everyone involved, especially my SALGA colleagues. Whenever I invite people to disseminate information, they assist with that. When I need up-to-date information to contact the Office of the Speaker or the MMs to arrange for these meetings, they came to point, they made my life very easy in terms of provision of information. This is just a broader process, so by end of next year, we will be finalizing the outer municipal boundaries. That will gear us into the reconfiguration of the wards again, which is also very important, because by the end of next year, we have to encourage people to register to vote during the national and provincial elections, because those registered voter numbers will be used for your reconfiguration of your wards within each municipality. Okay. A lot of legal information, criteria that we use when we assess the proposals that are being sent to us. There are 12 criteria being used. As I indicated, the ones that I've received was now a split traditional area. The int Umjindi was also used. I have received no proposal for a metro in the province as yet, as I'm very aware that there was some investigation into a proposal which never realized. These will be your criteria for your category A municipalities, should that in future come up. And the rest of the slides just indicate the different type of proposals, the timelines, Madam Chair, I've dealt with. My concluding remarks is again just to thank SALGA for their assistance and everyone for their cooperation in terms of disseminating of the information. So basically people do not see me at the time when I need inputs and then I express that the process is closed. At this stage, the minute that I leave one of the sessions that I present and I attend, immediately people will contact me to indicate to me how can they participate. In conclusion, Madam Chair, we need a little bit of assistance related to the capacity assessment. As I indicated, the completion of this information is very important. We have to do an assessment of the capacity of City of Mbombela. We have to date information available of Umjindi. The same with Tabatwe, Bushbuck Ridge, Imakazeni, because most of them are being affected by these proposals. So on the board, I've just indicated the outstanding ones. So if there's municipal managers, mayors, or officials from these municipalities, if they please can get this information completed, it's an online system. I've also indicated the email addresses of people that can assist related to getting it completed. And that, Madam Chair, is how we try to help you, help us, to help the communities. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much to Ms. Hester. I have given you 2 minutes extra because I felt Uguti, our chairperson, has a bit of interest here. And I know most of us have. So we are now proceeding with the next presentation. But before, Chair, we have received an apology from Mr. Kutlwano, who is not well, so he is not part of this PMAs. He sends his humble apology. So we would not have a presentation on driving digital maturity in local government. We'll be taking the next presentation, which will be done by Ms. Iris, is on training programs for local government councillors and officials. Then after we'll be taking discussions. Let us welcome her. Thank you. Welcome.
Greetings, colleagues, and all protocol observed. My name is Iris Ghana. I represent the local government SITA, Mpumalanga Province. I will be taking you through the training programs that we implement for both our councillors and our employees, as well as non-employed learners. The background that I'm going to present to you is our legislative mandate, our scope of stakeholders, the LG SITA national footprint, as well as our strategic intent, which covers our vision and mission and values, as well as our LG SITA strategic focus for the next 5 years, and the types of learning interventions and the LG SITA strategies. I trust that my presentation is very short. I think within the 7 minutes I would have finished with my presentation. Our LG SITA mandate informs us to develop a sector skills plan for the local government. And after developing the sector skills plan, we need to implement the sector skills plan. And after that, we need to allocate grants, as well as monitor education and skills programs in the sector, as well as quality assurance, qualification, and certification. LGCTA strategic plan and annual performance plan, that is it that we are mandated to do. We also focus on the local government mandate. A lot has been said by the previous presenters in terms of what is the responsibility of local government. I won't dwell much into that. However, our purpose as LGCTA is to ensure that our strategic focus areas are aligned with the 5 objectives of local government. Obviously, providing democratic and accountable government, provision of services to communities, social and economic development, safe and healthy environments, and involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. The scope of our levy-paying entities or our stakeholders is all the 257 municipalities in the country, traditional leaders, entities, municipal agencies and entities, and local government agencies and entities. Our footprint, we have offices in the 9 provinces, and I am privileged to announce that we have just launched our office in the Mpumalanga province on the 9th of June. The offices are based at 24 Paul Kruger Street at the Absa Square, and we are at the 5th building. This gives an opportunity to the people in the province to have access to the LGCTA Mpumalanga office. And it was blessed by all the seniors, and I will also want to indicate that even the board members and the chairperson of SALGA is also one of the board members who launched our office in June. May we clap hands for that. Then our strategic focus 2020 to 2025, we need to ensure that there is a highly skilled and capable local government. Our mission is to ensure that we build the local government's ability to meet its developmental needs through innovative approaches, effective capacity building, and strategic partnerships. And of course, we are governed by a set of values: customer center, we are responsive, we are passionate, we've got integrity, and we collaborate, and we are also using innovative measures to ensure that we meet our strategic intent. And what is our LGCTA strategic focus area? We have got 5 strategic focus areas that support also LGCTA skills development interventions and projects. They are as follows. We need to ensure that good governance is enhanced. We need to ensure that is a sound financial management and financial viability. We need to ensure that the infrastructure and service delivery is enhanced, and also enhancing municipal planning, promoting spatial transformation and inclusion. What kind of learning intervention meant? As LGCTA, we've got bursaries, workplace-based training that include work-integrated learning for 18 months or 24 months, internships or work experience. There's a difference between the two, work-integrated learning and internships, and in most instances, our people get confused. For the work-integrated learning, we're focusing on those learners that are studying at TVET colleges or institutions of higher learning. However, they still require workplace learning for them to achieve their qualifications. With the internship is the group of learners that are already graduates. They are graduated, however, they require workplace for them to be marketable. We also implement learnerships, candidacy, skills programs. They could be credit-bearing or non-credit bearing. We also implement artisan development programs for a period of 3 years. RPL, which is recognition of prior learning, and ARPL, which is artisan recognition of prior learning, because we know most of our officials working in municipalities, they have the experience, however, they lack qualifications. So we provide this program for them to be certificated. We also have adult education and training for all those officials and non-officials that they have been disadvantaged, so that they can be able to learn to read and write. And we do not leave our councillors behind. We have got a councillor development strategy, and the pillars of it is that the pillar 1, we have councillor induction and skills audit. The second pillar focuses on function-based training and development. And the third pillar focuses on soft skills development for our councillors. There are a set of skills gaps identified for our municipal councillors. The list is very long, and I won't go through each and every intervention. I will just highlight the municipal key performance area and maybe one intervention so that I cover my time. On the municipal key performance areas, we have municipal finance management, where it has been identified that the following key skills gaps are available within our councillors: financial governance, municipal financial management and reporting, municipal public accounts committee, municipal procurement, finance for non-finance managers. So I think these are function-based interventions, because if you are a councillor and you're expected to perform in terms of municipal finance management, these are the kind of interventions that you must go through. Good governance and leadership. We have got municipal governance, local government, law and public administration, leadership and relation management, leadership and ethics, ward committee governance, change management, monitoring and evaluation, performance management and accountability. Municipal administration, there is a list, and then we have got municipal planning, there is a list, infrastructure and basic services. So all our interventions that we are implementing are aligned to the strategic objectives of the municipality. So as councillors, I believe that you will have an opportunity to go through these interventions so that it assists you to perform your functions optimally at the different municipalities. What is our register support strategy? We do provide discretionary grant, where we always open a window for municipal entities to apply. We also follow the issue of the district development model. It was explained, I won't spend much time on it. And however, I would love to highlight that currently in this 2022-2023, we have an opportunity where the Hartsibande district municipality has applied for a funding, and they were allocated, and they are implementing a training program at the district level. So they are implementing the issue of the district development model. We also have strategic partnership model, councillor development strategy. I already mentioned or touched on that, and also the issue of smart cities concept for collaboration. The following approaches are key to support skills intervention: workplace-based learning, and the implications for digital skills and for IR opportunities. Whenever we implement a learnership program or a wheel program or whatever intervention, mostly for our unemployed learners, we expect municipalities to provide workplace-based learning. Flexible programs, interventions, quality assurance and implementation of blended learning programs. Register strategy for district development model. We do an integrated work with our different districts and locals to ensure that we also align our work to the district development model. LGCTA strategic partnership. We have the following categories that are key stakeholders for strategic partnerships. We have got education providers, public and private. We have got technical and vocational education and training colleges, higher education and training institutions, and community education and training centers. We have got education bodies, that's our CETAs. We have got government departments, industry council and professional bodies, local government agencies and associations, municipalities, municipal entities, and local government organizations. Those are our levy-paying entities. Organized labor, public-private partnerships, and research organizations. Strategic partnership model, in terms of our LGCTA value chain, we conduct research, we plan, we develop interventions, we implement for the beneficiaries. And then whatever that we are doing with our partners, we ensure that it embraces the 6 principles, which is a shared vision and objectives between LGCTA and partner. Like I'm saying, our strategic objectives are aligned to the strategic objectives of the local government. So the interventions that we implement must be value-driven, specific and time-bound. Whenever we offer or we allocate the funding, The project must make sure that it aligns to the funding agreement dates. We also embrace risk compliance and monitoring, reporting and evaluation, and then strategic partnership projects shall be flexible and responsive to the sector needs. We won't be implementing anything that is not aligned to the local government sector. International partnership will be in line with international protocols and aimed at achieving the sustainable development goals. Tracing back at 3 years in terms of the discretionary grant priorities, we have allocated to the 3 districts. I'll be zooming into the Nkangala district. I will only focus on the total in terms of the 3 years, which is 18-19, 2020, 21-22, in terms of the funding that we have disbursed to the municipality. For the Nkangala district, we have allocated an amount of 4,667,475. That is in total from the 3 years. And then for the Sibande district, we have allocated an amount of 7 million. My eyesight is bad. 910,550. And for the Entlazeni district, this is the district that is scooping the entire funding of the LGCTA. We have allocated an amount of 43,184,250. So you can look at the difference between the 3 districts. It is not because we did not want to allocate to the other 2. It is based on the commitment of the people that are responsible for training in the Entlazeni district municipality. So as principal seated here today, let's just go back and make sure that we support the issues of training and development. Because sometimes we might look at the allocation and say it's because of lack of commitment. However, you might find that it's the lack of support from seniors. Considerations. What are the skill-specific priorities at the provincial level to contribute towards economic growth, employment creation, and social cohesion? How do we link priorities to local, provincial, and national government strategies, priorities, and intervention initiatives? Identify potential partnerships, specific interventions, which are funded or non-monetary or co-funded. Strategic partnerships must have firm commitments and ensure coordinated approach to support mutually beneficial relationship and interventions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us give her a round of applause. Yes, thank you. We have now received all 3 presentations. We'll be opening a platform for discussions. Chair, now if you are a chair, it is very difficult for you because you are not expected to do other things than chairing the meeting and allow those that are in attendance to discuss. So I will give it to yourselves, members in the plenary. I'll be noting hands. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Hope so. Yeah, so that we stick to our time. I'll be noting hands. We are entertaining the 3 presentations. The presenters will be given an opportunity to respond. Thank you. I'm noting the hand of a comrade. I will just give you numbers so that it won't be difficult. It will be number 1, Honorable Councillor. Number 2, Honorable Councillor. Number 3, I'm not sure No, not a councillor. Yes, number 3. There are only 3 hands that I'm noting now. I'm not sure whether we'll open the second round, so please ensure that you are part of this first round. There are only 3 hands. In that order, we may proceed. Thank you. Where are the mics? Opposition, the first one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the leadership, in particular, the acting Premier, Uma Mushongwe, the Chair of SALGA, and all members in the House, colleagues, and all protocol observed. Well, Chair, in the 2 minutes, allow me to just touch on 2 issues that were raised by the presenters not in the front. I'm making that special request. In particular, on the issue of the just transition. I know it's part of the program, it's going to be discussed later, but the leadership is here. I think it's important that we must escalate this matter, because as far as we are concerned, it has got very serious implications. We want to ask questions, in particular for those that are leading us in the provincial and the national sphere of government. Where is the plan for the implementation of the just transition? Where is the program? How do we implement this thing called the just transition? Because everybody is talking about just transition, but Mina, I have never seen a piece of document that says this is what we call the just transition and this is how it's going to be implemented. And the implications are very serious. That people are going to lose jobs. People are going to lose jobs in Mpumalanga, in Nkangala region, in Gert, and in other regions in high numbers. So this matter is, there's nothing that is going to be just about it. We can just indicate as early as now. We know. The Germans were here yesterday. They were in Komati yesterday. We are told. They're busy. They're processing issues. Money is being thrown around everywhere. Projects are being unfolded. How? With who? Where has it been planned? Tina, we are now talking about a summit where we are going to take stakeholders on board and try to understand what is this just transition. But people are busy, they are on the ground. They are collapsing power stations. It's like we are hypnotized. People just come into our space and they do what they are doing. And everybody is saying just transition, just transition. But what is it? What is this thing? What does it mean for us? We don't refuse that we will have to one day find ourselves in the green economy. Everybody wants to go there. But what is the implication on our people, for us, those that are living with them on a daily basis in the local municipalities? And I'm asking this question. Let us get an honest answer. What are we doing here as government? So that we can be honest with our people. Today people are being kidnapped, something unusual in this country. People are being hijacked and all those things. It's a problem. I'm suggesting, Chair, that this matter needs to be given. SALGA must take a very clear stand on this issue of the just transition, as we will be discussing it later, because it's a big problem. But I'm saying for the sake of the leadership, let them be aware. Tina, we are not left behind. We are in the dark. We don't know what is this thing. The issue of security. A person is a municipal manager of the district is kidnapped, it takes 7 days before she comes back. Not by police, by other means, she comes back. But what it has exposed to us is that we've got a very serious problem in this country in terms of the capacity of our security system, the policing system. I can tell you now because I was involved in that thing. In this country, you don't have a system that can detect a 5G and a 4G phone. So if you are kidnapped, you've got a 5G phone in your possession, you shall not be traced. If you've got a 4G phone, you shall not be traced. And these are the things that pains you to say, but a country such as ours, how can we fail to secure systems that can ameliorate these kind of challenges? But we've got a very serious problem. This thing of 72 hours, in other cases, you are told the minister is there, everybody is there, 72 hours, the person must be found. In this case, it's 7 days. A person, 7 days. You can just imagine. Until a person comes back, but out of other means. Now, we must also ask, when does this 72 hours thing, the killing of the deputy chair of Hartsiband, a councillor, this 72 hours, we know a person, we have seen that person on social media, we've seen the face of that person. Where's this 72 hours? To who does the 72 hours apply? Our leaders must assist us and answer these questions and tell us why in this case it seems it's we hope they will be arrested, the matter must be nipped in the bud. Where is the 72 hours? Yeah. So those are some of the issues. But in terms of this municipal boundaries question, Chair, this matter is not coming to us for the first time. It was there before. And my question is, who does it serve? Whose interest is this thing of trying to create the 4th district? You know, we need to be honest here and open with each other. What does it serve? What is it going to change? You know, districts are no longer viable financially. Districts. Research tells us that in 4 or 5 years, districts will be paying salaries only. In Kangala district does not have more than 300 million to service 6 municipalities. Doesn't. 6 municipalities in a financial year. So district, in my view, they are what? They are nearing extinction in terms of their existence. We are saying we want to create the 4th district. What is it that we want to achieve with this thing of creating the 4th district? Because what we need is service delivery. We need service delivery. We need people to be allocated resources so that these resources can reach the people on the ground. That's what we need. The last issue is this one of the LGC. Mina ngiyacela ningasilwisi smart district. Leyama 40 what million, and then another district 4 million. We've got good relationship. So just allocate equitably. And say, Ngangala, you had your 10 million, you failed because of XYZ, we've moved it elsewhere. Yeah, bon? Hert, you have allocated so much, you failed because XYZ. We've moved it. That is what is happening even with our budgets. What government is doing. If you cannot spend, the money is taken and is allocated to another municipality. So money is because of commitment. Senior politica, are not going to help us. So please don't come and tell us statements like those, because we can see through. And you want us to tell you that? No. Let us just have an equal distribution or equal allocation, and those that must take responsibility be held to account if we fail or let the money be taken elsewhere, then we'll understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I deliberately allowed you to ask the first question. I know that it will be greatly covered in session 3, but then I know you were taking advantage that the acting premier is here. Perhaps she won't be in our next session. So she has noted everything. We taking number 2.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocol observed. I'm also taking an advantage that the acting premier and
No.
the speaker is here. But on the very same
Okay,
presentation
no, it's fine.
on the
I'm
issue
just
of,
saying.
on the very issue that Comrade Poshoman has indicated, the issue of the 4th district. When I was seated here hearing that presentation, there was a thought-provoking question to myself. I am from Ehlanzeni. Here in Mpumalanga, we've got 3 districts, which is your Heart, your Nkangala, and Ehlanzeni. But when you look at the dashboard of these municipalities, it is not a matter of a favor that we need to be done as Ehlanzeni. It is a concept that we need, constitutional and legal implications that they are requiring to the minister. Look at the dashboard of Nkangala and Ehlanzeni and Gert. The functions and the responsibility of Ehlanzeni are not the same. Powers and functions of Ehlanzeni have been removed. Why can't we be honest to say, before we could establish the 4th district, let us give Ehlanzeni its own functions? Because it's not a favor. It's a constitutional right that Ehlanzeni should have so that it could excel in service delivery. But we jump the gun, we want the 4th district. For what, when we have failed, we have not assumed to fix what it is broken? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not a councillor, but thank you for receiving this opportunity. I want to appreciate the presentations, and I will go straight to my questions and my comments. On the issue or the presentation on the professionalization of local government, I just want to know 2 basic things, and small but with great impact. How long is it going to take for COGTA, SALGA, or the government as a whole to conclude and finalize on the issue of the competency assessments of the senior managers, the batteries that are used there, the outcomes? How long is it going to take? Because the longer we prolong this matter, it is going to be costly. I think the presenter is very correct that the salaries of the managers below all Section 56 are far, far above those of the municipal managers. And legally it is not correct that you can have somebody who is below you earning above. So how long? Question number 2 is, who are other collaborators in the game where SALGA is saying is advocating for the issue of the competency assessments of municipal managers? I'm raising this matter because just this week, on the 22nd, ILGM was addressing the minister on the delinking of the assessment results with the salaries. So where are we now? Because now SALGA is saying a service provider has been appointed to benchmark. After those results of benchmarking are now given, what will be the action? When and how will the process be concluded with the minister so that it can be gazetted? We are losing very serious managers in local government. And this thing, I don't think our political principle is what they intend to do. Generally, the Section 56 are not catered for. And we're pushing them to formulate a union. And if they formulate a union, it is going to be a problem within local government. And On the issue, Madam Chair, which is my last one, of demarcation, I just want to say it is not correct that after so many years of democracy, still handling this process, we're still having wards, which is one ward, 2 villages of 2 nations or people with different cultures separated by a bush. These kind of problems, they give municipalities a problem. And during elections, we will say people are going for election. How do you rise up in the morning, you go through a bush to go and vote? That is why people are very reluctant to be taking these matters. Thank you very much. I'm just here requesting SALGA to help communities in terms of advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Would now, before we allow the presenters to respond, let me allow the chairperson to talk to the issues that have been raised. Thank you. Let us give her a round of applause. No, thank you once more, honorable members, for those inputs. Earlier on, the acting CEO was indicating that we have really ballooned the program. And my response to him was not us setting the agenda for the members' assembly, but municipalities being member municipalities to SALGA. And this is what we want to hear from municipalities, because we are setting the tone. In actual fact, I just want us to really move with the approach that we've set in terms of the program, but call upon all those that will be participating in the panel discussions. The tone has been set in terms of what is it that municipalities would want to hear coming from these presentations. And also to indicate that we experienced some challenges with regards to having attendance from the Department of Minerals and Energy. But I want to believe those presenters that will be here will be able to unpack briefly what the issue of the just energy transition suggest. What are the pros and cons, so that we can begin to start that debate when the right time comes. I can't agree with you more, member, when you raise issues around the demarcation board as well, Ekteni. Whose interest are they serving? And I think as a chairperson of SALGA, representing all of you in terms of leading and lobbying for your issues, this discussion probably we need to agree that in as much as SALGA need to assist us around the demarcation issues, but we need to take it out of this members' assembly to the relevant platform at the political level, because it has been a matter that we've been discussing, that probably we need to advise the political leadership as we take decisions. Hence, in the last engagement with the demarcation board, one suggested, because I hear from your presentation, you are indicating you are working with COGTA. Probably we need to have a discussion with the MEC for COGTA, because it's also relevant to assist us in the discussion. For us, when we make these submissions, it must be able to address all the elements. The question of whether we'll be creating a 4th district that will be economically viable. Because if you talk of a Makazeni, it's a ghost town. How does it generate its revenue? What are we saying to those businesses where already their hopes have perished? Where you're taking it to Itabache with its own challenges. Look at its revenue collection base. It's neither here or there. To a municipality called Bushbuckridge, that is grant dependent. What is the ERR saying? That strategy, are we able, all of us as a collective, to interpret it correctly so that we build our systems in realizing the economic recovery and reconstruction. So also the debate that should be coming from this province as this leadership taking those discussions outside this platform. What is it that we are saying around all provinces having metros? Because as Mpumalanga, we can argue that we're a rural province, but you have Buffalo City, that's a rural metro. And we are missing out on many opportunities that might come our way. Just yesterday, we were launching an international flight from Germany. We've got Ikruga International Airport. So we should not be inward looking. So we are just provoking your thoughts. Let's discuss so that we come up with resolutions that will inform our decisions outside the members' assembly, because I want to believe all of us are participating in our various political parties. But right now we are leaders of today and we want to change the local government landscape, and we can't be inward looking. We must have that vision of going forward. With regards to the LG SITA, I want to agree. LG SITA should not come here and probably paint a picture ektheni one district is overlooked over the other. We are saying, as SALGA, what is the mandate of the LG SITA? And you'll agree with me, ektheni, the LG SITA was not out there servicing its clients as expected, because we had to fight for LG SITA to come to municipalities and address the question of their existence, because we can't be talking about skills. If we're having a SITA that is probably concentrating in other provinces and leaving rural provinces where the skills are required, your SEZ that we are talking about in Komazi and the other SEZs that we are proposing, we are not going to realize that, because in the province we are lacking skills. And how is the LG SITA partnering with the university in ensuring what we are and skills that we want? And we want to call upon all municipalities. We have got also a role to play in as far as looking into our municipalities. Whom have we given the responsibility to tackle our skills development issues? Because you may find those officials that we have employed for that responsibility is junior officials that are unable to tap into the discretionary grant that LG SITA is having and monies not utilized. So it's a challenge for us municipalities and manager to come closer to municipalities, not during our PMAs, but make ourselves visible so that we are able to assist municipalities accordingly so. And also the attitude of our local municipalities, because the figures that are being projected there, it's not district. You may find districts are having nothing. All this work is happening at local level. And we are saying for us to realize the district development model, let's work with districts. Don't protect your area, because districts will make submissions. When it comes to implementation, we don't have learners. We don't have learners to train, because locals are saying the district can't do this function because not we've made our own submissions. So probably how you make these applications, and for us to identify those gaps training gaps that we're having in municipalities and address it accordingly so. The question of equitable share, we are taking it to the EXCO and board so that we can look into that, because appointments have not been made in terms of the next appointment. So we really appreciate, continue to press the wrong buttons for us to come up with correct responses to intervene where we are not doing well. Let's continue doing the good work where we are able to respond to, leave the political matters or issues which we feel probably we can't commit ourselves to the PEC to probably deliberate on these issues and provide guidance, ektheni, how are we going to approach these matters. But on the other areas, I want to believe NEC member, because it's also here, the issue of security. I think it came out as another matter that we have said it falls amongst the 5 key areas that SALGA continues to lobby on. We have followed the acting CEO even in various media platforms where we are saying we are beginning to irritate, to be that mosquito in the ears of national government, to say we can no longer be treated like stepchildren. Many questions arose during the incident of Nkangala. We were waiting for the minister to make those calls to say we are allocating such time. But we are saying national government must be able to listen to SALGA, because it is only SALGA that carries the aspirations of these municipalities, and we feel there are policy areas where we need to really come together and address. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I felt probably just to set the tone that this is what we want to hear. Let us not be afraid. We are going to be all over, but our officials will gather all the information together so that when we close the PMA tomorrow, it shall then provide clear marching orders on what needs to happen and then provide progress in the next PMA. Thank you very much.
Gama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Chair. You are indeed spot on these issues that are affecting us as municipalities in this province. Members, if you could just remember recently, Councillor Honorable Lusufi, Comrade Lusufi, has announced or forwarded a proposal that they want a metro which will include Ilisedi, Istibeng and Imitval. So Tina, we are still sending proposals that we still want another district, not even a metro. So no, it's not on. I think we are entertaining this matter on the correct platform, which is taken into consideration. The acting Premier is here. We will now allow our presenters to respond to some of the issues or questions that were directed to them. Thank you. Anyone can start?
Thank you, Program Director. I think let me start because I was the first presenter and address my colleague back there. The issue of competency assessment is a very serious one, and since the elections that we had last year, SALGA has been engaging various municipalities, trying to put together also support to municipalities, which we are continuously supporting, because beginning, SALGA wanted to have a competency assessment center. That's COCTA challenged. So it actually delayed the process where SALGA will actually have a fully established and functional competency assessment center that will actually drive and support municipalities because of SALGA's mandate. So that process is still a little bit of a challenge, and it has actually put us on a back foot in terms of providing that support to municipalities because a mandate to do that SALGA does not have, which we actually challenged as an organization. So what we then do as SALGA, we receive applications from municipalities to assist them with competency assessment of their senior managers. So we have received, and we are continuing to do that. But unfortunately, we are not working in silos or in isolation of SEPs and various other institutions that are responsible for this matter. So we receive applications, and we had to then take them to SEPs for various checks and confirmations. And then that process also takes its own time. But municipalities also continue on the other side to employ their own service providers who will actually assist them in that regard. So the process is quite complex, but I think on SALGA's side, we can't give you a confirmation to say that by March we'll actually be done with all of this, because there are still municipalities who are still advertising for their own senior managers, and some municipalities still don't have municipal managers. So there are still those kind of dynamics as well. But I think as the process continues, SALGA continues to provide support to all those municipalities that request our own assistance as SALGA on this regard, while also on the other hand, we acknowledge the fact that the processes are delaying and we also need to actually come on board and make sure that we continue to advocate that the assessment center of SALGA, competency assessment, about what position of municipalities and member municipalities are in any other matter, which the NC actually drives also at their level through the various institutions and bodies. And then I think I've covered on that one. Thanks again.
Thank you, Pro Master, for the opportunity to respond to some questions. I'm going to start with the last question that I've received related to the ward delimitation process. As I indicated, we do consult with the councillors. Councillors are most familiar with the extent of each of their wards. They are also very familiar with regard to challenges that might in terms of the extent. It's usually because of a lack of participation that information is not known to me. Therefore, it might be an oversight to have it corrected. We do make use of different data sets by the time that we do ward configuration, which is the community boundaries, as well as the imagery. But as I say, the best approach actually is to have a discussion with each councillor for their ward to indicate when and why changes need to be done from our side, and then also to get information from their side for correction of the wards. Specifically when it comes to traditional areas, where you may find that the traditional areas grouped within a normal urban community, and you may have councillors that represent different needs. We are aware of it, but I would advise everyone, by the time that I have an education and awareness session on the ward configuration, please feel free to have a discussion with me on the challenges that you have, so that we can have them corrected. I am aware in Dr. J.S. Morocco and Tembisile Hani, I had a focused discussion with the House's representatives, and we could actually have resolved those cases. Then coming back to a little bit tricky one, which is the 4th district, as has been mentioned by the two gentlemen, these are very sensitive matters. In terms of the legislation, when a proposal is submitted to Demarcation Board, we have to subject it to the criteria related to the feasibility, what are the current status to the areas being affected, the existing status of this municipality, and what will be the feasibility in terms of the new grouping. Then the last comment, program manager, will then be related to the capacity assessment information. If people can get that completed online by the municipalities, that will definitely. And lastly, coming to the MEC, remember the adjustments of powers and functions is done by the MEC's office. So basically we do advise, it's one of our mandates to advise the MEC related to the adjustment of powers and functions. The ideal, you are correct, sir, is that each district should be performing the same functions across all districts. However, you will find that over time, where there's a lack of provision of functions, or the relook at who can provide a function, you will find that then a local municipality is taking over the function that should have been performed by a district. You will all be aware also of the theory and a very robust discussion where we've got now 3 tiers in terms of the governance, in terms of should there be districts. That has been raised. It's something that's been in, and I think it's a result, because you find that more and more a local municipality is performing a function that should actually have been done by a district. So the ideal will be, as a first approach, you're right, to have the district repositioned in the way as it was intended, to have that oversight over the 3 or 4 municipalities, and then have the locals within that are being supported by the district. I know from my own experience, when it comes to certain assistance, if I want GIS services, I'll probably find a person being appointed in the district that will assist me. And sometimes I have someone appointed in a local municipality also assist me. As long as it works, that for me is the main basis. But you are right, there should be 2 legs that should be asked questions. Who is going to benefit from a change? And then secondly, how is this going to enhance service delivery to the residents as well as to the local municipality? Thank you, Program Manager.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think for LGCTA, it was more of a comment. It was not a question. We really welcome the comment. And in terms of visibility, I just need to respond to that. We have started in the province. We have MOUs with the 3 TVET colleges and as well with the Mpumalanga University. And then we are trying to make sure that we support all the 20 locals. Every time when there is a DG application, we make sure that we do have some sessions where we support them in terms of application. We have a workplace skills plan, which by virtue, when the municipalities submit that, and we really appreciate because every time we have 100% submission in the province. Once the WSP is submitted, there is a mandatory grant which is allocated to all the municipalities based on the fact that the WSP was submitted. However, with the discretionary grant, the municipalities must respond in the form of a proposal where they identify interventions where they will be looking support for or funding for. So on submissions of those proposals, that's where the evaluation team will look as to whether the interventions that are prioritized are linked to the strategic objectives of LGCTA as well.
Members seated there. Madam Chair, if possible, I request that we ask one of our PC members to do the honors. Thank you. Malbongwe. Okay, the first one will go to Miss Hester. Yes, the demarcation. We can give them a round of applause. Thank you. Then the second one will go to Miss Iris. Thank you very much. The last one was supposed to be given to Ubabunkosi Ungwanu Dlamini Osidlubula Dlele. So I'm doing the honors. Nkosi. Yes, the executive mayor. Yes. It was supposed to be given on that last round, the first session. We can give them the round of applause. Thank you very much. You can join them. Thank you. No, the SALGA member, no. National office, no. They don't get. No, they don't get. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are proceeding. Our next presentations, the first one will be delivered by Mr. Ashley. Is on DDM, District Development Model. The second one will be done by Ms. Mohammed Logat. Is on challenges prohibiting illegal dumpsters Kwala. That will be on how the provision of reliable basic services impacts local economic development and the generation of equality employment in the municipality areas. Can the first one come forth? Thank you. We can give Mr. the round of applause. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Come this side. Thank you. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Acting Premier, Chairperson, members of the Provincial Assembly, colleagues, delegates. Is my presentation? Yeah. So I was asked to just give an input on some of the key findings regarding the DDM implementation assessment that we have done as a department. So I'm not going to go through all of the slides. Chairperson, if I heard you correctly, you said we have 17 minutes. Okay, just checking. So, as the meeting would know, we have 3 what we call DDM pilot sites. Those are the Owatambo district in Eastern Cape, Waterberg in Limpopo, and eThekwini in KZN, and which was launched by the Honorable President back in 2020. So what we have done is we, as a department back in 2020, soon after the launch of these pilot sites, we, as a department, appointed the Development Bank of Southern Africa to act as our implementing agent. So much of the work that we are doing under the banner of the DDM institutionalization and implementation is done through that agreement and through that partnership. But firstly, if we look at some of the reflections on the catalytic projects that have been identified in these 3 pilots, one issue and observation that came out was that, and what we need to underscore, is that the DBSA is not responsible for the implementation of these identified catalytic projects. The reason why I'm saying this, and that latches onto my earlier point about the DBSA being appointed as an implementing agent, is that DBSA have been inundated with requests for funding for the implementation of these identified catalytic projects by various departments and provinces. So one thing that we need to make clear is that these catalytic projects are actually driven and implemented by the various sector departments and state-owned entities, and not by the DBSA / the DDM technical hubs that are established in those 3 pilot sites. Then in the eThekwini case, which I think is quite progressive, is the establishment of a dedicated catalytic projects unit. So as much as the DDM and the One Plan in particular is not a municipal plan, it's an intergovernmental plan, the municipality itself as a stakeholder in this DDM process took it upon itself to make sure that the catalytic projects are properly defined, first of all in the One Plans, but also that they, as a stakeholder and as a municipality, provide the necessary guidance, monitoring, assistance when the implementation of those catalytic projects are being undertaken, which I think is quite an innovative and proactive approach. Then many of the catalytic projects that were identified in these One Plans were at a pre-implementation phase. The reason for that, or one of the reasons for that, is that their sector departments were unable or unwilling to make clear commitments in terms of budgets for those projects. And that came out as a very strong finding in the evaluation study, but also in the One Plan's assessments that we undertook nationally. So this is just to illustrate, at the end of the day, once One Plans have gone through the development, endorsement, and approval phases, this is the kind of image that we would want as government to see and view for each of the 52 district and metro spaces. And this was also highlighted in the evaluation study, where we had to, and it was a finding that catalytic commitments and catalytic projects were not clearly defined and well understood in terms of what are catalytic projects, and therefore led to a situation where you could not attach a budget to these catalytic projects. This is just some of the outcomes of the national one plan quality assurance process that was led by our department that consisted out of representatives from key national departments, from provinces. This was done earlier in the year based on the submitted one plans that we've received and some of the aspects that I've raised earlier on were captured in this. We have a detailed report on the findings of this panel, and it's further broken down per province, but also further dissected and extrapolated in terms of the assessment for each of the 52 districts and metros. So why we did the evaluation study was really to determine whether the DDM is being implemented as conceptualized. In addition to referring to these DDM sites as pilot sites, we also refer to them as test sites, where we really want to use the experiences gained in these three sites to improve on the implementation of the DDM and institutionalization of the DDM in the other districts and metros. So that was the purpose of that study. But we then came up with 6 findings, 5 lessons learned, and 10 recommendations, which I'm not going to go into detail. On the finding side, we acknowledged, and the participants in this evaluation study were provinces, provincial representatives, OTPs, COCTAs, sector departments, municipalities, district and local municipalities, that there is generally an awareness of the DDM. And there is therefore then also a support to the institutionalization and implementation of the DDM. But in the 3 cases, in the 3 pilot sites, what the study unearthed was that the milestones set for the implementation of the DDM have been partially achieved in these 3 pilot sites. DDM coordination structures and oversight, political oversight structures, have partially contributed to the DDM. And if you go further into the extrapolation of the recommendations and the lessons learned, we found that there's still a bit of confusion in terms of what constitutes a DDM IGR structure, what's its purpose, and how those structures relate to existing IGR structures. So if you unpack that finding, those are the kind of issues that we've unearthed in the 3 pilot sites of DDM in the provinces. If you go to some of the lessons learned, that one of the things was that the theory of change, and I want to break this down in simple terms, that the theory of change needs to be well conceptualized and understood in the intentions and objectives of this, of the implementation and institutionalization of the DDM. So the theory of change and understanding of that differs within those 3 pilot sites, but also across the 3 provinces where these pilot sites are located in. So we really need to, and this was one of the recommendations from the study, really need to further clarify and expand on what is the change that we want to see through this DDM model. There's an understanding of the working mechanics, the high-level objectives and principles, but in the context of change and the affecting of change, what is that actually what we want to see through the DDM? So on the recommendation side, some of the issues that we've raised was that we need to invest in the communication on the DDM. And that as a lead department, we need to work with all stakeholders in getting the DDM message simplified, but communicating that to all relevant stakeholders, especially to communities. We participated in the launches, but how do we truly, as a stakeholder, getting? So what we've done, and in the process of finalizing, so there was just a high-level breakdown of some of the findings, lessons learned, and recommendations, that on the 15th of September, and we had quite a good representation from SALGA colleagues as well, we workshopped these findings with all the stakeholders, national, provincial, and local government stakeholders. There were a general acceptance of these findings, but also there were amendments and further recommendations proposed by the delegates who participated in an event. So what we are busy doing now is we are finalizing what we call a management response and an improvement plan. And these two plans are required by the DPME's National Evaluation Policy Framework. And these plans will then, in simple terms, put forward a clear strategic and implementation plan on how the lessons learned, the findings and the recommendations from these pilot sites would actually be taken forward holistically, not just in the 3 pilot sites, but holistically in the other DDM sites. And the emphasis there is that the implementation of these actions would require an intergovernmental response. So all of the stakeholders would need then to be part of the implementation of those actions. So just on the updates on the 1 plans, provinces are already in the process of reviewing and updating 1 plans as per the circular that was issued by our DG back in August this year to provinces and to sector departments. So the idea was then to have an updated and revised 1 plans by mid towards the end of December of this year. And these are some of the key steps and initiatives that had to be undertaken, led by provinces. So we're already getting an indication that there are certain provinces who have formally communicated to the department, to either our DG or to the minister, that they would not be able to meet the deadlines of the set December. So we are working with those submissions and we're dealing it on a case-by-case basis. So in conclusion, this lastly, Chairperson, we are busy finalizing the Section 47(1)(b) regulations that will frame the institutionalization and implementation of the DDM. SALGA previously through intergovernmental dialogues have participated and made inputs on that. We are expected to have the draft regulations issued for public comment. It was initially by the end of this quarter, but we will we are aiming for the beginning of the quarter 4. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let us put our hands together for Mr. Ashley. Let me call upon Ome Khomotso Pizo, who will be presenting on behalf of Ms. Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Program Director. Let me greet you all and observe protocol. I will be presenting on the report that we undertook to assess some of the impediments that affect our municipalities in maximizing municipal property rates as a source of revenue. The main reason we did a study was the recommendations made by the former NEC members to look into these impediments in order to maximize revenue within our municipalities. We looked into 20 selected municipalities which are rated as the red zone municipalities by National Treasury. These municipalities, they either have a disclaimer, an adverse audit report, or they have outstanding bulk water accounts or ESCOM accounts. That's how we selected the 20 municipalities. And in our province, Mpumalanga, we have 2 municipalities, which is the city of Mbombela and Lekwa. The presentation will be looking into the following contents, which I won't go through them. Some of the research questions that we asked during the assessment was that, are there any factors that impede on property rates as a source of revenue at municipalities? Secondly, is there a scope for additional revenue from property rates, especially on your traditional land? So during February this year, we issued 35 questions to 20 municipalities, and only out of the 35, 29 questions were answered. The research methodology we used, we look at the qualitative and quantitative methodology. In assessing the questionnaires, we looked into the municipal revenue maturity methodology, which looks at holistically the revenue chain within a municipality in order to understand the current capabilities and also identifying the revenue opportunities. The first one was to look at the revenue coverage to say, currently, what are municipalities exposed to when it comes to municipal revenue, and what are the opportunities that municipalities can look into when it comes to revenue? And then revenue conversion, we looked at the legislative part of how we provide services. And then revenue administration, we looked into how administration implements and observe the policies within the municipality. Revenue data analytics, we looked into how this information in terms of the municipal environment, the customers that we serve, in order to make informed decisions and to improve in terms of our policies and to render quality services. And then lastly, the 5th pillar, we look at the customer centricity. Here we observed how municipalities interact with their citizens or their customers, and how they also communicate any changes, whether they consult in terms of policy changes or any other issues when it comes to revenue. In observing the questionnaires that were responded to, the 20 municipalities used different mix of property rates according to the Municipal Property Rates Act. And then we took a liberty to look into city of Mbombela and Lekwa, with other excluding other municipalities. With city of Mbombela, there was a 100% rebate that was given to residential properties. What it meant that they are not collecting any revenue, property rates revenue from residential properties. In our observations as well is that it's important for municipalities to take into account their liquidity position, and in areas where they have a potential to collect, they may consider collecting, or they may consider reducing the rebates. Some of the questions that were asked was, how up to date are our general valuation roll? We have one particular municipality that lastly updated their valuation roll in 2013, and where else the majority of our municipality last updated their valuation roll in 2019, and we have one that is current. This is quite worrying because you need your valuation roll in order to identify your potential in maximizing revenue in your new developments. So if municipalities are not updating their general valuation roll, there might be some revenue lost within the process. Using Stats SA information, we also checked what Stats SA information revealed and what municipalities' valuation roll numbers revealed. As you can see, your Beaufort West, the numbers could match, and you have some concerns with your KSD municipality, your Lekwa, and Maluti Apofung, which the numbers are showing quite some discrepancies. And would urge that we take note, because the report is not meant to pinpoint at municipalities, but for all of us to reflect and to encourage one another in order to do better in our role in collecting rates from revenue from property rates, and also to inspire service delivery to our communities. So when we look at revenue coverage and conversion, for all municipalities in the country, we can see that 25% is represented by property rates. So it means out of the revenue basket or the revenue envelope, our municipalities, service charges, which is your water, electricity, they account for about 62%, where else 25% is represented by property rates. Now, when we look into the 20 selected municipalities, it shows a different picture, which is 26%, and then while service charges are represented by 65%. So this 26%, this is a potential revenue that municipalities could maximize. So when we break it further per municipality, you can see that your Mafikeng and city of Mbombela, they really maximize their efforts in property rates ranging between 32 and 34%. And your lowest with Dr. Bayers Nodie, your Maluti Apofung, your Lekwa, and so forth. We also looked into revenue forgone. What could have the municipalities received when they have put all efforts in collecting property rates as a revenue? You can see the highest is over 70 million that municipalities have lost. This ranges between your city of Umhlantunzi and Rand West City. Okay, and then currently what is owed during 2019 and 20 financial year, Mbombela, what they could have collected was 216 million, and Lekwa 24 million from rates as part of the revenue. So these are rates that are aging within the system. And key administration issues, we wanted to check if whether our administration understand the policies. As you can see that the high percentage was fairly, they could understand the policies. And then what is worrying is between the lowest policy, the understanding of the policies, where some they're saying very well, it's very low. So this is an area that we need to upskill our administrators to improve in the knowledge of policies. And then how often do municipalities update their policies? As you can see, we also have one municipality that last updated their policy in 2013, and then the majority lies in 2021 and 2022. On this one, we also checked in terms of what the municipality could collect and the vacancy rate, to say, is there a relationship in terms of if we have fully capacitated staff within our budget and treasury office, will we be able to collect a revenue 100%, especially looking at property rates? We can see that Mbombela has about 2%, and this 2% is linked to how they are really doing well in terms of maximizing their revenue. And then the billing module, all of them said they understood it. And then the accuracy of bills, only 12% said they are very accurate, which is very worrying, because we should be looking at a higher percentage on the very accurate, and then partially accurate, that 18% that requires improvement. Customer centricity, and I've spoken to this in terms of the unfilled positions, that needs to be considered, to say if we want to maximize, let's also consider appointing the right people for the right positions. And then the billing module, poor, is only about 6%, and then others, they could fairly understand the billing module. And then this one is quite critical in terms of how the time taken in responding to customer queries. In less than 10 days, it's about 6%. This is an area where we could have a potential or the opportunity to address issues by our customers. And between 20 and 30 days, there's about 81% municipalities who said they can only respond within that particular period. So in summarizing, especially looking at the province, it's worrying that I know I said I'm not pointing at municipalities, but for all of us to improve in terms of updating our policies, especially on property rates, and approving those policies. And then also understanding our billing modules and how we collect revenue, especially where it's outstanding. We've also observed how City of Mbombela gives some rebates for customers who are paying on time. This is some of the lessons that we can learn, and also how City of Mbombela is the one that is really collecting more out of the 20 municipalities we identify. Okay, I'm not gonna touch on that. This you'll go through. These are some of the municipalities, how they apply the rebates for different categories of customers. And also this one looks into the revenue envelope of how the municipalities are maximizing revenue, especially for water, electricity, and property rates. You can see Lekwa is at 74%, which is the highest, and the City of Mbombela at 64%. So in summarizing some of the impediments, the non-responsive of tariff structures, we'll be looking into the policies, how we draft our policies, how we consult, if there's an understanding in terms of our policies. The secondly is the improper use of rebates. Rebates are meant to be used for identifying gray areas and applying them in order for those who cannot afford. And where there are areas where we are able to maximize, then we should be collecting. Incomplete valuation run, it's another impediment. So it's important that we, from time to time, update our valuation roll. And what of concern is the high level of revenue forgone that our municipalities they could have used in order to improve service delivery. The high vacancy rates that we need to look into, and also capacitating our municipal staff about the policies, about how we engage with our communities, and then how we implement such decisions in the process. And then also continuous improvement in terms of skills within our municipalities. Some of the scope that we looked into is probably to establish a regional office, a regional office for property rates, and then also to have very proactive customers, citizens who come forward to say, my rates are not, my valuation role, I do not agree. So we must continuously encourage customers or citizens to come forward so that we have continuous engagements with them. And also using legislation via SARS to say how can we take property rates as a way of SARS collecting on our behalf, or having stricter legislation in order to collect it. Yeah, I think, yeah. Thank you for your time.
Let's put our hands together. You mean presenters as tall as I am? You don't see me, I do. Okay, thank you very much. We are taking the next presentation. It will be from Mr. Balanganani. Ngifuna ukubiza isibongo sakhe. Nengobela. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
No, thank you, Program Director, and greetings to the leadership present in the room. Colleagues, my name is Bala Nengobela. I work for SALGA, and I'm responsible for waste management at the national office. I will try to be brief, but I'm just going to be taking you through practical matters around cleanliness. And this is something that also affects our outlook as towns or villages or cities. So, and practically, when you are visiting a town or any place, if the first thing that you encounter is those flowers that we don't necessarily want to see, which are plastic and papers and everywhere. So it tends to give that perception that, and unfortunately, it depicts something that may not necessarily be the true reflection of what is happening, but it gives that these people might not know what they are doing, unfortunately. So as SALGA, that's one area that we thought we should assist our members in terms of how can we improve in this area of work. And I'm not going to take much of the time. I've timed myself, Honorable Chair, to 9 minutes, which might be lesser than that. As I've indicated, leadership in the room, we have a problem in the country. In almost all open spaces, or most of open spaces, what we see is those flowers that we don't see. And you know what is surprising? If you go and look what is in those, you hardly see metal. But that will be another discussion some other day in terms of the value of the material. So those that we see in the open spaces, we need to look at the value. But we've got a concern, and the Minister of Environment through the MINMAC and MINTEC, they assigned us as a sector, which composed of all the stakeholders, provinces, municipalities, to look at an approach on how to deal with this problem. And that looks at where the waste starts, which is at the households, transport, and all those that might be in the open spaces. Then the landfill part, which is the disposal facilities, has been given to the Infrastructure SA to look at how do we improve that. So basically, that's what I'm going to show you. This is just a value chain which shows the whole route of waste management. I will just show the right part, which is more supposed to depict the informal settlement, and you can see some of the waste is going to the stream. The more formal area, you've got more organized, and then the track that is on the top left of my side, it's supposed to show then the regionalization. That's one also discussion that we're going to have at some point, but also to show some of the infrastructure that we have and that we still aspire. The last one that is showing some emission is supposed to show what is waste to energy, which is something that we must also start looking at those innovation. So without taking much of the time, the next 3 slides, Honorable Chair, will just be showing we took this from the Section 71 reports that Treasury generates, which includes, which covers what municipalities they submit in terms of the expenditure. But what we just want to indicate, or the message here, Chair, is there's a fair amount. It's not enough, but there are resources that are made out of waste management. And in terms of the expenditure, then it's way lesser than what is being generated out of this function. So what we're asking is that before we do the cross-subsidization, we also need to consider that the function is still not up to the level that it's required. So that's basically the message out of all these 4 slides. This is just to show then the extent of the problem, and we're trying to understand that. And I've already covered this, Honorable Chair, in my initial remarks. But we have rural areas, towns, and cities that are not clean. So and you have human elements to that. As you can see on the picture below, someone from the car, they just drop, and that's what we see. As we drive around, as we move around. And that's the type of mindset that needs to be changed. So there's impunity in terms of littering, an issue of illegal dumping of waste. What I would like to indicate here, Chair, just that the ownership of cleanliness, that's the biggest message that we need to get out of our communities, to say, the ownership, you don't only own the cleanliness of your yard, but it needs to be extended to the environment where you find yourself. And also some of the solutions that we are proposing. What I would like to indicate here, Chair, in this slide is just to indicate that also from our side as municipalities or as a local government, we also need to do our part. There are areas where you have a high volume of foot traffic. If you walk more than 50 meters, if somebody buys something on the street, either they are through their way to the taxi rank or wherever they are going, the likelihood is that if there's no receptacle, they will drop that on the ground. So then we'll have them to collect. So that's also one message that we would like to bring. Inconsistency in terms of collection, the truck's supposed to come on Thursday. It does not come. Then the expectation that it will come tomorrow. It does not come, then it brings frustration. So that ways we might find it in the next open space. Communication amongst between citizens and the municipality. And as SALGA, just to indicate, we have developed a waste app for our member municipalities to improve communication in terms of waste issues. So that's one area that we will then also have conversation about in terms of rolling out to other municipalities. And in terms of feeding the information, that's also our part that we support municipalities. We can engage further on that in order to improve that. Issues of waste bylaws. Very critical. We need to have bylaws that we enforce and that are enforceable. And we also provide that support to our member municipalities in terms of waste bylaws. With this slide, I just want to indicate, Honorable Chair, that one thing for sure, we will never have enough resources to clean after everyone. So we need to change the mindset. So we need communities behind our work to also do their part. And we also need to partner with with private sector. Some of these infrastructure that we need are very costly, and some municipalities are unable to afford those. So we need to bring in then that party that we can partner, and there are various ways of partnering that which we can also engage at a later stage. So this is just to indicate. This is the second from the last slide, Chair. I timed myself, only 1 minute, I'll be done. We've got a local government support strategy, and our support to our member municipalities, it's informed by that. We look at authority function, capacity building, waste infrastructure. You would know earlier on this year we were talking about the MIG, which now allows for the procurement of specialized vehicle and yellow fleet, which was not the case, but after our lobbying, and then it's now doing that. It's allowed for that, and we do provide support on that. Best practices, as well as the issue of changing the mindset through the civic education. So it's also part of that we do. There's also economic opportunities, as I've indicated. You hardly see this still. So that's also one area that we're working on with producer responsibility, producer organizations, to try then to increase value out of waste, and the issue of waste to energy, as I've indicated, and the waste app that I spoke about. Now, we would like to recommend, Chair and leaders in the room, that please note the status quo of waste management services and what needs to be done in order to improve this function. And also commit to contribute resources in partnership with relevant stakeholders so that we can work on behavioral changes, especially against issues of littering and illegal dumping, and also ensure that budgets and organizational structures of municipalities provide a substantive improvement in terms of this area of function. I would like to appreciate an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have tried. Thank you. We now have our last presentation from Mr. Zamokwala. Let us give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to the leadership. I'll say all protocol observed. As introduced, my name is Zamokwala. I head the portfolio responsible for economic development and investment at SALGA. So what I want to talk to you about is the impact of the reliable services on the local economic development. So this morning we listened to the Premier, and the Premier made a very interesting point, starting by our economy, that where we are now is not something that we just woke up and find ourselves with such high unemployment, but it has been a progressive kind of development. It started way before COVID, and a lot of stuff has happened. And a lot of what I'm talking about when we talk about the infrastructure and basic services relates not only to us as local government, it talks God. So we are saying that as a problem statement. We've got variable groups that are crowded out of economic development. If you look at SMMEs, as well as informal traders, we've got the plight of the informal traders that is not always taken care of. We have this role to balance the interest of the paying customers and those that are not paying. So in our smaller municipalities, we know that unfortunately the higher number of people who can't afford to pay tends to be higher. So we have that responsibility to do a balancing act. Obviously, we get the very depressing reports from AG, which do not help us a lot. Then the other point is that we have a responsibility to attract investment in our areas. Once we have that investment, we also have a responsibility to retain it. So it's very unfortunate that we have seen in some of our municipalities companies closing down and relocating to other municipalities, we have to ask ourselves, why is it happening? So I'm making the point that the infrastructure is one of the causing factors. So we are saying that as a country, South Africa, not long ago, whenever visitors were coming here in South Africa, they will be impressed with the quality of our infrastructure because they wouldn't have expected an African country to have such a quality. But unfortunately, we are starting to see that kind of an impression being reversed, and we need to basically do our part. And I've got a number of pictures there that you can see which are very discouraging, starting by looking at the potholes, looking at the people who are invading land, looking at the illegal trading within our cities and towns, looking at the water that we lose because there are a number of pipes that are not maintained, looking at the people who are stealing cables, and the point that my colleague made of our towns that are dirty. So this is a peak attract you on the other side. So if I may just read at the bottom there, because those are the biggest blocks. One of the factors that push companies away from our areas, crime and corruption. Number 2, poor service delivery, poor infrastructure, lack of economic opportunities, financial mismanagement. Those are the things that companies were saying to us, we are living. I mean, when we were conducting this study coincidentally, it was at the time when Clover was moving from Northwest and going into KZN. And we engaged with them, and we found that some of the points that are there are exactly the reasons that they put forward. So as municipalities, whether we want to acknowledge this or not is immaterial. Companies are responding to this, so we just have to address them. Then on the right-hand side, they say, the reason why we go to this municipality is because of the effective and efficient service. It's access to resources, willingness to assist, business opportunities, fast and reliable municipal response, the agility for us to respond to those inquiries. Those are things that businesses are saying is pushing them away and is pulling them in. So as it happened yesterday, I was at a conference that was called by National Tourism, and we had a number of companies in the private sector in the tourism space, as well as all departments. There's a gentleman who stood up, and he happened to come from this province, and he was telling us a story. I won't tell you which municipality he was referring to, but he was saying that 2 years ago, before COVID, the number of people that he was able to attract, because he's a tour operator, he was able to attract from countries like Germany, like UK, you know, our biggest pool countries in terms of the tourists that used to visit here. Obviously, their maintenance destination will be Kruger, but they will spend time within that municipality. He says the number has reduced to 30% of what he used to attract. Yes, we haven't been able to recover from COVID, but he said to the induction that we discovered is that councillors were saying to us, when they look at their own strategies, LED strategies, one, they are outdated. Some of them were lastly reviewed so many years ago. Number 2, when they start to say, okay, the last time we looked at this thing was 2014, but how much have we implemented? They found that what is in the strategy and what is happening, there's a huge difference. It's not happening enough. And they also argued and say that, yes, we appoint consultants to help us put these strategies together, but these documents are not talking to what is happening here. So the point that we want to emphasize is that as councillors, we encourage you to work very close with the officials to ensure that even in the instance where you appoint outsiders to help to put strategies together, get involved with that so that it will be practical, is something that you can implement. So these guidelines, when we work with the municipalities, we want to help really to balance that so that the good strategies that are academic can be implemented. The other critical tool that we have put together is for the public space when we talk about informal traders. What has happened is that a number of informal traders have taken municipalities to court because municipalities were enforcing the bylaws. But when municipalities go to court, all of them, without fail, have lost. Then we realize that there is imbalance between the document itself called a bylaw and the implementation. So as SALGA, we've put in here this document to help municipalities to review some of their guidelines, because really they are not helping. They are not helping the informal traders. They are not helping the municipalities as well. So those are some of other support that we do give. I'm not going to go into detail on that. I just want to come into recommendations very quickly and say that things that we believe we have to look at as municipalities. One, we have to address the issues of poor service delivery performance and lack of sufficient skill. It was mentioned this morning by the Premier again that for most municipalities, when we talk about LED function within the municipality, is that one thing where we dump all the people that we don't know what to do with. So as SALGA, we are putting together a study. All the inefficiencies do not relate to bylaws that are poor, but we are poor in implementation. The turnaround times are too long. So I've got that list that I won't be able to go through, but the presentation is available. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. That was our last presentation. We'll be now opening a platform for discussions. I am noting hands. That will be talking to the 4 presentations that we just had. If there are no hands, it means we have captured everything and we are satisfied. We'll be only receiving the presentations.
Because the more I listen to the presenter presenting, I start to feel like or sense that it looks like it's an involuntary thing. In fact, it's a voluntary process. And in my view, it should be involuntary. That the DDM model was a response to an integrated development plan that we did not find joy with as municipalities, because we were ourselves, while it was saying in that plan you will have national, you will have province, and then you have local municipalities planning on disseminating services to the people. Now the DDM model comes, it says, okay, in 2019, inception or introduction of the concept, it says, okay, you all come together, state-owned enterprises, but more critical for us, national, province, together with local. And then you appoint champions. One from the province, one from national. Now our experience, and I can see in the manner that you are presenting that that is why probably we are getting what we are getting. There's no appetite in participating in the DDM model. There's just no interest. There's no, it's like you can attend, or you can say, no, I'm having a meeting somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm going to be in that meeting, so I'm tendering my apology. That is what we are getting. In Nkangala district, we have every quarter, we have a DDM council sitting. We are there with Sanral, we are there with TREC. Sometimes one state, MISA is there like this Tuesday. But your champions, they are nowhere to be found. So if you don't have your champions, departments, you will not find them. And you know what we want? We want the district director of public works to come into the council and tell us what is his program in Nkangala district. You will have health. Health was there in one of our meetings. So they come and go. It's like, they come and go. But I'm asking myself, if we really mean it, why don't we say we've got a calendar in all 3 districts? This is the calendar. And the instruction goes out. You must go and attend these councils. In fact, we are now doing it virtual. There's not even interest. I'm sure if we call it physical, they will not even show up. So you'd only do it virtual. My assessment and my observation is that we're making it a laissez-faire kind of process. No, it must be institutionalized and forced. People must attend. It's about service delivery. All these departments that are national, I don't know how they come into Nkangala district and do what. I don't know. Even our department in the province, no, we've got a very serious problem. Very serious. And we know the reasons why they don't want to come to the DDM model. Because there, we are going to start to ask them, here, you are going to do a road, who's the contractor here? Who's the subcontractor here? How are people going to benefit here, job-wise, and all the, we're going to ask those questions. And we'll want those things to happen. So they stay away. They stay away. And I'm saying, I see Richie going for the same route that the IDP has gone. Because in the IDP, you'll see them when you go for the IDP outreach. No, you don't see them. In fact, they are not there. In the IDP outreach, where you go to the public, they will never show up. You go to the IDP forum, 3, 4 will come. But you go to the IDP in Daba because they need to approve their own plans in their own departments. They all come. All 11 departments or 10 departments, they will come to the IDP in Daba. Because if they don't come, they have not complied with a certain requirement in terms of the departmental whatever. There will be a finding. They will all come. So you can see, we don't take our people serious. We don't take our people serious. And for me, this is a very serious area of concern. The chair, when he spoke, he said we deal with, plan together, manage duplication, do away with wastage of resources. But still, these people are not interested. So my question is, who must see to it that this thing happen? How serious are we with this thing of making sure that we change the life of our people in real times? Because the DDM model for me was that hope. We were all hopeful that we are going to win and sit in the DDM council. But that is not happening. So we're raising it now to say, let it be an enforceable program, a compulsory program. Go and all the district directors in our area, representing departments, where do they share with these people the things that the people in our community, the things that they are doing? We are the ones that goes to the community. We are the ones that can represent what they are doing in our communities. But they don't show up. They don't want to share with us the information that they have. And that's the tragedy. So people will always insult us. They will and the people who've got the budget, I can tell you now, it's public works, it's health, it's Department of Education. Go and check. Those are the people who've got billions in terms of the budget that they have and they're servicing in our schools, in our own spaces. But people don't appreciate that because they don't get that information. We can't speak on that information ourselves. And they can't do a public participation like we do as municipalities. So that's the problem. But the last one is the issue on the matters of revenue collection. I think this presentation is a very good presentation. But as far as I'm concerned, would have loved to hear, a good story to say this is what we've identified and this is how we have turned around the situation in a particular municipality. Because all these things, we all are aware of them in our own institutions. These are the issues that are a challenge. But you need an intervention that will assist you to say, if you can do the following as a municipality, this is what will work for you because we have done it. Here is it, it works. Emalahleni, it has a debt of 6 billion with Eskom. From 1 point something billion, it is going up. So when do we intervene? When do we intervene and stop this problem? In Enfuleni, there in Ekuruleni, Eskom is attaching properties of the municipality. It's attaching. We see it, we hear it on TV, we see it on the next one was saying here, if we don't do intervention, we try and assist, we try and go there and do our own, but we need a very serious Let's get to the bottom of the problem. What is this thing, that problem? And then we identify that and say, okay, in this one, to get out of this situation, this is what must happen. And that's where the fight must go. What must happen? Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Is number 2?
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I am Ice Ngoma, the Speaker of Victor Kanye, local municipality in Kangala. Well, on the presentation of e-Property Rights Act, there's a question that was asked that is there additional scope in the Property Rights Act that can assist revenue enhancement?
Can you raise your voice? They can't hear him this side.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying there's a question that was asked by the presenter that is there any additional scope in the Property Rights Act that can assist revenue enhancement? Well, yes, there is. One, the municipalities in their evaluation role, somewhere municipalities are putting values lower than what can be sold on the market. And the property owners around, you can Google, when they sell their properties, they even give you an incentive that they pay so much on the property rates. And the act says the value that you put when as a municipality on the property is the one that must be sold on an open market. So that is where we're losing. For an example, there is a farmer in my municipality that has built 5 mansions in his property. He has a filling station, he's closer to the freeway, he's selling to everybody. But if you go to the property rates, if you go to the valuation roll, the value of his property is less than $1 million. So you can see that is where we're losing. But Chair, Sengval, I want to lobby SALGA that on the same Property Rights Act, the Property Rights Act speaks of public service infrastructure that must be levied. But municipalities were sent circulars that they must not levy that infrastructure. But I'm saying you have Eskom properties that crisscross municipalities and were bullied by Eskom. But we're not levying property rates on those Eskom properties, your Central properties, etc. So the lobby is that let us bring back that capacity so that municipalities can be able to levy property rates fairly and at least maximize their revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will be taking responses. Councillor Poshomane, when you ask about this DDM and the stakeholders that do not want to sit in this meeting, but they are there in our communities consulting them. You remind me of one particular municipality where one mine, Isibanye, told them that according to their policy, they are allowed to just go and consult the communities without anyone from the municipality. And when they went there, the community chased them. They told them that, but
Why are you consulting us alone? Where is our municipality? Where is the ward council? So yeah, they are doing that. So we'll be taking the responses. I think they're directed to yes. And this before Chair, I will allow you. Can we allow Mr. Nengobela he must attend a meeting now. I think it's visual. Can we allow him, because there is no question that was directed to him? Can we release him? You will come back and take your gift. Ne? I think, no, you don't have a gift. You're from SALGA. You don't have. Okay, you don't have. Before we allow the responses, can you allow the chair? The mic, can we give the chair a mic? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. It's not a response but a comment, because really this is our first PMA in the 5th administration. So the things that are coming up, we did raise them in the previous administration. And I want to raise this in the presence of the acting Premier. Premier, there is so much work that is being done by our member municipalities. But this work is undermined because there is this sphere of government in the middle that is not responding to the issues that are presented to work in a well-coordinated manner in responding to those. Probably the official from DCOC will also assist in probably sending a message to the office of the president. Because, I mean, these things, once the president says this must be done, it becomes regulated. But people choose not to do or take up their responsibility in implementation. Number one, we are talking to ourselves here today. We don't have reps from COCTA, in as much as the MEC has apologized. But I take it at the technical level, the MEC was supposed to be supported by either an HOD or a senior official from COCTA. Because COCTA is part of us, so that COCTA is able to coordinate the other departments. Acting Premier. Number two, we don't have provincial treasury. How is provincial treasury intervening in terms of all these issues that are put forth by SALGA as good advices, because these are realistic areas required for intervention in the form of support, and also allocating resources, be it financial resources or human resources. But you know where we are missing each other? I remember during the 4th administration in a PMA that took place in Kangala. Our acting CEO today, after COCTA presented, the rep by then was Mr. Nkosi, the IGR framework. A very glossy presentation. And he asked, yes, good things are being raised there, but are we doing it? And we did not get a response. So we just have these things on paper, but we don't have provincial government in the space. And when we're saying provincial government, we are not saying it should be the Premier, but the Premier is supported by MECs, by departments. We are saying, we are calling for the Premier's Coordination Forum to take place so that we'll be in a position to process SALGA's position on these matters. With regards to the district development model, it's true. We've got also our SALGA champions in the 3 districts, but we are talking to ourselves, as my colleague is indicating. The provincial structure is not sitting. Where is the DG to coordinate at the technical work that must be processed by that structure at the provincial level with regards to DDM issues. So we can't be blaming ourselves as politicians, but the officials from provincial government must do their work, because these councils don't sit outside officials. There is a technical sitting before that. But where is the DG and his team to prepare for processing of such reports? I remember during the period of COVID, as district executive mayors, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, once convened us into his presidential coordinating forum sitting, where we processed issues of COVID-19. And we are saying we need that forum, DDM, to sit at national level so that we begin to tell the president, Uguti, these champions are not assisting us to realize these issues. Probably the president also weeping. Premiers across, which is, I want to believe it's the same sentiments across national in terms of the challenges that we are having. We had a presidential imbizo, and ministers and deputy ministers promised to come back and respond through DDM councils on issues that were raised by our communities, the frustration, because it boils back to the question, when a provincial road, our communities are having challenges around that, they will go to a council or request the mayor to respond. Probably as SALGA, as we wrap up tomorrow, we must put a resolve that says we are no longer going to be those executive mayors or leadership of the municipalities that will welcome in provincial programs and have the district mayors making closing remarks, because that's the only role. We are just spectators on work that we are supposed to be doing together. Again, another debate that should be coming up. It is legislated in terms of disaster management. It cannot be COCTA alone. District has got a role to play. But see what we are doing. We are just data collectors. We run immediately after a storm has damaged municipal property and whatnot, and present these issues. Through COCTA, there will be this presentation. But in terms of responding to those issues, those damages of those disasters, and allocation of resources, local government is not in the space. We are just told, go and reprioritize your budgets. Reprioritize with what? With the 9% that the NEC member spoke on. There's nothing. We've got municipalities, whether we like it or not, people did not vote for unfunded budgets. They did not vote for that. They know Uguti, they went into an election, they elected councillors. Councils elected mayors. They must respond to those issues. But here we are speaking to ourselves. So we want to really process that matter, because I want to believe you won't be with us post this session, but this is the message that we want to really send with you to the Honorable Premier, that we are really not going to achieve and really lay the foundation for 2024 and going outside 2024 to 2026, because we have not responded to the President's call, which is now regulated. We've got these one plans, but they are just gathering dust somewhere in our offices, because the two spheres of government are not coming to the party. And hopefully,
we do welcome the comments, and thank you.
Thanks participation of Sector Department Office to fast track the gazetting of the Section 47 regulations, Section 47 1B of the IGR Framework Act regulations, as an empowering provision that will set the legal framework for all of government to participate in, firstly, the institutionalization of the DDM, but also secondly, the development and implementation of one plans. So that is something that high on the minister's agenda that's been fast-tracked as we speak. But also, lastly, we are reviewing the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to make it clear and prominent and pertinent the involvement of SOEs and sector departments in IGR-related processes, whether it relates to IDPs or any other development planning process that requires all of government to participate. A state-owned enterprise formally wrote to my minister a few months back saying the IGR Act says that their participation in IDPs is on a request and invitation basis. Therefore, they can choose to participate or not to participate. That needs to change, and that is what we are addressing seriously in the amendment of the Act. But I do concur with the comments and the inputs. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, just one from our side that I wanted to add. Perhaps it's going to be a request that when the DDM structures sit, we make a request to come and share the experience that we have on a small town regeneration. SALGA, for many years, we've been working on a program that includes part of Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as Free State. We call it Karoo region, where we have been experiencing with the small town regeneration. And we wanted to move away from the concept of saying, when we focus on a town, we focus on an individual town. We took a notion of saying that it must be a region, because really some of our failures are precisely because we do things as individual municipalities or towns. And I think it's in line with DDM that we plan together, because really we do need that coordination. Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga kakhulu kuma presenters wethu wonke. Thank you very much. Can I request from Chair, can you allow any PC member to do the handover? Okay. Okay. Magenkosi. Malibongwe. Gama lamakhosikazi. This one will go to Pito. No, we're from, oh yeah, no. We'll go to, you say, yes, we'll go to the first presenter, Mr. Lodge. Am I correct? Yes. Lodge, yes. Oh, he's a cousin, Lodge. All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Can we put our hands together for all the presenters? Thank you very much. Siyabonga, Siyabonga, you are now released. Thank you very much. Siyabonga, Menkos. We have concluded our second session. We'll be going for lunch. Chair, can we be allowed to take our lunch for 45 minutes? Is it possible, or 30? 45. We will be coming back at 3:30. Is it fine? 45 minutes. So you are all expected to be here at 3:30. Thank you very much. Siyabonga, singakhululeka siyodla.
16 billion. 30% of what ESCOM is being owed is owed by municipalities in Mpumalanga. We cannot be proud of that. I'm also not proud of this poor performance. If you look on who are this one I think is summarizing the presentation. The biggest contributors, you can see that the Mbombela side, City of Mbombela is contributing 6% of that debt. Then the Palisang 1%. Then you go to Emalahleni, Emalahleni is 44%. So if you really need to move, Honorable Chairperson, the ship must move at Emalahleni. Then followed by Gavin Baker at 22%. Honorable Zuma, the ship must also move there. Then we do have Liqua, which is 11%. And the other ones, I must say that they are not that much, but any billion is a lot of money to ESCOM. I must highlight this item, Honorable Chairperson, that if you look in terms of Emakazeni, when we close our book in March 2021, they were only owing us 3 rand. Honorable Mabuza, I hope you can count 1, 2, 3. 3 rand. That was the debt owed by Emakazeni. At the moment, they are sitting with a debt, very scary amount. And I know that Honorable Ngwenya also went to the media to make media statement. But Emakazeni, at the moment, I think the wheels are off. So, Honorable Chair, please, if you can help us there, we'll really appreciate. Then we also need to give credit, Honorable Chairperson, obviously through your effort and your engagement with the different municipalities. This is our cream, so you can go to any other meeting nationally. We have the Bushbuck Ridge. Thanks a lot, leadership from Bushbuck Ridge. We don't have issues there. Chief Albert Lituling also was there. We don't have issues there. Tavete, he makes sure that his team, they honor their accounts. Dr. Jace Moroka, thanks a lot, leadership there. Then Dr. Pixley, we don't have issues. Nkomas, we don't have issues. Tembisile Hani and Steve Chwete. These municipalities, they make sure that on a monthly basis, they pay what is due to ESCOM without any doubt. So I think let's give them that round of applause. We want to challenge the other municipalities to join this league, because everybody must perform like this 7. I had a proposed repayment plan. I had a quick discussion with the MM. They are in breach before ESCOM sign. 2 months, current account not paid. So we're hoping that they will correct it in the next few weeks. Or else then they got a letter of demand for 260-something million. So they will get a fresh one. Then Mkondo, I don't want to relate the story, Honorable Chair. I don't know if you had the privileged information from the MM. We switched them off. We had a meeting in the dark last week. We switched them off around 11. The supply only came back, I think, when I was in Bad Plus. So please take note, we really mean business in terms of if you don't cooperate, we'll switch off. Then in terms of Liqua, Chairperson, this one is in contempt of court. You might be aware, Honorable Chair, that there are 3 customers who got a court order that they must pay ESCOM directly. The municipality must pay the difference. If the account is 30 million, the municipality must pay the difference after the 3 customers. So the municipality have not been paying the difference for years now. Not months, for years. 1.7 million there, billion, sorry. Gavin Bakey, which is the second owing in the province. Then in Gavin Bakey, Honorable Chair, I must say that we are seeing some movement from the weekly payments. We had weekly meeting under the chairmanship of the MM. They got revenue enhancement meetings where we exchanged notes. And I must say that they've implemented a number of the strategies. So it's just a matter of time for them to turn the situation around. Then let's go to the last one. The last one is Enhlazeni district. I don't want to shock you, Honorable Seidel. The first one is City of Mbombela. They are, no, MMC. They are approaching $1 billion. So, and I must say that if there was a floating trophy, out of these 10 defaulting municipalities, Mbombela is doing well. But doing well out of a league of defaulting. So the average is 75%. The last one is Tabacheu. Tabacheu sitting with 1.2 billion. So the concerns are there at the bottom. You can go through it. This is our recommendation. Honorable Seidel, Honorable Executive Mayor, you are one of the veteran executive mayors in this sitting. This recommendation, you have seen it several times. During PCF times, during provincial ESCOs, and those municipalities which have implemented, they are able to sustain themselves, they are able to be out of this league of defaulters. I can bear testimony, they are no longer there. Nkomas used to be on this list, they are no longer there. So it's not a matter that ESCOM is on the other side of the fence. We are working with the municipalities. We're even committing ourselves, if there's a revenue enhancement meeting, let's sit down, we'll exchange notes. We have even exchanged revenue enhancement template. We even share notes in terms of the role of the account executive, the same role which I'm doing on behalf of ESCOM. We say they must do same. The executive mayor of Gavin Beki, I believe that he got accounts which he's looking after. So we need to apply that same strategy so that all of us who can earn our salaries from the leadership to the officials, so that on a weekly basis we can report how much have we collected. Then we are making a plea that all accounts must be paid on time, but we don't charge interest if the accounts are paid in full. So Emalatlen can bear testimony. They got 3 points, which those accounts are up to date. On a monthly basis, we're charging them 0, 0, 0, 0. So not even R1, 0. For those 3 accounts. Ring fencing of electricity, Honorable Chair, I must say most municipalities are afraid to ring fence. Do you know why? Because they are buying at an average of between R1.10 to R1.15 from ESCOM. They add their markup, maybe 40 to 60 cents. They sell. And if you look on simple maths, it's just for them, give ESCOM R1.15, take your 60 cents. They don't want to ring fence from that angle. Then you look on the negotiate affordable repayment plans. Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, one of the tight conditions is that the current account must be paid, which Msikwalikwa has failed to honor at the moment. Then the illegal connections removal, because what happened, to simplify from a non-technical, ESCOM is billing you at a bulk level. Whatever is being used, whether it's illegally on consumption, you'll pay for that. So if you want your bill to come down, you must remove illegal connections. I know that during question and answers, Honorable Chair, there will be input, businesses have closed. If businesses have closed, your account must come down. You cannot say, look, my account is still 100 million while businesses have closed. The account must come down. The last input is that data cleansing and ensure that there's correct billing. This one, what happened, we're picking up in our engagement on the revenue enhancement meetings that some of them that they got queries. Some of these queries I can tell, Honorable Chair, that they've been there even in the previous leadership, in the new leadership, and queries, they should have an end date. It cannot be a query forever that whenever our technician want to go and cut, I got a query, I got a query, I got a query. The previous leadership, I got a query, I got a query. Those queries must come to an end. If a compromise position must be reached, let it be reached so that the municipality can collect what is due to it. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chris. Chairperson, I don't know if this someone izandla, Chris, because I shayek izandla. Please, let's give him a round of applause. No, Chairperson, this is a very scary picture that has been painted here. But I think, Chairperson, as we continue with our discussion, we are also going to engage on the presentation by Chris. This is an awakening call to municipalities from ESCOM, because this thing of the ESCOM debt is a very serious thing. Thank you very much once again, Chris. Colleagues, let's quickly jump into the next presentation. The next presentation, colleagues, is going to be done by you, Dr. Silas. Dr. Silas, I'm going to request that you come forward. You and I, we've been having a lot of workshops on this jet energy program. But every time that we've been having these discussions, you could tell that there were a lot of questions. And I'm glad today that the executive mayors are here, the MMs are here, and we'll be able to take a good discussion around this matter. Colleagues, Dr. Silas is going to take us on the background of JET in the local government perspective, and what intervention has SALGA done and plans going forward, including lobbying and consultations. Because it can't be right to go to Kulunywa, get just transition, and we are expected to go to decommission these power stations in our municipalities. And yet, as municipalities, perhaps we don't have a clear idea of what this JET is. With Dr. Silas here, is going to do a presentation to try and bring us all up to speed in the JET program. Nanoguti yipi role with local government, and all the other issues that we might have. Dr. Silas, please come forward. Thank you. Those who are technologically inclined.
Municipalities will need to do a number and variety of things in order to adapt to this transition. To a certain extent, it is unavoidable. We've seen a huge increase in the installation of embedded generation. Embedded generation is installation of solar PV rooftop by different customers across the country. And we know that this will result in loss of revenue from many municipalities, because me and you as customers, once I install solar PV rooftop, I'm going to basically buy less from the municipality because I will be generating for own consumption. So this is part of transition that we see is happening. So we are saying that there is a need for municipalities to adjust to this transition. There is a need for municipalities to adapt to the transition and to become or take measures such as becoming network service providers, not just buy power from ESCOM and sell to communities, where ESCOM will even charge you the NMD, and you ended up having the debt that accumulates over time. So there is a need for municipalities to make use of the biggest asset, which is network, allow what we call the wheeling of power by the generator IPP and the consumers, then charge the wheeling tariff and all those kind of things. So that's one of the areas that municipalities must adjust to. And we've seen that municipalities are at different levels of readiness for the transitions. Some, especially metros, have already developed ambitious climate action plans, climate action strategy, project pipelines, which are basically some of them finance ready. And others, including secondary as well as municipalities, will basically require additional support to ensure that we bring them on board, to give them much needed support so that they can adapt and adjust to the energy transition that we see. Let's then turn our attention to this just energy transition. Of course, we have heard about it many times. Many of us do know what it's all about. This is a transformation from the fossil fuel dependency to a low carbon, climate resilient economy as well as society. It's not a transformation from coal to renewable energy.
is a transformation from fossil fuel, which includes coal, to a low carbon, climate resilient economy and society. This low carbon includes many technologies, including nuclear, is a low carbon, and many others, of course, including renewable energy. We have had a number of times from the DG, from DMRE, the minister, making sure that they basically outline and elaborate our intention when it comes to just energy transition, that we need to make sure as a country, and I'm saying also as a local government, we need to make sure that the chosen energy transition pathways provide security for energy supply, and at the same time, taking into account the climate change commitment that a country has made. Hence, there must be a balance in this energy mix that we're talking about. Balance in terms of base load, that is coal, nuclear, the dispatchable energies, that is open cycle gas turbine, the likes of pumped storage scheme, as well as renewables. So there must be a balance between those different sources of energy. And we're saying that will basically result, which we call it energy transition, in new jobs, in better jobs, of course, justice, social justice, as well as poverty eradication. Anything that will result in opposite to those three last points in the slide, it won't be just energy transition. That will be something else that we certainly do not know. Just a slide to also mention a point around Mpumalanga, that 3/4 of coal production and electricity generation basically takes place in those three municipalities, notably Emalahleni, Steve Tshwete, Govenbeki, as well as Msukalegwa. You will remember that around 9 trillion tons of coal reserves are in South Africa, which is basically a total out of 16 trillion tons, where basically over 50% of coal reserves are in South Africa, in the continent, not in the world. In Africa as a continent. So we've got huge, substantial reserves for coal, and around 1.2 million of people live in these particular districts. And of course, we are mindful of the fact that beside the direct employment effect, the downsizing of this coal mining will actually affect a range of business and informal sector work that support the mine's labor force. And what we do not want to see at the end of this transition is ghost town, unemployment, poverty. That is actually opposite to what we want to achieve from this particular transition. As I said, it is unavoidable. It is happening at a small scale. Commercial, residential customers are transitioning. They are actually installing the embedded generation for own consumption. Then we need to adjust to these changes that we see. What we've done as SALGA, in collaboration with the Southern Africa Energy Program, which is basically funded by the USAID, we've hosted a number of series. It's actually 3 series workshops in Mpumalanga. They have taken place from August to October, wherein the first one was actually in Bombela. The idea was actually to introduce the JET. It was basically more of JET 101 to both political leaders as well as administration, and why JET, and how, the how part of JET, and all those kind of things. And we also had a second workshop that was in Secunda in September, where we basically brought a number of stakeholders from PCC, DMRE, ESCOM, and other stakeholders to share with us their understanding about the implication of JET for municipalities. That will include the energy policies and plans, private and public sector roles in this particular energy transition. And the last workshop was actually in Emalahleni in October, where we're discussing the integration and alignment of JET into municipalities, incorporation of JET-related projects into the IDP, so that when the funds are disbursed, IPG funds are disbursed to, or the climate change finance, when it's disbursed to the local government, municipalities must be ready to make use of such funding. We are, as SALGA, participating in a number of platforms, including the Just Transition Governance Structures. We have engaged PCC in a number of meetings, workshops. We specifically have engaged the head of the JET Partnership Secretariat in September, We also engaged the head of Presidential Climate Finance Task Team in the same September to discuss a number of factors in terms of exactly, what is the plan around this jet? What is the investment plan all about? And of course, making a point that this jet investment plan, you need to be transparent. Municipalities or local government must be afforded an opportunity to make inputs before the plan is actually published. But anyway, next slide will outline what happens, especially after we've engaged PCC and emphasize on the role of local government, the inputs that we wish to give in this investment plan. And we did make a presentation in terms of local government position on the following areas, which includes the lobbying and representation around the local government funding bid windows, the local government projects, and we subsequently even received a letter of appreciation from the head of Presidential Climate Finance Task Team that it will seem that there were some sort of oversight where the local government was not engaged, but after this consultation, then it was more of a wake-up call that, by the way, we do have local government in South Africa, and they need to be part of this, by the way. And we are saying that just like any other sector, local government to achieve this just energy transition will definitely require significant capital mobilization. We require an appropriate or fair share of the $8.5 billion from the IPG, which is jet climate financing package to support the local government just transition. And of course, this funding will assist in accelerating decarbonization of the local government electricity system. And what we've said is that SALGA calls for a fair share of the local, fair share of this funding for the local government. Of course, in the next few slides, we're gonna see what the investment plan says insofar as the local government funding is concerned from this particular 8.5 billion jet climate funding. We have made a commitment in a number of platforms in those 3 series workshops that we have had and others that we will continue to engage municipalities and other stakeholders through various platforms. Local government basically will need to be afforded in bold to make inputs into the jet investment plan. That is known in the PCC. Of course, I'm glad that there is a speaker from PCC. This engagement with the PCC, we will get a better understanding on how did they arrive in that particular figure of 319 billion, how so, and the infrastructure upgrade and repair that local government needs to embark on. How is that incorporated in that 319 billion rand? Zooming into the 319 billion rand, what is it for? There are a number of areas, funding program from infrastructure, the distribution maintenance, the network maintenance and upgrade, the network distribution modernization for new energy vehicle or electric vehicles, and many others, including electrification backlog, DSM, and energy access design. And on the far right of the screen, these are allocated billion South African rands for each program. And I have to remind you that this is actually what the investment plan says. And that's also capacity, capability and capacity knowledge generation, and which all total to 319 billion rand. That is what is allocated to the local government in order to support the decarbonization of the local government from the investment plan. And of course, we still need a lot of explanation as to how are all these figures derived at, what has been considered, and why was not local government involved in determination of these particular figures, because I believe it's local government who need to say, yes, we believe this much is needed for this particular program. There is a say that basically says nothing for us without us. So it looks like in this case there is something for us without us. Looking at Mpumalanga just transition investment needs in the same 5-year window period, there are a number of programs that are indicated as that there is a need for investment. Repurposing of coal mines, 3.4 billion, repurposing of coal mining land, 13 billion, and the figures goes on and on and on. A total of 60 billion rand, according to the investment plan, has been proposed for the Mpumalanga just transition investment needs. In terms of way forward, what we plan to do is that we plan to further engage or to lobby the PCC and to remind that we agree that you need to be more transparent, you need to be more consultative, you need to engage local government before some of these decisions are taken, and to ensure that all spheres of government, particularly local government, can, of course, has to influence and benefit from this investment plan and the need for engagement on JET investment plan. Hence, as I said, we have received email that is inviting us to a meeting where an explanation about this particular JET plan is all about and why and all those kind of things. Sound more like a post-facto consultation, because we believe that this should have happened before the plan was published. Just two more slides. We are saying that in terms of identification of local government JET project, municipalities will need to look at a number and variety of areas, from energy and electricity, the human settlements around green building, the transport, including infrastructure such as the charger rollout and all other things. In conclusion, I'm saying that we have a clear strategic role to play, of course, in the representation, the lobbying, in terms of the interest of the local government, so that they can fulfill their developmental obligation in this JET process. We are committed to continue playing that particular role, and will continue to support and represent and build capacity in the energy transition for the local government, and of course play the role along unlocking the municipal generation capacity and facilitate a number of knowledge and information sharing. And we will make sure that in the local government there is a security of supply through diversification as well as decentralization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause. No, thank you very much, Dr. Silas. Dr. Silas allowed you 20 minutes on purpose, because I know that there are a lot of questions around this JET program. So I wanted you, on your presentation, to unpack this program so that the honorable members that are here and the MMs can get more information, so that when it gets to discussion, it can assist a lot. Colleagues, the next presentation will receive it from Mr. Blessing Manale. Mr. Blessing is coming from PCC, Presidential Climate Commission. He'll be touching what is the status of the JET investment plan and strategies to engage local government, what commitments in South Africa going to make its COP27 regarding the JET investment plan, what is the local government share on the JET climate financial package. Local government requires transparent consultation process going forward to ensure that all spheres of government, particularly local government, explain the consultation process and the timelines. I'm going to call Mr. Blessing to come forward. Mr. Blessing, you've got 7 minutes. Should it happen, ukuthi ngiyakubona ukuthi u7 minutes wamuhudla mawala ngizawusukuma nje bese ngithi in conclusion. No, asimnikezeni a round of applause. Thank you. Dr. Silas, I'm hoping ukuthi we were taking notes. Dr. Silas, I can assure you, it looks like there's going to be fireworks when it comes to this JET program. This discussion is not just going to be a normal discussion. Thank you.
No, thanks. Let me greet in your eminence, honorable councillors, mayors, and municipal officials. I'm not sure whether 7 minutes is enough, but I think I'll have to do with what I'm given. I actually come from the Presidential Climate Commission, responsible for stakeholder engagement and government relations. Practically because the commission is not a government, it's a multi-stakeholder body established by the president in 2020 as an outcome of the job summit to drive South Africa's transition into a low carbon economy, as Silas has already said. We've got, and I'm sure the rest should find out, we've got 23 commissioners. In November, the president increased the number of commissioners to 27 by adding the faith communities, the indigenous communities, an additional representative of youth, the banking sector, and the agricultural sector. So the commission has gone big. It's established by a cabinet minute, and it's awaiting the approval of the climate change bill that would give life to the future of the commission. We don't know what it will become, but the climate change bill says that the commission should continue. At the back of the commission, and I want to come quickly to the JET IP, to Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, because I'm told you started discussing it at registration, the way it's such a hot issue. Those are the commissioners. The slides are available. Colleagues can acclimatize themselves with the work of the commission. At the back of the PCC, after COP26 in Glasgow last year, the president then announced the appointment of a special finance envoy, which was Mr. Minel, a former deputy governor of the Reserve Bank, to actually drive the development of investment plan coming out of the notorious or the popular $8.5 billion US announced by the International Partnership Group, which is the EU, the UK, the US, and other developing partners, as well as their their development finance institutions. So that is what gave birth to the PCFTT, with a mandate to develop investment plan a year after Glasgow, so that we could go into Sharm el-Sheikh, which we did in the last 2 weeks, to table the plan back to the partners for consideration, and that happened. At the back of that, the Presidential Climate Commission, within its mandate, was developing the Just Transition Framework. And I must say that Mpumalanga was our priority hotspot. We consulted in the districts in the hotspots. We went to Emalahleni, we went to Carolina, went to Emelo, went to Secunda. And earlier this year, we went back to those communities to go and consult them on what should happen with the framework. And it was approved by Cabinet as the broader policy statement on how the country should transition, not whether the country should transition. And we've got to emphasize that transitioning is no more a choice. It's happening with or without our liking. We've got to identify the risks, mitigate against them, and seize the opportunities. So it's not a do or don't. It's not like we don't like it. Because it's within a global framework, it's within commitments that we have made in the nationally determined contributions. And those contributions means that we've got to cut X number of gigatons of carbon by 2050. Basically, it means that we've got to breathe less carbon. That's what it means. And the only way you can breathe less is when you don't consume more. And consuming more under our context is fossil fuels in vehicles and in power generations, mainly in dirty production. So that is the reality of what we find ourselves in. This slide, and which colleagues can read, just outlines the process of what happened since the PCC was formed. We undergone a number of consultations on the framework, and then ultimately consulted with communities in Lephalale, which is also a coal hotspot. We went into Gqeberha, which is the automotive hotspot, and Gauteng. You'd know VW and Samanco, the Ford production there, as well as Toyota in KZN. And then as well as the Cape and the Northern Cape, because of potential for both hydrogen and renewables in the form of solar. The framework has got 7 chapters, and that is the Just Transition Framework, which is the building blocks of the investment plan. It is the financing mechanism, not of the Just Transition Framework, but only of the energy pillar of the Just Transition Framework. You have got other sectors, and the principles are basic. It must be redistributive, it must be procedural, and it must be restorative. It means that there must be equal benefit, and our people cannot be in the same situation they were before they polluted. And that's what we're telling the developed countries. But also it must be inclusive, meaning that we must include workers, we must include communities in Paula and in KwaGuqa, everywhere, and in Komati village, because we cannot continue to speak about them about their health and about their jobs. And those are the principles that are coming out. And there are a number of sectors at risk. The JET IP has mainly been focusing on the 2 sectors, coal or mining, the automotives, but then you've got sectors like agriculture and tourism. And then cross-cutting that would be your infrastructure, your health, your skills, that would have to transition or die. And that practically, that's what it means. It means tourism would die when there is no infrastructure. It means that when there are droughts, there will be no agriculture. If there are floods, there will be new diseases and new epidemics. So those cross-cutting things come into the Just Transition Framework. And it's built on a number of policy developments over the last, I would say, 2011 when we hosted COP17. And we agreed to these things when we were the host in Durban and when we released the COP Accord, the Durban Accord, which was much more of a mild agreement because we spent 2 weeks there negotiating commas and full stops. Then we went into Copenhagen, then ultimately into Paris until we found ourselves in Glasgow, where we then outlined a much more ambitious nationally determined contribution. And that basically means cut our emissions by 2050 with this much. And government does not emit. It is industries. It is ESCOM that emits. It is SASOL that emits. It is the manufacturers of cars. It is the farmers through dung that emits. So those NDCs are not government targets. They're actually industry targets. And then we started saying what would be the planning instruments, and I want to come quickly in the next 3 minutes, Chair, to the JET-P specifically, but I think Silas did some good work on the figures there. Labor market and skills. We might create new jobs under the just transition, but they might not be in Emalahleni. They might be in Hotazel, in the Northern Cape, because that's where the sun is. Or they might be in Gqeberha, because that's where the wind is. But they might be in Komati Port because that might be the biggest shipping port of batteries into the port of Maputo. So we don't know. And what we don't know, we don't know. But it does not mean that we cannot continue not to plan. Then, of course, economic diversification. We'd have to start rethinking our economies at a local, regional, and national level. And the Green Cluster Agency has been doing some work around the development of new industries. And I think that we think as the PCC that Mpumalanga is both the do or die of the transition. It's going to showcase the world whether it can happen or not. And I do not want to speak up for ESCOM, but I think we've seen the work that's happening with the Shad Komati power station. And actually it's being shut down for the second time. And what surprised us as the PCC was people were only seeing that Komati is being shut down now in 2022, when it actually happened in 2011. It had to be recommissioned because of security of supply. So it's not been decommissioned now because of pressure from the east. It's because that it's a car that you can't drive. Can you imagine buying a car, taking it to a mechanic, it leaks oil, it leaks petrol, it's old, no one can drive it because people are used to automatic, so it had a lot of other things. But ESCOM still had to consider the impact on livelihoods and the impact on workers, and they've done a lot of things there, with, of course, a 400 X number of millions from the World Bank. And then we've got governance issues that would come into that. But then we've started calculating how much the investment, Chair, how much the overall investment is needed, because the JET IP only speaks of the 8.5 billion rand. But a number of systems IQ says that we need 1.3 trillion between now and 2035, but we need 4 trillion. NBI says the number is 6. The World Bank says we need 8.3 trillion by 2050. That's in 28 years. God forbidding, if I stop smoking cigarettes and I do a few things right, I might see that money when I'm 75, whenever I'll be. So those figures are high and they are real. And we have started saying, how do we mobilize finance? It will have to come from domestic savings. Those are workers' pensions. It will have to come from financial integration. It means that the electricity guy that's doing the street lights must start looking into whether those street lights cannot be solar at a micro level. It also means that we must find public funding. We've got to go to the Minister of Finance and look for money every year. But it also has got to come from the development partners like the IPG group. And then it has got to come from philanthropic capital, but that's not a lot. That would be your Bloomberg, your Global Environmental Alliance for People and Planet. And then the implementation steps, we need to start asking ourselves, what is the consensus? Because we might be sitting here saying we don't want renewables. Communities are saying that they are getting sick. You got to a community consultation, you've got to keep on saying to COSATU and to communities, stop fighting. Because they're complaining about asthma and workers are complaining about jobs. So we've got to find the consensus, and that's what the PCC needs to do. But also, how do we make sure that the marginalized sectors are given priority? And how do we manage local risks in communities, including risk of revenue to municipalities? But what are the opportunities for new manufacturing, for social ownership? Can you imagine when workers own a mini grid in Paula village, firing the entire of Mhluzi and Middelburg? But we've got to rethink of those opportunities because, as I said, there is no going back. And then in terms of the financial plan, Just for the 5 years, it is the 1.5 trillion, which I think Silas has already explained how much the local government would get. But there are three main sectors, and those are the guiding principles I've already outlined. The main sectors would be energy, EMVs, that's electric vehicles, as well as hydrogen. Electric vehicles, if you don't do anything about it, you'll have to shut down the 13,000 workers sitting in PE, because VW will have to move to Entebbe and ship from there, because they cannot produce cars, because most of VW's cars are for outside production. So whether we like electric cars, it's another thing. But also they are heavy. When they come into South Africa into 2035, it means that Eskom must start bringing back money into the roads that their trucks have been messing up. That's what it means. It means that the MEC for Roads and Transport has got to go back to provincial cabinet and say, can we start progressively putting money into DPWRT? And a few other things. And then lastly, the figures you could read at them yourselves, and then in terms of implementing, which is the last slide, there are 5 things. We've got to agree on the priorities. We've got to agree on how we're going to mobilize and evaluate, because communities are already saying, everyone, they're not only saying national, they're saying everyone is going to chow this money. We've got to put in accountability and governance mechanisms that includes all the tiers of government, and we've got to improve access to finance domestically, and we must continue the engagements. And to continue the engagements, the PCC is inviting, as the first step, to a very, very highly technical meeting on the 1st of December, literally 4 hours, to break down every element of the JET IP, so that you could ask, if you are saying Mpumalanga, what is going into this? What is going to social protection measures? Because you are going to have to give money to workers that you cannot retrain. At 55, I can't retrain you. In addition to SASSA, we're going to have to give them just transition pensions. And where's that money going to come from? So you want to move into the first, discuss that. The commitment is that we would intensively engage local government between now and February. Take the revised plan to cabinet in February and come back with the final plan in May at another national conference when we adopt the implementation plan of the full JET IP. That was 30 slides in 7 minutes, but I'm sure we can engage more. Thanks.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Blessing. I've allowed you 15 minutes, not 7 minutes. Pity, because this is a very interesting topic that we are discussing, because it's directly affecting the municipalities, it's directly affecting us as a province. Maybe we needed the whole day basically just to engage and deal with these matters. We are indeed transitioning. Let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is going to be Mr. Tsegofatso. He's from USAID, South African Energy Program. Mr. Tsegofatso will touch how will you continue to provide support, capacity building, practical intervention, grant funding within municipalities. As part of international partner group, IPG, that has contributed 8.5 billion US dollars. What are your expectations on your investment from South Africa JET? Just transition. It is mind-boggling, mind-challenging. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Program Director. I hope I'm audible. Dumelang sanbonani, absheni, dimasiare. Chairperson is out. I see PC members, all delegates gathered and protocol observed. My name is Tsegofatso Newfan, as has been mentioned, and I must say I was surprised yesterday when they told me that Dr. Mulaudzi would be sharing the stage with me, because he makes effectively 70% of my presentation redundant. But this is good. As you'll see in our presentation, our model is effectively to partner with local organizations. You'll see that our program is a short duration program. So our model is indeed to partner with local organizations that have a permanent presence. So the good presentation for me to make after Silas has presented is to just point at him and say, I'm with that guy. And that is good development in my opinion. Okay, let me start the 7 minutes and try to be very respectful of that. Okay, who we are? We are the Southern Africa Energy Program, funded by USAID and under a program called Power Africa. We're in our 6th year of the program. Initially, we were scheduled to be in existence for 5 years. We have a presence in 10 countries within the region. Notable exceptions are Zimbabwe, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Tanzania for various reasons. We have a partnership model, and as you can see on the slide, we have regional partners that include the Regional Energy Regulators Association, SADC, the Southern Africa Power Pool, among others. I thought that I would put into my presentation, respond directly to the questions that were posed to me. Like I said, some of the things that I'm going to discuss are things that Silas has already covered, but I think there are additional things to include in the presentation, so my talk will not be wasted. Our presence in Mpumalanga, in South Africa, dealing with municipalities is animated by a letter of collaboration that we signed or entered into with SALGA in 2021, the effect of which is to mainly support municipalities to think through infrastructure, access issues, and novel energy solutions. The just energy transition is coincidental and happens within the scheme of this collaboration that we're engaging with. Our support thus far has taken a few legs and phases. Mpumalanga obviously getting its significant notice because of the impact of the decommissioning of the coal-fired power stations that I'll talk about momentarily. But we had an initial capacity building workshop in Mpumalanga in early March just to engage with communities and councillors and see what is known and is not known about the electricity supply industry. We also earlier on had already initiated a capacity building program that covers a number of subject areas that I'll flash onto the screen in the next slide. And then the main intention of the capacity building sessions was not just to deliver capacity building, but to also gauge the interest from municipalities in having direct support from an entity such as ours in collaboration with SALGA. So from these workshops that we hosted, we realized that some municipalities put up their hands and said we need assistance with this and that, and that's how we selected who got follow-on assistance. I need to state that a lot of municipalities, even those that we saw needed assistance, were very slow to taking up assistance from us. We emphasized that the assistance is free, it's for the benefit of the municipalities, but that still didn't happen. So it's something to note and with concern. These are the capacity building areas. The first one deals with new power generation. So there are two things that happened in South Africa, well, now three things, but the amendment of the promulgation of the new generation regulations and the amendment of Section 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act, in effect allowed municipalities to procure their own electricity from their own power sources. So the question is, do the municipalities have the understanding of what that means or how to take full advantage of this changes in laws? So this is what we've been helping municipalities with. We're working with a few municipalities and a special economic zone to develop energy plans and energy strategies. And we have noted that there are some municipalities that already had the intention of procuring their own power generation. So we just want to set them right on the optimal procurement path according to the DMRE and National Treasury. There's also revenue management. So if you can see this, the theme of the capacity building and intervention that we have is a focus on basics. Because if you focus on basics, revenue management, electrification, project management, off-grid electrification, understanding new technologies, then you are set to take advantage of the new electricity supply industry, where you no longer have the centralized big power stations, but you can also have power generation plants within your communities. But there needs to be a precursor to that. You need to have knowledge, you need to know the laws, you also need to know which electricity generation technologies to take advantage of and what models, business models you can take advantage of to own your own power generation facility. the focus on Mpumalanga, like I said, is triggered by an anticipated energy transition. Let me also say that, and the chairperson or the program director says I have 2 minutes. Let me just say that the transition away from coal in Mpumalanga, according to me, is a testament to what happens when in South Africa we don't discuss important things and come to a conclusion about them. I say this for 2 reasons. One is that the IRP of 2010 has a decommissioning plan. The IRP of 2019 has a decommissioning plan. Both of them are in agreement that about 11 to 12 gigawatts of electricity are going to be decommissioned, mostly from Mpumalanga. So at that point, some of us were asking, okay, so who's coming up with a plan? This was in 2010 already. Who's coming up with a plan to respond to all of this? And I think the just energy transition just brings us to the fore, but there have been 10 years, more than 10 years of not responding to the fact that some of these coal stations were going to be decommissioned. But we come to the municipalities and we say, how can we assist you considering that this transition is happening? As I move forward, addressing the just transition specifically, we had a few capacity building interventions. I think Salas has already mentioned some of them. The one was for senior or mid-level electricity supply industry women who we were capacitating to be active participants in the just energy transition. So we see this thing is happening. It's happening to you, but how can you be an active participant? And that's what these capacity building sessions respond to. There was one led by AWEEP, and then there are the ones that Salas spoke to, the 3 just energy transition workshops, mainly along this path, raising awareness, building skills, and then saying, how do you integrate this into your systems? And then as a product of these workshops, there's a pathways for JET readiness and a guide for how you can integrate JET into your municipal IDPs. So that's answering how do we activate you to be active participants. And then this one has also been discussed. Like I mentioned, we are a technical services program. We don't give funding, we do capacity building. My team is a number of engineers, economists, and finance people. And what we deal with is that small block that I've highlighted, technical assistance. So the speakers that came before me told you about the JET IP investment plan. And I say, within that, how do we respond? How do programs such as ours continue to be relevant? That technical assistance funding will come to organizations such as ours, and we'll continue to work with communities, with the municipalities to identify what your needs are, and then to continue to respond to them by coming up with programs. Thank you very much. These are my contact details. Please feel free to reach out.
No, thank you very much. Time is not on our side. Let's take the next presentation. We're supposed to take a presentation from ESCOM on just transition, but the presenter is not here, so the next one was supposed to be DMRE, because DMRE, we feel that they are very much important when it comes to just transition. Pity that they could not make it, because I believe that they were very important so that they can guide the municipalities of the processes and the consultation that must take place in order for them to start using the JET. Without any waste of time, let's go to the next presenter, which is going to be our last presenter. She's from Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency. Her name is Umama Unomusa Madonsela. She's going to touch what is the implementation plan for Mpumalanga JET strategy. 2, what role are you playing in reducing the concerns, challenges that will affect the province and municipalities? Mama Donzela, 7 minutes. I know good I've been saying 7 minutes. People ended up taking 15. No, 7 minutes. Let's make it 7 because we must take a discussion. There's another presentation.
Ngiyabonga. Sanbonani executive mayors, councillors, all protocol observed. I think mina ngizoba very short because I don't have a presentation. I will make sure that SALGA does have my presentation when they do their information pack sent out to you guys. But I want to talk to you quickly about Mpumalanga Cluster Green Agency. And this is an agency that was just launched this year, May, in Emalahleni. So we're responding to issues of green economy. The province developed a green economy plan in 2016. And also just picking up from our previous speakers that issues of green economy, low carbon emissions, decarbonizing have just been going on and maybe besingawanaki. But in 2016 as a province, we developed a green economy plan that said, how are we going to interact with economic activities in a green and more sustainable way. And then we said that, we must look at sustainable agriculture, we must look at smart cities, considering issues of waste management and waste resource, and also look at what is it that we can do with our biomass because we are rich in forestry. And then thereafter we decided when we're having our consultations, we said that green economy is such a new element that we have to come up with a special vehicle that is going to allow us to be able to manage the opportunities that are coming out from green economy. And then we developed the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency. It is a non-profit company that was established by the Department of Economic Development. And so what we're trying to do there is that we're trying to look at the 5 main sectors, which is water, energy, smart agriculture, circular economy, and then we also have added skilling and reskilling and skills development. And what we've done is that we're looking at what are the 4 main functions. So we're going to look at economic development. What are the jobs and what are the economic activities that can accrue for our communities and our members of our citizens of Mpumalanga, but also we want to be a funding house. So we're looking at where can we get monies to fund green projects, where can we get monies to do studies that will enable us to catch up with the West in terms of what is going on within the space of just transition and also new innovations in terms of energy. And then we also want to do a networking session. And so far we've done this really well because we're a new agency, as I've said, but we've managed to form relationships with SALGA, we've managed to form relationships with the PCC, we've managed to form relationships even with the USAID, and quickly we've partnered with them on some of the activities that they're able to offer based on their budget, which maybe because we're a new agency, we don't have a budget as yet. So we really put a key emphasis on the networking aspect of our functions. But one of the main things that we're saying, like I said, that we're looking at 5 main sectors. And within all these sectors, we're saying that let the women, the youth, and the disabilities not be left behind. I think that is the advantage that we have as being born out of a public entity or public department. We have that view of saying within our constitution, we're saying that the focus area must be women, youth, and the disability. And in all our activities, that is our key focus area. And so when we do water, currently the activities that we have is that we've established, or we are producing market intelligence report that will give you what kind of information and what kind of projects are available within water when you are talking green energy or you are talking renewables, and what kind of projects that are within the energy sector. How do we do smart agriculture? What type of projects are we talking about? What is the barriers to entry when you're looking at those projects within the smart agriculture? What is probably the capital requirement that you might have? And we've done something similar for as well as circular economy. And circular economy, I always say that it is one way our municipalities can quickly get an entry to, because we're dealing with waste management. And I know that you've heard of the program called Industrial Symbiosis, and the Industrial Symbiosis that looks at managing waste or waste pickers from landfill sites, as well as dealing with waste that are produced by industries. So within that, we've upscaled the Industrial Symbiosis into a circular economy cluster desk, and that's where we're looking at what are the circular economy projects. So if mining has taken place and the mine is closed down, what projects can take place upon that mine land, whether it be agricultural projects, what can we do with mine water, recycle it and use it for agricultural farming. And then we do like skills and reskilling. So we've already produced a document, we call it a skills memo, and we're highlighting all the skills that are potentially required for the energy transition. And we've gone to the level where we actually are even highlighting at what level of education is required. So if we're talking about solar PV, we highlight what can someone do if bagwi level ye matric? What can someone do if they have maybe an NQF 7, or if they have technical skills? What space of the value chain can you then play in? And one of the things that we've identified, or what we found, is that unlike coal, the value chain for renewables is very short. So we're not only focusing on people being employed within the energy just transition, but we're saying that we also want to encourage people to be entrepreneurs within the energy space. So I've already mentioned the market intelligence report, and so, and then obviously we're signing key MOUs with education of higher learning. Last week we launched a skills lab in Emalahleni that is in connection with the Race for Africa. And that lab is gonna offer accredited courses for NQF, I think 4 and 3 as well, on just solar PV. They're also looking at security management, and security management is one of those indirect jobs that will derive from just energy transition, because if you are going to set up a plant, obviously you're going to need to have some security there. And then, like I've said, we've done we've done agreements with USAID. So we're just taking a very a collaborative approach and saying that let government, academia, industry as well come together and come up with solutions that can assist our communities and our citizens of Mpumalanga going forward. And one of the things that I just want to leave us with is that, you know, Mpumalanga right now, we're sitting on a youth unemployment of 55% and a women unemployment of 48%. So when we are talking jobs and we are talking about anything that could be a possible job creation element, then we really need to consider our vulnerable groups. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. We'll take discussions around this chat. Each speaker will get about 2 minutes. Uma kwenzeka ukuthi ngiyakubona ukuthi 2 minutes wakuphelile ngizak-interrupt akutshela ngithi hayi it's time up so that we can move to the next one. I'm just going to take a round of hands. Chairperson, angazi, I'm tempted ukuthi ngigcine ngawe chairperson. Yeah, all right. Let's take the round of hands. Siphakamise nje ngizanika ama numbers sizamuva ngayo. It's going to be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Nawe Tisila, ngicela ngizawugcina ngawe. Number 5 wami, uMamle. Ngicela nje in that order.
Thanks, Chair, but your 2 minutes after 4 presentation is too small. It's too small. But I'm a little bit confused because the first person who presented here, he was saying that is lobbying. The second one says that you can't change. Once everything, the development will take place, either you agree or you don't agree. So I'm a little bit confused on that matter. That are you lobbying local municipality, or are you coming here to say we are moving from here and we are going in this direction, either you like it or not? But it's a serious challenge when we are talking about the people that is going to be retrenched in the mines. I also don't find this expression that we are going to deal with the coal that we remain having in our soil as our minerals, when we are saying we are going to close those mines, or either we are not going to use those coal anymore. We are going to another strategy for the renewable energy, the green one. If we can say we retrench close to 10,000 people, and then now we're still not yet clear that how many jobs that are going to create as you are sitting here. I want to get clarity that we are going somewhere. And we are talking with the man that the local municipality that is needing. The 6 billion, the 8 billion that we are talking about, or either the 60 billion that we are saying we want to invest in Mpumalanga. If you were really that we want to go forward, just leave the mines and the mines continue operate as they operate, and then you donate that money to the municipalities to do something for creating job. We are talking about the issue of the LED in the local municipality that they don't have funds as we are sitting here. But it is money that is there that now, because we are going to the jet is available. But we're looking at funds all this year also. The other challenge, as the communities, they don't have water. Which water are we going to also that we are talking about, that is the one that we are going to use for the renewable energy when the community don't have water, the community at large, not in Mpumalanga, not in the whole South Africa, we have a crisis of water. But I think because you have said, the second speaker say, they will continue to engage until they establish this process to go to that. And also in Mpumalanga, we are still having something that will having a lot of unemployment people, because it's not clear that when are you going to build the plant that for the jet, because we are talking about around Northern Cape and some other provinces. It's not clear that we'll come and build something in Mpumalanga. And also, we also identify Komati Port, but we are not clear on Komati Port. And then we are sitting here as Mpumalanga. You don't come clear and say, please, we are lobbying you. Want to build, want to implement this jet, and the situation we are going to build in this area. So can you join us? We can support you, but end of the day, you close all our power station. After you close all our power station, you take the project and go and implement in the Northern Cape. And you say, you presented this thing to the Mpumalanga SALGA Assembly. And the councillors, the mayor and the speaker and the chief whip agree, including the municipal manager, support you on that one. Let's start the engagement so that when we go and talk with the community party, it's a challenge. Also, the issue of women's youth and disability. Those people around the age, the men that got the age of 45 years, going forward, going upward until
20 seconds.
We don't talk about them because they will receive their pension at the age of 65 years. Can you live 20 years and when we are unemployment and don't get anything incentive to also support your families? 20 years full. Let's check based on that one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair of the session, and greet all the executive mayors that are present. Because you've given me 2 minutes, my name is Mhlonisho Masilela from the Steve Tshwete municipality, the executive mayor. We have a lot of people, they say they have money. Yesterday I met the German. I think I must assist my sister that is in the panel. I think you must see the GIZ from the German.
Sorry, they're struggling to hear you. Can you please raise your voice?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mhlonisha Masilela, the Executive Mayor of Steve Tshwete. Firstly, let me thank this opportunity that you've given us and also welcome all the presenters that were here. My comment is one. Denmark, Germany, they said, no, we have money. We want to make sure that we help in terms of this jet. Then I've met 2 weeks back with the Premier, people that are coming from they're from the World Bank. They said, no, we pop up 500 billion US dollar. I'm not sure, Blessing, you are referring in terms of your 1.3 trillion. You had at the COP 27. You have left your municipality that you know is doing very well. People are not owing the ESCOM. At the same time, the sellers there also, you said, no, they need 8.3. Everyone is talking about money. But there's no any methodology that said we could start from the municipality and then we request from the Office of the Speaker. We do public participation, particular people that are working from the mines. Currently, I've observed the command is closed. 2025, we'll be closing the Henrina. 2027, they'll close Arnott. It's a fact. Now, what we need to do from our people, we need to make sure that this green energy, in terms of funding them to do the public participation and also together with the municipality, will make it different. And also, people that are in the sector of the mine, when you say jet, they are thinking about their houses, to lose jobs. You didn't come to the space. These people that are coming from the Denmark, they came to the primary school next to the municipality. With a kumbi, they say, we're busy with the jet. A person that is in grade 8. Why you didn't go to the mine directly? Where those people are involved. So I think when we can do a thoroughly public participation, we can do more. There's we are saying that will create more job opportunity. But at the same time that we're facing as a municipality, we have a high volume. The experience that we get from the optimum, we've lost a lot of people that have lost job. Currently, will be this commodity. So people that they were supplying coal there, there's no space where they can be catered. It's only the workers of the ESCOM will go to other ESCOM power station. But the ones that they were supplying and the one that are doing the sub is a challenge. So if we need to have a mechanism that can solve this issue that we're facing as a municipality. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, please. My third speaker.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, I request that I speak as I'm seated because there are things that I've noted here.
No problem.
Yeah, but at the same time, Chair, I must put a disclaimer. Some of the things that we are saying, it's purely on the interest and the welfare of our people, not politics. So we want to raise these matters in that context. From Dr. Silas, you see, we can all agree this process is a top-down process. It's a top-down process. It had much ado with people who planned for us, and indeed without us. And we are implementing as we are planning. All this thing that shows, it shows that we are implementing, but we are planning at the same time. And it's your good self who've got all this information, these plans. None of us have this information. And I think that's the problem with this approach that we are adopting. We must also agree that we are being borrowed money. We are being borrowed money. These billions we are being borrowed. We are going to have to pay them back. Sure. You must clarify that issue. To tackle a problem that we did not create as South Africa, you must go and research. South Africa is not in the top 10 in the world of countries that are emitting greenhouse gases. It's not in the top 10. It's not even in number 11. So those countries that are giving us money are the ones that are the greatest. All of them, all of the countries you have counted are the ones that are the greatest emitters. But my question is, why rush? Why rush us the way you are doing? Why are you doing what you are doing? No, it's here, it's non-stop, it's here, we're going. Why are you doing that? That's why I'm saying we're behaving like we're hypnotized. To do something that tomorrow we're going to say, but we did not see what was happening.
Sure.
And we're warning you, we're indicating you with the interest of our people at heart. This thing is going to be a problem. South Africa, we're getting into a lifelong, we're committing generations into a debt with that World Bank that is here. That was here, 500 billion. It's a loan. We're going to have to pay it back. That's one matter. When we speak new jobs, better jobs, which ones? Which ones? Which ones? Who's going to participate? Which ones? Which jobs are you referring to? Because you must say, I've conducted a study in Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, I've got 10,000 workforce in the mines. I'm indicating to yourself. With this transition, when it is completed or at its optimum working level, I'll create 15,000 or 20,000. And this will come from these areas. I've completed that study, it's here. I'm giving it to you. Tomorrow, you've got an issue, hold me accountable. Be transparent. So, ama-figures, ama-figures, abantu sebakonkludile laba khona baphethe ama-memorandum of understanding ukuthi bona le jet boyoyidla njani. And thina, we must be told, no, we can't go back. We can't, because somebody has committed, and I'm not doing politics here. It's not politics, it's for the sake of our people in the manner that we're handling this thing. It's going to be a problem. We're warning you. The issue of appropriate fair share. You can hear with Allah, vela siyashawala, appropriate fair share. Akushiwo ukuthi ubani ozangena kuphi kanjani. All these municipalities, you must just expect an appropriate fair share. You are saying, trust me. Trust me. I'm going to do it for you. We will see.
In conclusion.
You go and consult Lephalale, Ekebecha, Northern Cape, but in Kangala, Ichert is carrying 80% of the coal. But you go and consult where? In Northern Cape. Sure. Really? Really? Are we serious? No, it's not a problem. We've got a problem here. The fact that you are avoiding the people who are going to be directly affected, it means there's a lot that is going on with this just transition process. So I don't agree with this thing that we have consulted, you have done community consulting. You chose where you want to go. Let people slow down. These people who are throwing money in our faces and dangling a big carrots in our eyes, for me, that is going to be worth doing what we are doing now. Let us be slow. Let us take one step at a time and move with municipalities. We can't leave municipalities out of these things and tell municipalities that we don't have any choice. We know we're all going to go to the just transition. We know we're all going there. But we can't do what you're doing. As if somebody's holding a gun onto our head.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. This is a very interesting topic, I must say. This discussion, I feel like we needed the whole day to deal with this. Next speaker. Oh, there at the back and then Sawuqina Ngomamlela.
Greetings to yourselves, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity and all protocol observed. I just want to welcome all the presentations. My take is that there are particular international treaties that we have signed as South Africa. And
Sorry, can you, yeah.
yeah, I was saying that we have signed certain international treaties as South Africa. For instance, the UN Development Program. In that program, there's this line that I like. It says, "Leave no one behind." And even in the NDP, you'll find, in the NDP, you'll find that line. I've seen it somewhere in the DDM. But if you look at this just transition that we are being presented here, it is leaving all of us behind. That is what it is doing. If we were to check what is the total value of coal in the economy of this province and in the country, and then we juxtapose that with these jets that we are bringing. So for me, it is a problem because therefore, you are saying with us or without us, you are going to do this thing. You see? That's a very serious problem. I also agree with Comrade Bushiman that this is a loan. And there's nobody in the presenters who talks of a loan. They say it's an investment when it is a loan. Just want to remind this house, sometimes in 2008, we borrowed money to build Kusile and what is the other one? Modopi. At that time, the rand was 7 rand to the dollar. We're still paying that thing. And these things are not working as we speak. We're paying, currently the rand is 17 to 18 rand per dollar. We're not talking about this thing. Now, as the other speakers have spoken, what is happening currently? We are colonizing our economy. That's what we're doing. It's not going to benefit us. The unemployment currently standing at 55%. And just now, the state South Africa has even indicated that even those who are not seeking employment actively, they've started to seek employment actively because they are starving. And then we want to retrench a lot of people, which is going to even affect the secondary beneficiaries of coal. And you see, you are going to create a problem for this country. So, what I want to just remind you, there's a saying that says, if you want to arrive fast, go alone. And this is what you're doing. You want to arrive fast. But we want to appeal to you. Travel with us. Take time. You will arrive at your destination that you want to arrive. Because this thing that you are saying, that there's a just transition, is for who? This transition that you are talking about, for who? It's not for poor people. It's not for poor people. We just want to indicate that, but I know that I'm talking to the wrong people because you are just employed. You are not policy decision makers. You are just employed. But this thing is going to create a problem for poor people of this country.
Thank you. My last speaker, Mamle.
Way. Like the discussion. No, thank you very much, Honorable Hlakutse. Let me take this opportunity and appreciate the presenters and acknowledge the presentation made thereof. But there are a few matters that I want to present before all of you, before you respond. Indeed, Ntate Silas, you must understand that the honorable councillors seated here are community representatives. And you must understand that in as much as you are a specialist from SALGA, we needed to have more time to talk about this just transition. More time in a manner that you go with us along. Because yes, indeed, you see the emotions arising, not on the basis that councillors are against a transition, but on the basis in the manner in which it is brought before the public representative, which are councillors. So there is a need that this matter, Ntate Hlakutse, as you are leading this commission or subcommittee, be matter that is taken further, so that all of us we've got an understanding. Be reminded that when it becomes a government policy, this transition, and owners and implementers of government policies are talking the manner in which they are talking, it means as is one, we're not gelling into this matter. We want to acknowledge that this process has long started. But when now you are moving with such a speed and leave those that must go and do public participation and advocate for this policy behind and think that you will achieve, the warnings must not be a threat. It's a reality of the rejection that you are going to get when we go down to our people, because indeed, the issue of public participation, there is a dishonesty and disservice in ensuring that our people understand why we must continue to have electricity in an alternative way. Because everybody thinks that ESCOM must provide electricity. And with our little capacity, we understand the challenges of ESCOM. But how do you make your ordinary citizen understand that there should be an alternative way? Which that we don't see it happening. We see all your documents, we see all things that are looking good in the face of those that are technocrats, but ordinary South Africans have been left behind. And I don't know, what are you talking about when you are talking that we must not leave anyone behind? Those that must advocate and say, we are seeing the fruits of this just transition, are left behind, and that is the reality. Further, Ntate Blessing, you are saying this jet is moving. Indeed, it is moving. It is really moving. But the disappointing factor is that we have a grid in Mpumalanga, which is that from ESCOM. And I'm disappointed that ESCOM is not here. And we're going to categorically state the disservice that we're getting from ESCOM. While ESCOM is the main center of decommissioning of the power stations in Mpumalanga, and they are not here. Which they are the one who are supposed to make us at ease as to what is the plan in action while continuing decommissioning. The grid is in Mpumalanga. Unless we are saying we must just do away with that grid. And we need clarity between the grid of Mpumalanga as well as what are the intention of our national government, particularly the commission appointed by the president with what you want to do in Northern Cape. We must get a sense, Yoguti, indeed, is Mpumalanga left deliberately behind? Is it an agenda that Mpumalanga must continue to suffer and have ghost towns on the basis that now we are moving the grid from Mpumalanga to Northern Cape? And we are here for the advocates of our own people. This Mpumalanga that is got a 3% increase of population on the basis that people from Northern Cape, all 9 provinces, are residing in Mpumalanga because of the mining houses. And you want to take the grid away, or you want to dilapidate this grid and build another grid in Northern Cape. That is why we're arriving to 8.4 trillions. Because you are incurring cost with what we have, which we can nurture what we have before we can do something else. And I don't know if our own government is thinking for the people of this country and the future leaders of this country that will incur these debts as manje on the basis that we want to build, and forgetting that there is a future generation that must continue to lead this country with such an incurrence of deaths that we're finding ourselves going into now. The green cluster energy. I'll be happy if bathi kunomuntu waseMpumalanga eNkangala in particular in the green cluster energy of Mpumalanga. We understand that this commission appointed by the Premier, if I'm not mistaken, as it was launched in May, its focuses on various commodities of Mpumalanga. That includes agriculture. Wonder if rural municipalities are part. I wonder. Because I see the focus is more on Kangala, which were left behind, is more on Khatsibande, which were left behind. But areas of Bushbuckridge, which have got a lot of sun, you know, I'm watching News 24 here. The Reuters is saying they can steal coal, they can smuggle coal, but you will never smuggle our sun, and you'll never smuggle our wind, because that is the natural resources. What is it that this PCC is doing in terms of our own natural resources for infrastructure development to those rural communities, for them to benefit on the entrepreneur basis in building this just energy transition? You need to come back, because yes, I have listened to your presentation, but it's important that we must take a session, because Nati, we are executive mayors of the district. Mara khulunywa nje ngathi. There is nothing about us as districts, as district municipalities. I know what your focus is at the local municipalities, but if we are to implement, because our role as a district, we are for bulk infrastructure. And this just transition comes with bulk infrastructure. But it looks like ayikho into nje ezokhulunywa ngama district. Instead sikhuluma ngabo local municipalities, which at some stage you will move forward and leave them because of the issues of infrastructure. Where are you going to put this infrastructure? We went, Mr. Tlakuti, in Korea. Do you know what infrastructure? Energy in Korea is at the freeways, is in the freeways. It was amazing what we see there. But that infrastructure, implement, is it national, is it province, is it the district? Because the role of the district is to have a bulk infrastructure implementation. The last matter that I want to take it is that through the green cluster energy and the provincial government, we must have a serious session. If it's not a 2 days, because I hear that Blessing is saying there are recommendations and resolutions that must be taken in between February and May. Yes. And Tina, as in Mpumalanga, where will we be? Unless probably green cluster of Mpumalanga has got an essence of the program that is going forward. While we are here, as people of Mpumalanga with 20 municipalities, sonke sisacabanga ukuthi this thing izohamba kanjani. Whereas we are not sure. I mean, the transparency sifunayo on this matter, mayicace kahle. The allocation in terms of the money, of course, sonke were worried. How did you arrive that in Mpumalanga, or not even mhlambe Mpumalanga, the municipalities must get 60, is it not 60 or 3 point something billion? Sure. How do you arrive at that? While we have a grid, and I'm still emphasizing that if you want to cancel that grid, you are losing 60,000 employees in Mpumalanga. And if our own government that is leading this matter is not inconscious about that, you must know that you are inviting trouble. And serious trouble that you will increase on poverty in this country. You will increase on unemployment. And we want to be in. We're not here because we're saying this thing is nonsense. We're saying we want to be in on the detail of this program to the latter, so that when we go to our people, we know exactly what we're talking about. We're having a seminar in Kangal because we have seen a seminar in the province where we have seen the global world, landing into Kangal. Mara solo bahambile mfo. Mara lenza biyaqhubeka. So they must come back. You must come back in Tata Tsogofatso. Nisitshele ukuthi what is in for Kangal, because the 5 power stations are from Kangal, the one that have been decommissioned, and we are putting money. We appreciate that Komat is going to be a global what? What are you saying? Global showcase. You're showcasing with Komat, which is in Mpumalanga. Let us see the fruits of that. We can't be left behind, because indeed we will go down to the ground. We will go down to our masses. We will go down to the organized labor. It is all up to us that would want to support this program of government, but government cannot run without us, and nothing about us without us. That is what we want to leave this commission in, that this SALGA must be able to advocate and be able to champion this program, provided we are in. So SALGA must be the forefront that leads, because these municipalities are under SALGA. And we want to showcase this program on the basis that we know how much exactly is coming down to the municipalities, because it will deal with infrastructure. And that infrastructure is the one that we're advocating here. And this public PMA must be able to come out clearly on the program of action. And is that we must have another day or 2 days in dealing with only just transition in Mpumalanga. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Mamle. I think you've said a mouthful. Dr. Silas, this PMA is not rejecting the JET program, but the lack of information, the lack of consultation, it's worrying. And Chairperson, I think it's correct, Lendisha Mamle Aguti, there must be another session. A session that will focus mainly on dealing with the JET program. Because from where we are sitting, there is a lot of uncertainty. Dr. Silas, it's worrying, Uguti, Ungati, JET is affected kakhulu Mpumalanga, but our studies that are being conducted in Northern Cape. There is something wrong there, and it needs to be corrected. And Dr. Silas, there are a lot of jobs that are going to be affected, and you're not touching on the number of jobs that are going to be affected. What's going to happen to them? The repurposing of these power stations, and how many people are there, and what's going to happen, and all those kind of things. I think a day or 2 session it's needed to address these matters of this just transition. And pity, because say Hambeganga and yet the municipalities are left behind. But I believe we still have time, Dr. Silas. There must be a proper facilitation of this program. Ne consultation. I'm going to take our panelists engage. Dr. Silas. But I'm sure Uzwile, Dr. Silas, the House is not happy.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and indeed I agree with the Honorable Councillor that there is a need for further engagement, there is a need for further consultation, and that's what we are also saying, yes, that has to happen. And when it comes to the investment plan, what we have said in September is that this, before it's issued, local government must be consulted, and that was the agreement with the PCC. And as I said also that one day earlier this month, we woke up and bingo, there is an investment plan for South Africa, JET. And of course, we're equally shocked, and it was contrary to what we've been advocating for. But I believe that will be corrected, and that has to take place. The plan has to be presented in a forum like this, where it's a day or 2 day session, where we can engage, we can ask questions about 60 million from Mpumalanga, billion from Mpumalanga. What is it for exactly? The 319 billion for local government across the country, What is it for? Infrastructure, upgrade and repair? What was taken into consideration? What informed? What is the basis for this particular allocation? Yes, absolutely, we still need to have that, and it's good that PCC is here. What will then happen will be the facilitation of this two-day session. And of course, I echo with one of the speakers that ESCOM should have been here. In the 3 series workshops we had in August, September, October, we invited them similarly to DMRE. I can rest assured you, we invited them, they never pitched for some reasons. But I believe that Chair, in the 2-day session that we're gonna have, we need to make sure that ESCOM and DMRE are basically in the session so that they can answer those most important questions so that we can all be on the same page. I agree again with you, Honorable Councillor. There is a need for more time to discuss this. We are leaving ordinary South Africans behind or citizens behind, they're left behind. There is a lot of work that will need to be done. PCC, I'm sure that is also for you to ensure that as much as you're advocating for this, you are moving forward. Ordinary South Africans do not know about this, and that is absolutely spot on. Not only in rural areas, even in urban areas. You ask people, what is JET? Do you understand what JET is all about? They are not going to tell you because they don't know. So there is a need for thorough, comprehensive engagement with the local government, with the ordinary citizens. And I think the question asked about clarity in terms of the $8.5 billion US, whether it's a loan, whether it's a grant, soft loans, and all those kind of things, PCC will definitely answer that particular question. And when we said appropriate fair share, that's basically what we're saying to PCC, that under no circumstance that you are going to overlook us as local government. What we are advocating for is that if there are funds sourced elsewhere from IPG or somewhere else, there must be a fair share allocation to the local government, because it will seem that you even initially forgot the local government when you started this process up until 8 and 9 September when we knocked at the doors of PCC and they said, oh, by the way, yes, local government, man. It's good that you came, let's engage. That's where we started this engagement. But all we're saying is that we are watching you, and we are saying that there must be fair allocation to the local government, because we're at the forefront of service delivery. We have got the core infrastructure for service delivery. I think, yes, other questions will be answered by the other panelists. The rest of other inputs, it was basically inputs and comments from colleagues and honorable members.
No, thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director, and for all the questions and comments. I think I'd like to start by reiterating that at the next engagements that you will have as a province, as various municipalities, the DMRE and ESCOM are critical. The DMRE, I know we're talking about the Just Transition and the JET investment plan, but I'd like to point you to another 3 documents that the municipality, especially the municipalities, especially in Mpumalanga, need to participate in the formulation of. The one is always the integrated resource plan that says what power capacity needs to be built in South Africa. And in there, like I hinted earlier, there's a decommissioning plan, but there's also a plan for where and when and how much of new capacity needs to be built. And I think municipalities need to make sure that they at least know the content of those documents and influence subsequent iterations of the documents. I know the IRP is being revised currently, and it's a DMRE document as the policy holder. There needs to be participation there. There's also an integrated energy plan, which moves above electricity and looks at all of the energy subsectors. It looks at liquid fuels, it would look at coal, it would look at all of the primary energies and say, where should infrastructure be built, at what time, who should be responsible for, maybe not who should be responsible, but what are the capital allocations that are required for all of that infrastructure. This affects all of you, and you should participate fully. The other one is the gas, what used to be the gas utilization master plan. I think now it's being called the gas utilization plan. I'm not sure. But it's a gas, it's a plan for introducing gas into the South African economy. And obviously Mpumalanga has a say because isn't the pipeline, the gas pipeline in Mpumalanga currently? I believe that it is. And so this could be a node for, or if not a node, but at least an integral player in this gas economy and the plans around what anchors power generation that comes from gas need to have Mpumalanga's involvement in all of those plans. So just pointing a finger at 3 other plans that you all need to be really integrally involved in the formulation of, at least at the public consultation phase. Why the rush? There was also that comment, and I think there's a rush, obviously, that's brought on by the fact that government has released the jet investment plan. But like I said, and I have an engineering background, I studied electrical engineering, and I understand physical systems a bit. Coal-fired power stations have a useful life, and most of our coal-fired power stations are beyond their half-life, and others are starting to have maintenance issues. So even if no one is taking them offline, they are starting to decommission themselves. So if you wait for too long, you find yourself in a situation where you don't have capacity and the stations are taking themselves off. So it's not I know it's a rush that comes from the jet side, but it should also be a rush that comes from the necessity to finalize what happens to the coal-fired power stations that already exist. Otherwise, they just decommission themselves and stuff is just left standing there. So please engage with the DMRE about all of these things, and with ESCOM, because they understand the state of the coal-fired power station, and understand from them what the plan for the stations is, even in operation currently. But I think they will also give you an explanation of which stations are at a critical operation stage, meaning that maybe they are at the tipping point and might not be able to be rescued, and in any case they're decommissioning themselves, so that you have a full appreciation of what the state or the status of the assets in your province is. Because it's either the jet people or it's either jet or it's the stations themselves, but something is happening and it's happening really fast. So there's a need for rapid capacity building, rapid involvement, rapid formulation of what the perspective of the municipality is. Why the rush? The rush is because things are happening fast, regardless. There was also a mention of districts, the Southern Africa Energy Program and collaboration under the SALGA program. We accommodate all municipalities. We are a demand-based program, so we arrive at the current set of municipalities because those municipalities have expressed an interest in working with us and have been very responsive when we went to them to engage on whether you're signing a letter of collaboration, taking it through council, doing various things. So we've had challenges, and Silas can attest to this, that we have a municipality that expresses initial interest, and then when it comes to having further approvals and the allocation of points of contact, then we come unstuck. So I think maybe we need support somewhere in ensuring that when an interest in receiving support is expressed, there is follow through and a sustaining of seriousness so that the support can be successful. We are working with a number of district municipalities. Some of them we're developing energy plans for. And actually last week, some of my team members were saying, maybe under the district municipality, we need to create granular energy plans for the local municipalities. And I was like, no, if we're developing an energy plan for a district municipality and a strategy, then that should be the guiding document. If you develop plans for local municipalities, then that becomes a bit of a conflict. Not that local municipalities would not have a plan. The intention from where I was standing was that if there's a district plan, then some of those programs, discrete programs that are identified in the district plan, could even get approved through local municipality councils, and there isn't a conflict of thought on what the energy planning should be. But yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. We are open to giving assistance, but we would appreciate more support on ensuring that municipalities are serious and assign POCs and maintain involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tsecho. Mr. Manale.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be brief and I think there are a few misconceptions that I want to clarify. When I said it's done, I meant the need to transition. It's a no-brainer. It's like the science of climate change. You can almost stand up and say climate change is not causing floods, it's not causing a drought. That's what I meant. The deal is not a done deal. And to clarify, when the president unveiled the plan on the 2nd of November, it was the PCC that said, Mr. President, if you take this plan to COP without South Africans seeing it, you're going to have a difficulty in defending it. Because the PCC, when it came into the space in 2002, local government was not consulting workers. Workers were striking without telling councillors what their problems were. Communities were blocking roads because they felt that they were not being called to Imbizos. So the PCC was actually created to close the space of where government is not talking to people and to workers and to industry. And I'm not saying that we've done the best in that space, but I'm saying that we've filled in a gap that was totally, there is a lack of trust. And the Honorable from Gert, we did consultation in Emelo, in Secunda, and then we came into, did 2 consultations in Emalahleni, and the officials were there for the framework. And I think that for the framework, we can share videos, they were live streamed. We even had an arts and culture group from Balenhle performing at the national conference, because we said, when there are no more calls for jobs, maybe arts and culture is what will keep the people of Balenhle alive. So with the Just Transition Framework, we did that. And that's why we went to the presidency and said, the PCC will put its head on the block. When you table this thing at COP, give us 3 months, we'll take it to communities. And that's why we're here today, to say that what Treasury could not do, what DMRE could not do, what DTIC could not do, what ESCOM is not doing, the presidency has, the Presidential Climate Commission, it's offering to come here, get the first fire, but we're promising would come here more than once until at least we agree on what it is. On whether what it must do, it's a separate thing, but at least we must have a common understanding of what it is. Because we've got 2 problems, not knowing what it is and not agreeing with the part that we know what it is. And that's a challenge. And we committed we'll come to the Mpumalanga Mayor's Compact. Since Dudu Sibia said she'll facilitate that. So there is going to be a series of consultations until we have socialized the JET IP, knowing that it is not ours. And you are correct about the examples you've given, like the reason that Komati, it's now being converted into multiple storage is because we said, what are we going to do with all those monsters of pylons of steels that we have built in Mpumalanga? Because we don't have the steel, we don't have the welders, they're busy somewhere, they're building bridges, so it does not mean that once you decide you want new grid, all the steel industry will start supplying the Northern Cape with the steel needed for the grid. So actually you are correct. So those are some of the things that we actually said. You need to keep as much as distribution in Mpumalanga because you've got the economics of the grid already. And those, arguments must be advanced. There are a number of substantive issues that we could talk about forever and ever. The issue of loans versus the fiscus, it's as old as the Reconstruction and Development Program in South Africa itself. We've got to go back and say, it's not only for JETP. Tomorrow is going to be for the National Health Insurance Scheme. The other day is going to be for education. The other day is going to be for water. We've got to start, as South Africans, start having an honest discussion about the sovereign debt, whether it's for energy and that. And I'm happy that it gets raised by all sides, all center left, and liberals. Everybody is saying that debt is a problem. And we all know, even in smaller households. So we agree on the issue of debt, that we've got to continue to talk about the country's borrowing. And we will come to the seminar, Mhlonisha. I'll come, even a Middleburg. So I'll also come to the seminar and also go and see Mama Zala there. But we've accepted the invitation to the 2-day seminar in Middleburg at the Choma Hall. We'll be there and not to come and defend, to come and open the spaces. But to the local government, you've got to, in Minmac, and I know that I might sound like a broken, but you've got to go to Minmac Cocta and say, Minister Cocta, Minister Mantashe's officials are not coming to consultations. You've got to do that. Because Vali cannot keep on writing, sorry, the deputy chair of the commission cannot keep on writing to ministers to come to the commission, and they do not come. And Labour comes in, community constituency come there and say shut down coal. Because they are the only ones in the commission meetings, everybody says shut down coal. So I think that we've got to go back and say that, and I'm saying it with the pain, the government component in the commission is not taking the work of the commission serious. Because they've got other spaces where the law allows them to take decisions on their own. And we've got to fix that. Otherwise, the social compact that the president promised in the State of the Nation will never happen. So we've got a joint task of doing that. And as I said, the rest of the discussion, I think that they must continue. But I can put my head on the block that we would come to Mpumalanga over and over and over again until we have agreed to the JP that makes sure that no one is left behind. Lastly, on the issue of skills. You see, and I don't want to hammer colleagues when they are not here. When ESCOM said that they've appointed the University of Cape Town to do training for workers in commerce, I said to them, so you want the University of Mpumalanga to continue to teach biblical studies? Because you are taking the job-intensive skills, you are training them in UCT. Why don't you talk to the VC at Mpumalanga University to say, let's talk about the curriculum of the university so that it can be the university to reskill. So we're paying people to fly to Cape Town rather than to learn here. So I think that we've got to take some of the social partners to task and see the PCC as that space, that playing ground, that referee that cannot be bought, so that we can take each other to task as the social partners. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manale. As we conclude, Mama Donsela, I'm sure Kono Tinda Tindile la. Even if 1 or 2 minutes, I'm sure.
Ngiyabonga. I think most of okwami bekwama comments ngiyabonga kakhulu but what I would like to say is that cluster agency is at that nice point where we are still babies and we are really open to how can we form ourselves to make sure that public participation is an integral part of what we are doing and then ensure that those opportunities are accruing. As far as the component of the cluster is concerned, we just have a board and our board includes an ESCOM member as well as a member from the university and then a government official, our HOD is also a member on the board. So what we're doing is that we're deriving an advisory committee where we are then taking up stakeholders from each relevant stakeholder to form part of our advisory committee, and then we have meetings every quarter. Then you input on what you see as the agenda for the cluster and how you see some of the activities taking place. But we are really in the space embedded generation, and we are assisting our municipalities on how to come up with their wheeling frameworks and their tariff agreements. So that's a space where already with the income generation, Omaspala can start to benefit, and we are offering that service with funding that we got from GIZ. So that's a quick win that we can do right now for Omaspala. And then talking about a study, we've done a study, it's called a co-benefit study. I'll share it with the team at the back, where you can actually get the number of jobs that they have potentially identified for Mpumalanga for the next 2030. And that's a study that was done specifically for Mpumalanga, and it looks at solar and wind. So what are the jobs? They're talking about 79,000 jobs that can be created between now and 2030, and then they break it down to direct jobs, indirect jobs, as well as induced jobs. Induced jobs are the retailers in the shops and things like that. So there is a study that does that, and it actually tells you in which areas of wind and solar you can have those, you can derive those jobs. And then our market intelligence report, I'll also share that with anyone that wants, or I'll show it when I send my documentation through. So it will give you the various opportunities within water, agriculture, as well as energy. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Ngicela shayeleni panel yami izandla. No, I think they feel very well. They did very well despite the robustness of the discussion. I believe that they did very well. Pity that, sorry, time was not on our side. And I believe that the planned session, which is going to be 2 days, is going to afford us enough time to be able to discuss robustly so and engage on these matters and make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much. To my panel members, you did a wonderful job, and thank you very much to everyone who participated. in this discussion. And we have come to the end of our session. Thank you very much. Before behamba la ngizacela ngapha kubaphathi bami ukuthi kube khona sizawubanikeza their token of appreciation. Sihlalo.
I can't agree with you more, Chairperson. I can't agree with you more, Guti. Our panelists were really equal to the task in terms of bringing us on board, in understanding the magnitude of the exercise that has gone into this process. But I think we are just leaving it there. The issue of the 2 days, I don't think us coming out of those 2 days having achieved what we want to achieve. Probably a challenge back to ourselves as SALGA supporting our municipalities in probably having our own internal session, lands or PDO, because I think we are really far from each other in terms of understanding. Yes, we agree the jet has taken off. I don't know whether the pilot will be able to go back and fetch some of the passengers that are left behind. But we have got to devise ways and means because, yes, indeed, we must challenge ourselves as politicians to read so that we are able to provide strategic guidance to our officials and probably reflecting on the municipalities. Yes, we do have engineers that are dealing with electricity, but probably as municipalities will be more on our infrastructure, your provision of electricity and ensuring that lights are on and everyone has got access to that service. But in terms of dealing with this specialized service, do we as municipalities have those units that understands the transition so that we are dependent on them? Because as I got from the presenters, there were sessions that were held with various municipalities. But there's us and them, our officials and us. And the question would be, why are we not probably forced as executive mayors to understand this transition so that we are able to move together? So probably, Dr. Ndlovu, it's a challenge upon your good self, supported by our national specialists. Apart from the 2 days, let's do our own homework. Let's be able to confront these complex matters on our own, ask difficult questions to arrive at difficult responses so that we don't convene this 2 day session and have all sector departments, role players there, only to find that probably we render ourselves as ignorant leaders. Where were we when these decisions were taken? Which boils back to the question of us owing our existence to the Constitution, because the Constitution is clear in terms of the role of local government, the question of the interdependent. Because still the voice is coming out, acting CEO, to say the commander-in-chief has pronounced himself on what needs to happen so that we're able to move with times as a country. But we have departments that are just there not playing its meaningful role in supporting the presidency. We do have these commissions and you are taking the brunt. Probably on our own, SALGA Mpumalanga, let's invite the chairperson of the ESCOM board, the CEO, into that session, our own session, and also get the relevant ministers supported by the minister in the presidency so that we begin to unpack these issues so that they are simplified in a way that we have it at the tip of our fingers in terms of interpreting it. Because right now it may seem that as if we are all over. You are referring to us to documents. Yes, we can read these documents and have a different interpretation if we are not supported accordingly to interpret these plans that are before us. So probably before the 2 days, let's have our own internal session as a province, because it will go back to the question of, remember this PMA, we are preparing for the National Members Assembly. You'll find ourselves in Mpumalanga having our own view, and other provinces that were able to move with speed with the jet, like your Northern Capes that are seeing these opportunities, future opportunities, investments for them, talking something else, then we'll be not moving in one voice as local government. So that is what I want to suggest, probably after our recess, let's leave a legacy as the SALGA of the fifth administration to say we were working as if we are technocrats, we are working as if we are academians, but we are saying you've got those expertise, translate or transfer those expertise to us as public representatives so that we're able to defend you when we go to public participation. But for now, I don't think we are well equipped to really hit the ground running in this area of work. Thank you very much. And also, ESCOM, you are not off the hook. And we are not taking kind of your statement which collapsed us to say you are just responsible for one area of work. When we take up that session with the chairperson of ESCOM and CEO, we don't want to quote you verbatively what you said here today, because we were concentrating on this thorny matter, yet, but we are really not happy. Unfortunately, the executive mayor of Emakazeni is not here. Your Emalahleni collective is not here. But they were going to come heavily on you because day in, day out, we are hearing of ESCOM bailout. But there is nowhere where we'll hear the will from ESCOM to say, yes, we must pay. We've used your service, we must pay. But we are in this problem together with you. How can you pull us out? Rather than just recording ama increase in terms of iskweleti sethu. Hayi khona, it can't be fair. It can't be fair. Probably today you might be off the hook because those ones there took the brunt for you. But in our internal session, let's move with you in terms of articulating all these challenges and appreciating them, but present a way forward out of all these things. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as we're about to ascend the stage, I think it's proper that I say this. I'm glad to good the executive mayors are here. I think if we get ama officials alabo maspala swacebe, they don't attend these meetings. Kube nama sessions lawa utreyango August, September, October. These are the sessions that were created so that we can bring the municipalities up to speed as SALGA in regards to JET. But you find officials, they don't attend. Mabezile, Chairperson. Namuhla kufika lo kwi-next session, sekushintsile kufika omunye, phinde kushintshe ngelanga kuza no secretary lapha no administrator, someone who has no impact at all. The MMCs that are responsible for energy in their municipalities, they don't even attend, Chairperson. The mayors are here. Can you please assist us because this JET program is going to affect all of us. Make sure good directors, managers that are responsible for energy and MMCs that are responsible for this program do attend these workshops. Thank you very much. Chairperson Bestela, ozo spela ama guest ethu, a token of appreciation. But malbongwe nagoke. Oh, okay. But kusasa nje kuyaqala omama. So maqala bomama kusasa yonke into ofuna sinikeza bomama. Injalo. Sizagcina ngembokodo ngoba qala into yabo mama, the grace one, she's Mr. Manane. Dr. Silas bathe wena wala ekhaya. Malibongwe. No, thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Chair, Councillor Hlakutse, for having steered the ship in the right direction. Let me take this wonderful opportunity to greet and welcome all of you in this last session, which will talk about disaster. I hope and believe that we have been greeted ever since in the morning. I'll just have to say protocol observe in the interest of time. Chairperson, we are getting to the last session, like I've said, which will talk about the issue of disaster management in our different municipalities. Last week we have experienced disaster, especially this time of the year, there's a lot of disaster. So we are experiencing flooding and also the issue of thunderstorm and also fire. So we are getting to this session. I will allow our panel members to come to the fore. The first one is Ms. Nozibele Makanda, SALGA Portfolio Head, to come forth. She will discuss on the issue of the core focus of the debate will be on the placement, professionalism, and funding of disaster management. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. No, thank you very much. There are some alteration. Instead of 5 panelists, we'll be having 3. The first one is Mtobeli Kolisa, SALGA Office Chief Officer. The second one is Mr. Jaher Deisel, who is the Chief Director. And the last one is Mr. Kulegani Ndabezita, who is the Disaster Management in NDM. Let us welcome them with a round of applause as they ascend the stage. Let's get seated. We only have 1 hour to finish everything. We are the last born of this day, this program. Let me talk on the issue that they're going to tackle, the issue of placement, professionalism, and funding of disaster management. Mr. Jaher will talk on the National Disaster Management Center, the placement of disaster management center in our district, metropolitan municipality, and the provincial government structures. Okay. The Chief Director from the National, let me afford you this opportunity to come forth, and then you said you are matter because the issue of disaster involves all of us. Thank you very much. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me also, in the interest of time, observe, all protocol. Chairperson, I'll be quite quick because I've been asked to only speak on a very short space and principle of where disaster management should be located. But I just want to quickly sketch, the 3 core items that we are discussing here talks broadly to the National Disaster Management Framework. And it would be remiss of me not to, touch on those briefly. Because when we look at the National Disaster Management Framework, it talks to 4 key performance areas. The first one broadly speaks to institutional arrangements in order for disaster management to function properly. And it's within this component that the placement of the disaster management function becomes important. The second part talks to risk assessment. And it's important for us to understand that if we do not know where and how the risk is going to manifest within our municipalities, it's difficult for us to plan how to deal with them effectively. So it's very important for us to understand where the vulnerabilities are, where the hazards are going to manifest themselves, and where to place our capacity to actually deal with those issues. Then the third component speaks to disaster risk reduction. And it's very important for us to understand that preventing these events from happening is much more beneficial than actually responding to them. There's research worldwide that have shown that when you prevent these events from happening, $1, for instance, in investment in reducing disaster risk actually saves around $8 in responding to them. So you can imagine that if we invest in disaster risk reduction, it's an important component. Then obviously the response key performance area 4 is that when events occur is to have enough capacity and know-how to respond. The enablers, there are 3 enablers in the framework. The first one talks to ICT systems. How do we utilize information management and technologies to actually manage these events better? And then the second one talks to capacity building, which is part of the reason why I'm here, is to speak to the decision makers about how disaster management should be placed, what key issues should be driven. And then the last one, which is always the one that elicits most of the response, is how do we fund the disaster system. So when I look at the issues, and what I was asked to talk about is the placement which fits into key performance area 1. In this space, we are guided on 2 aspects. And the first aspect is the framework and the legislative components as the second part. So within the disaster management framework, it basically advocates that at the provincial level, the disaster management function should be actually placed within the office of the Premier. At a national level, it advocates for placement within the presidency, and at local level or at municipal level, it advocates for placement in the mayor's office or in the municipal manager's office. So the question is, why do we need to do that? And I just want to touch on 1 or 2 issues that we have picked up over the years since the establishment and the implementation of the legislation. For disaster management to be effective, we need to have proper integration of disaster management into our integrated development plan. And it's very difficult for disaster managers to actually integrate disaster management, which cuts across all the departments, into the IDP when they are functioned and structured to fit into a specific department that is not cross-cutting. It's also very difficult for disaster officials to ensure that the roles and responsibilities of disaster management, both in prevention and in response, is addressed as a concern in a specific line department. And I'll give an example for this. If we look at, for instance, the maintenance of stormwater drainage systems, if the disaster management unit is not in a position to influence these issues, and the municipality do not prioritize these issues in terms of funding, it's difficult to actually deal with these kind of issues. A very important aspect is the location and functioning of intergovernmental relations structures. For instance, the Municipal Disaster Management Advisory Forum. In some of the discussions today, it was mentioned that national and provincial departments, they don't come to these events. They don't come to the DDM meetings. We see a similar approach when we are talking about advisory forums. The only way in which you can reduce risk within a community is to work in an integrated fashion. Then the second or a further point is that we need to ensure that the disaster management plan is developed, that it is funded, and that everybody is working to implement it. I've spoken about the importance of risk assessment. I've spoken about strengthening collaboration with organs of state. But a very important aspect also is to plan in terms of contingencies. There was a comment made earlier today that when we find that disasters occur, we essentially pick up the telephone and we phone national government and say there's a disaster. But we do not know exactly what to do from the time that we have phoned national government to assist, to actually go out and assist the communities that are at risk. A very important aspect that I also want to highlight is the establishment and functioning of operational disaster management centers, and for a lack of a better term, a disaster operations center, where during events we would be able to coordinate the different spheres of government to actually respond. And we've seen during COVID and recently in KZN that where those structures are not properly established and planned before the time, there is significant delay in delivery of service. Reporting and data sharing, risk reduction, and very important risk transfer through the use of insurance is a very important aspect. If we do not insure our critical infrastructure, every disaster that occurs will require that we reprioritize our funding. When we reprioritize our funding, we are using existing money to essentially fix things that have been broken, and that puts us back into development. And then the last point I want to emphasize here is legislation. So, Chairperson, I want to close my input to say that it's very important for us to understand that structure follows strategy. That principle has been, is well known. But the question that we need to ask is, what is the strategy on disaster management within your municipality? Do you have one? If you do not have a strategy, it's very important to do that first, before you make a decision on where to place the disaster management structure. Because the structure needs to be placed in a specific position where the implementation of the disaster management plan is going to be best implemented. And in this case, we would like to see the specific integration of the disaster management plan with the integrated development plan. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Let us applaud him again. He said every municipality must have a disaster management strategy to assist whenever there is disaster. We want to take the second panelist, Mr. Mtobi Sikolisa, to come forth and give us his presentation.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Program Director. The name is Mtobe Likolisa. I am responsible for the Service Delivery, Sustainability, and Inclusivity cluster within SALGA. I am hoping in a very short presentation, I will try and highlight the more important things that we think that the PMA had to pay attention to or take decisions on. I'm taking that this will assist me in that regard. The first thing that we want to place, because always the talk is municipalities must do something about disaster management. They must, all of the things that are being talked about. But let's start from the beginning. Disaster management in terms of the Constitution is a concurrent function of national and provincial government. That's the first thing. In terms of the Constitution, it's listed under Part A of Schedule 4, specifically. Now, of course, then we have local government legislation in the Systems Act and as well as the Disaster Management Act. They say municipalities must have plans that are integrated in their IDPs that deal with disaster management. Nothing wrong with that, because we need to be ready for disasters. When the Disaster Management Act was enacted, the idea was that you need an act that will help everyone to work together to prevent and reduce the risk of disasters, reduce the possible impact or consequences in the event of a disaster, to have emergency preparedness. That was the idea. Now, what did we find? I want to start from what the Constitution says, again, as I refer to the Constitution in relation to disaster management. The Constitution says, if a function can best be performed at a local level, that function must be assigned to a municipality or must be devolved to a municipality by either province or national. But there are conditions. It says if that matter would most be effectively administered locally, and secondly, if a municipality has the capacity to administer it. But it also, in the same clause, it does specify that this must be done by agreement. If you look at, Isara can't point with this thing, I hope it can, by agreement. Now, what has happened in relation to disaster management? Disaster management was devolved to municipalities. Key functions of disaster management were devolved to municipalities using a legislation. this condition of section 1564 of the Constitution was not followed. A legislation was enacted, that legislation devolved key functions. What are those key functions? One, that legislation instructs municipalities to establish and implement a disaster management framework. That says what would be the purpose of that. I don't want to take a lot of time into the detail of it. Secondly, it says municipalities must establish in their administrations disaster management centers. Second thing that the legislation says. Now, it talks also about local municipalities, they can do the same. Of course, that must be thought of in the context of there is also a constitution that says municipalities have an object of making sure that there's safe and healthy environments. So yes, there is a need for this function, for municipalities to take this function into account. But should it not be devolved in terms of the appropriate procedure to make sure that in so doing, we don't leave municipalities in difficulties. With that in mind, then we undertook in 2021 a study just to look at what is the situation with regard to disaster management as SALGA. We wanted to look at the effectiveness of institutional arrangements. We wanted to look at the systems and procedures. We wanted to look at the adequacy of funding. Two main conclusions that are generic beyond municipalities are that we are not doing well in terms of disaster management. You have to ask why. Secondly, is that the whole function in South Africa is not really geared to deal with the kind of disasters now that are going to be regular as a result of climate change. In fact, at best, what we do when we hear that there's likely to be heavy rainfalls is to inform communities, be alert. But we don't really start evacuating communities. We don't really start planning where are we going to temporarily put people where in areas where they're going to be affected. Why? It's because the preventative measures of disaster are not really funded for municipalities to perform those. Because the function, we're delegated to have a center, we're delegated to have a framework, but there isn't really, what I'm going to talk about next, the funding that allows us to do preventative work, to have these structures, finance and functioning, because there isn't funding that comes with that. Let me quickly move on. In addition to what the 2 points that I've made, there are other detailed points that I'm going to jump, Chair, but they're in the presentation that are vindicating the point that we're not doing very well. But then, let's talk about the funding issue, because we tend to talk about this issue at a high level. On the funding, let's look at the equitable share formula quickly. The equitable share formula provides for basic services, it provides for additional capacity, it provides for community services. I'm going to focus on this one, community services, because basic services relates to water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal. These are services that are consumed per plot or per household. So therefore, they are subsidized according to the number of households. Then there are services that are specified, again, in the equitable share formula that are called, these are services that benefit communities, not individual households. And then they are mentioned is health services, fire services, municipal roads, cemeteries, planning, stormwater management, street lighting, and parks. This is directly extracted from last year's document on the Division of Revenue Act. There's nothing on disaster management under this. Now, this is the point we're making. This, therefore, means that the functions I talked about, which are in the legislation devolving key functions to municipalities, are functions of a concurrent provincial and national function that must be funded from local revenues only. If you don't have fiscals contributing, it's only the local revenue, and therefore that must carry this, even in relation to households that cannot afford. So those who are not paying rates to the municipality, They are therefore cross-subsidized by ratepayers of the municipality with no contribution of the fiscus. That, in our view, is one of the key problems that was discussed at the working group. What then? The working group, in its deliberations, decided that there is a need for SALGA to advocate for the overhaul of the institutional and funding arrangements of the disaster management system in the country. Also, in that decision, it said there is a need in that overhaul to make sure that disaster management services are prioritized and we have proper business units that are funded within municipalities if we're to perform this function. There's a need to review the plans that we have, but all that can only happen in the context of the first one being addressed. How do we fund this function effectively? Then further, that we need to professionalize this. There's work that SALGA is currently doing with other partners in relation trying to get to professionalization of disaster management. But also, this is one function that, if it's not performed, private sector is at risk. Insurers are at risk. So insurers are keen to work with local government to manage the risk that they face when this function is not performing well. So there's an opportunity for private-public partnerships because there's joint benefit in this with private-public partnerships. But also, based on the study we did, there's a need to really relook at the determination of powers and functions between districts and locals, because currently the legislation is not quite clear in terms of how this is done, other than it trying to do it in the legislation and forgetting that, in fact, in local government legislation, there is a demarcation act that is empowered to assist in terms of determination of powers and functions, and the minister and MECs that are supposed to do that. So those are some of the recommendations that are making that we need to attend to these four matters. We are making those proposals to the PMA. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for having presented to us. Whether we like it or not, disaster will happen, so we must make sure that we set aside funding that will talk to the issue of disaster. We are in the rainy season where there's also a lot of floods and also the issue of thunderstorm, which is happening in our area. So without any waste of time, let me take the Kangala District Municipality, Ubab Ndabezitha, to take us through his presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the executive mayors, speakers, municipal managers, and the leadership of the entire SALGA. Chair, I was very, very much aware that my leader will be here, my executive mayor. So then, which means then, as time as I was preparing this to answer for these questions, I tried to play safe, to stick and remain within the law. So then, when we go about the first point when we talk about the placement of disaster management, here also to be safe, we just went straight to the Disaster Management Act of 57, 2002. The one that says that in section 45, it says that the municipal must appoint the head of the municipal disaster management center. But then also the act there, it assists us there to say that that particular head of the center, it must, let me read it as such. It says here, the municipal councillor must, there's a must there, subject to the applicable provision of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, appoint a person as a head of the municipal disaster management center. And then if we have to ask ourselves then to say that, what is that applicable provision of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act? The one that talks about the section 56 and also talk about the section 57. But then what are we saying here? We are saying that the head of the center, the head of the municipal disaster management center should be the somebody who should be appointed as per the provision of the Municipal Systems Act. For the simple reasons, because that particular individual will be in the position that is supposed to account to the municipal manager. And also I must go back to the very same point that my colleague from National to say that it should be the somebody who's at the senior level who can able to do a proper coordination of the particular different sections within the local municipality, departments of the municipal area, so that to make sure that they can have a proper authority to make sure that they execute those duties. But then whenever we go to the common practice, what is happening currently, you find that the head of the center will be the somebody of the junior in that level. And then that somebody cannot go to, let's say for instance, he cannot go to the section 56 to say that, please assist us in terms of your plan, because now we are reaching the summer season. What is your plan in order to make sure that all of the drainage systems, they are being properly maintained? So that is the point that we are trying to make with this point. Yes, we know that at this point, whenever every platform, whenever we are making it, they usually come to this point to say that, no, we are trying to promote ourselves. But it's of the key importance to say that, to make sure that there's a proper coordination and somebody got the authority to able to deal and work with those people at the senior level. Because if you can also reflect back to the current, what we experienced during the coordination of COVID-19, those COVID-19 district command centers, you'll find that then whenever the accounting officer is not there, obviously the head of the centers, the head of the departments, they will just disappear. And then they will then send the junior officials to account to the issues that are supposed to do. Yes, whenever we have properly located the head of the center to be at the strategic level, obviously the entire function of disaster management center will then find its way in order to make sure that it comply accordingly. So, but Chair, one thing that we want to clarify, according to the section 43, which says that we want to deliberate to mention this one, to say that the section 43, it says that the establishment of disaster management center. It says here, subsection 2, it says that the district must establish a disaster management center after the consultation with the local municipality in the area. And in subsection 3, it says that the local, please bear with us there, it says that a local municipality must establish a capacity for the development and the coordination of the disaster management plan and the implementation of the disaster management plan. And then when you go to the subsection 4, then it says that here, the local municipality may establish the disaster management center. So I want to make a clear distinction here to say that here, the local municipality is the must that they must create the capacity for the implementation of the disaster management plan. Obviously, for the capacity reasons, that is why also the Act is covering it, to say that for the capacity reasons, the local municipality, it may establish the disaster management center. That is what we want to clarify here. And then also, if we go to the point of then to say that in terms of the recommendation, we know that the National Disaster Management Framework of 2005, it usually put a provision, may put the suggestion to say that, obviously one that has been covered by a colleague, to say that the disaster management center should be placed within the high decision making, within the strategy, within the administrative. And then the next point, the one of the professionalization of disaster management. And then also here we want to play safe, going straight to the section 45 of Disaster Management Act, when it's talk about the staffing of the Municipal Disaster Management Center. It says here, the staff of the Municipal Disaster Management Center consists of the head of the Disaster Management Center, and then subsection B, it says that the suitable qualified person appointed in the administration of the municipality. But then here's the key word here, Chair. If it says the suitable qualified persons, But then fortunately enough, that the municipal staffing regulation has come to our rescue. Because then there's been a lot of discussion to say that, but then whenever you say the suitable can be defined in different ways. But thanks to the municipal staffing regulation, which has come to our rescue to gazette and able to simplify and put into context in order to say what is that suitable qualified person to be at disaster center. So that one is being outlined within the disaster management competency framework, which talks about the experience of the head of the center, and then qualification and experience, and also the professional body that particular individual should be registered with. And then also the one of closing, the funding of disaster management. Yes, we know this one is quite of a challenge, but also running back to the Act, whenever we talk about the Section 26, subsection G of the Municipal Systems Act, it requires that the municipality must have the applicable disaster management plans. So then what is the key word again there? It is an applicable. So then the applicable disaster management, the act that consists of those KPAs that has been mentioned by my colleague with enablers, but those KPAs enablers should be in the position that they are funded to make sure that they can able to make the work of disaster management to be practical, to be applicable, so to make sure that whatever the strategies that are being made, to make sure that there is a proper disaster management mitigations, and then also the disaster risk reduction can able to take place before the occurrence of any of the disaster in that regard. Chair, I can see that now you are standing. No, I think I will just pause here within the minutes that have been given to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Ndabezita, for the presentation on the professionalization of disaster management in our different municipality. So without any waste of time, let me take, if possible, two hands, one from this side and one from the other side. Okay, Mr. Nkosi, our NEC member. Let me take this side. Mr. Councillor Terra. I see only two hands. Thank you very much. 2 minutes, two hands. Mike?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to allay my fears, Chair, on the contradictions that might seem to appear between the two presentations from the municipality and from the working group, and also relate that the Constitution is the supreme law of the country. I mean, the Constitution is the supreme law of the country, and when SALGA was advocating that we should have an overhaul change on local government legislation is based on what is presented by the municipality, because we seem to be concentrating on the Municipal Systems Act or the 5 pieces of legislation that we want to change. According to what the SALGA is presented, is that the responsibility of disaster management, according to the Constitution, lies within the provincial and national government. And it can be devolved to local government if it is suitable and with resources. But the Systems Act says we must do it. So there's a contradiction there. And in that instance, the Constitution takes precedence. So I'm challenging the presentation that we should go and clarify that funding must come from national and province, even though in the Systems Act it says we must do it, because the Constitution says it belongs to province and national. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shabang.
Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, partially, my NEC member has tried to come on that space because really it becomes a problem when disasters normally they do occur at the local areas.
Yes.
But then here comes now a question whenever you have to apply. Who declares, it is clear in terms of the constitution, who declares the disasters? And in that sphere of competency, who are the respondent earlier when disasters had occurred? You'll find the local municipalities, but the overall funding part of it or the declaring part of it, it will come at the level of a provincial or national. And in terms of the responsibility, it is. So that's why I said there were some gaps that need to be filled in there. And also on the issue of placement, in terms of skills in that particular area of work, really it is a challenge that needs to be addressed, although it will be quite difficult because in most cases when you go to your local areas or in most of our municipalities, you'll really never find employees who are competent in that particular field because of some certain reasons that we will not be able also as ourselves to come to the space. Again, on the issue of municipalities delivering on this mandate of disasters, I wanted to find the correct word to use. It is unfortunate, it's just slipped my mind because of maybe tiredness. But let me raise part of my issues on the issues that I've raised now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Councillor Shabang and also Councillor Nkosi. Let me go back to my panelists for responses. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Protocols observed again. I think the response that I would like to give on this discussion is that with the responsibility of local government to ensure healthy and safe communities, we can't ignore paying attention to the ability to respond to disasters. It's important. 1. 2, I think correctly, Councillor makes a point that the first respondents to a disaster is municipalities, really. In fact, by the time everyone comes, municipalities would have been trying to do everything that is in their power. Those two things for me suggest that condition 1 of section 1564, which is if a matter can be best be done at local level, it must be devolved to local level. That condition is met. So which is why the function must be devolved. Condition 2 of the constitution, then it says the municipality must have the ability or the capacity to deliver. In order for that condition to be met, the resources must come to the municipality. And in that way, then we have properly devolved. What has happened was that we passed a legislation in South Africa which ignored those two conditions, or at least condition number 2. And we ended up with a situation where, in respect of disaster management, the only resources that become available to a municipality are to respond to a disaster after it has happened. That you apply for money and get funding to respond to an extent to a disaster and reprioritize your own funding and so on and so on. But the necessary capacity to plan, to mitigate and so on is not funded, which is why then the working group was saying that we must relook at the institutional arrangements and the funding in order for municipalities to be empowered. That when you devolve with the capacity of municipalities to perform the function. I think that's the gist of what the working group is saying. Then the last point, Chair, quickly, is in relation to this placement. Yes, even our study does say that we need to look at proper placement of disaster management. But there's some that have made an argument, when we think it's a valid argument, When others saying it must be placed, they go as far as actually saying, placed it as close to the municipal manager as possible, if not in the office of municipal manager. Others have said, HR in municipalities cuts across all departments, but it's not placed in the municipal manager's office. Finance in municipalities cuts across all departments, but it's not placed in the office of municipal manager. It's placed in departments that work across the municipality. That's what should be happening in disaster management. So it's something that we need to be thinking about to say, how do we effectively make sure that even if it's not in the office of municipal manager, it works in a way that is cross-cutting across the municipality, just like we do with finance, just like we do with HR and other functions of the municipality. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Jagger.
Chair, I think it's important that we acknowledge that placement is not the do-all and end-all of success. It is how that particular unit is able to coordinate the work between other organizations and other departments within the municipality. And I think that is an important component, is to empower the disaster center in such a way that when they have an advisory forum meeting, that HODs of other units actually attend. And that the work of that committee, ultimately finds itself into the right decision-making fora. Maybe just two other points I want to touch on. I agree with, the issue about, the devolvement of power and the resources and flowing of resources. Councillor, I can assure you, every year when it comes to DORA, from a national disasters perspective, we have discussions with Treasury, on including these issues into the, into the equitable share formula. Every year there's discussions on how do we measure it and all of these kind of things. But what I can tell you is this, is that during the recent floods, during COVID, there's a number of lessons that we have learned. And Cabinet has resolved that the National Disaster Management Center, together with the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, table proposals on how to review and overall, some of the key issues in terms of disaster management. We are already working on those issues. Funding is a big component. I also want to maybe share with you that we are currently busy with an in-depth review of the National Disaster Management Framework. We've already had 9 provincial consultation sessions. Our planning is that by March, which coincides with the review, that we would be in a position to actually have a reviewed system published for public comment, so that the communities also have an opportunity to give their views. And one of the key issues is, like I said at the end, funding. Because when we start looking at disaster management, I agree with my colleague. The focus is not only about funding on responding to disasters. The focus is about planning how to reduce the vulnerabilities in our communities. Because the vulnerabilities that our communities have in terms of settling in unsafe land, not having access to water and sanitation, not having roads, all these other different issues create, vulnerabilities that perpetuate the impact of disasters. So maybe I can close with this aspect as well. The NDMC works with SALGA when we deal with our capacity building components, with new councillors that come in after each election. We start with the process of also raising awareness about disaster management issues. I've taken note of the presentation that was done today, and there's some other aspects that I think we can work with our colleagues in, in the CETA, so that we can actually start creating, specific courses where MMCs and, our political leaders, but as well as our senior leaders, in organizations and sections of the municipality that don't normally work with disaster issues, understand the fundamental role they can play to reduce risk. A simple issue like, for instance, when we look at reducing risk within a municipality, is doing fire breaks, understanding where individuals actually recycle certain materials, that we do fire breaks around those areas, because we know some of those fires actually extend into much bigger ones. And I can continue on a number of these issues, but what is very important for us is that as different organizations we work together to actually reduce disaster risk. And from the National Center, we are open. My details is available with the Secretariat. If you would like us to come and do capacity building sessions within your municipalities, you're welcome to contact us. We will definitely prioritize those. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much to my panelists. We have been allocated little time. We have got more questions. But for now, today we are ending here. Thank you very much, my beloved panelists. They managed to assist the course. Without any waste of time, I'm not so sure who's going to give them their present chairperson. Who's going to give them so that we can call upon the PDO to come forth. Oh, Mamtweni, come to the fourth. Malibongwe. There's someone who is not getting. Mr. Ndabezita, come to the fourth. Thank you very much. Mr. Jahar, he said he's available. If ever you want more information, you just contact him. Thank you very much.
I will share it with you now.
No, thank you very much. I want to call upon our PDO, Dr. Ndlovu, to come to the fourth so that he can be able to wrap up everything. Thank you very much. You were a good audience. Can see.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. It's a bit late. Perhaps without any waste of time in terms of greetings, let me say all protocol observed. And thank you very much for the engagements we've had today. We have almost come to the close, to the end of this session, but for me is to request and urge every one of you, honorable leaders, delegates, colleagues, to join us in the networking session that we have arranged. We have got a networking session. The venue is where we had lunch this afternoon. That will be the venue for the networking session. Given that we have spent a lot of time up until now, perhaps we can then arrange that the networking session should take place from about 7:30. We thought that perhaps there's a need for some refreshment, some refreshing of some kind. Members are saying we can go straight there now. Chairperson? No, just refreshing. Refreshing. No. Let's agree. Is there no need to go to the rooms and refresh, then join the session? Let's agree on time then, because the other thing is that these gentlemen here, they want to move this stuff now quickly to the other venue. Let's look at time. What? 20 minutes from now? 7:15, we can start? Okay, it's agreed. Thank you very much.